My name is Chen Yu, an exceptionally handsome, yet ordinary guy from 21st century China. If not for the facts staring me in the face, I would never have believed that I had actually time traveled. A rough shout reached Chun Yu's ears. Kid, wake up, kid. After a moment, Chun Yu's body twitched, and he frantically grabbed his right leg. What the hell are you doing, kid? You scared your grandpa to death, you know. Another familiar gruff voice reached Chun Yu's ears, but this time, he was annoyed. He cast a sideways glare towards the source of the voice and retorted, Hey, can't you see, I was in a car accident. Before he finished speaking, Chen Yu, who was holding his foot, suddenly froze. He realized that his surroundings were not the place where that idiot driver had hit him. Chen Yu. Humph. It seems you've remembered what happened, said a tiny old man emerging from the white mist ahead. He held a huge pencil nearly 1.2 meters long, and the old man was half a head shorter than the pencil. At most 1 meter no taller. Seeing the visitor, Chun Yu's impatience faded. Feeling no discomfort, he asked politely, Old man, may I ask who you are? And where is this? Why am I here? In fact, Chen Yu was panicking inside. He clearly remembered walking lawfully on the road when a car suddenly appeared and crashed directly into his right foot. He remembered that his right foot had been pressed flat against the car's front, meaning his foot must have broken into at least 3 pieces to form such an arc. Then he automatically entered greeting mode and switched to a freefall perspective. He vaguely heard a harsh honk and the driver who hit him saying, I didn't see you, then immediately lost consciousness. He felt no pain throughout the whole process. Your grandpa is the world consciousness of One Piece. You are lucky you happen to be a One Piece fan I randomly summoned from Earth, and you will be arranged to enter the world of One Piece to start your new life, said the short old man calmly, while stroking his long white beard. But why did such a calm tone produce such a gruff voice? Chen Yu, what the fuck? What? Say that again. What do you mean lucky? I just won over 10 million in the lottery yesterday, and I had millions in hand, and you just summoned me like this. I just graduated from college and have always kept myself clean. I haven't even started enjoying life, and you want me to start a new life in another world. And the world will of One Piece. Fuck you. Send me back. Immediately. Right now. Where could be safer than China? An ordinary guy like me who has never even killed a chicken go to One Piece to be cannon fodder. Chun Yu roared inside. Although Chun Yu had occasionally fantasized about time travel, dreaming of stepping on a kainu and slapping Blackbeard, and occasionally imagining having a harem at night. But now that it was real, he was scared to death. He didn't know how to make salt, didn't understand history, and was far from being a protagonist. What if he didn't even have a golden finger? Who knew how many days he could survive, especially in the One Piece world? Although he was a One Piece fan, he had only watched the anime once, and not very carefully. More importantly, One Piece hasn't even ended yet. Seeing Chun Yu somewhat frantic, the white-haired old man was not annoyed. He gave him a meaningful look and said, Sending you back is not impossible, but are you sure? I remember someone seemed to have been hit by 2 cars. The first time was okay, but the second time a cement truck ran him over. Tisk, that scene was spectacular. Besides, even if I send you back, I'm not sure you can come back to life. After all, you were completely smashed, scattered all over the ground. Maybe they've already cleaned it up. Chen Yu. Twice. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think him? Before he could finish, he fell silent. Twice. So that piercing honk and the blank consciousness before hitting the ground were because. So I can't go back. Chen Yu quickly adjusted his state. Besides, this old man had saved me. Now there were only 2 paths in front of me. One was to follow this old man's will and enter the so-called One Piece world. The other. Let's not mention it. Huff. Chen Yu shook off his previous dejection, exhaled heavily, and slowly stood up. Since there was only one road, why bother hesitating? Now he could preliminarily judge that bringing him here must have cost the old man something, and a heavy price at that, otherwise he wouldn't be wasting time talking. Secondly, whether this old man was really the so-called world will of One Piece remained to be seen, but it was certain that he had some abilities. The question was whether he would be Chun Yu's golden finger. Finally, no matter who this old man was, he was always negotiating with him, which meant he needed something from Chun Yu. Seeing Chun Yu suddenly become different, the old man remained calm, as if everything was under his control. Chun Yu saw all this, but he didn't show any reaction. In his previous life, he had no outstanding advantages except his powerful ability to adapt and regulate his emotions. Although Chun Yu's performance just now was somewhat weak, any peer might not have done better. Going to the One Piece world, what can I get? Chun Yu puffed out his chest, squinted his eyes, looked down at the old man, and said sternly, Kid, save it. The old man has eaten more salt than you can imagine. The white-haired old man waved his hand, obviously not buying Chun Yu's act. What Chun Yu didn't know was that the old man had already known what kind of person he was when he summoned him. He'll stop wasting words with you. You go to the One Piece world and do whatever you want as long as you have the ability. Your grandpa will give you 1 flame fruit identical to the original one. That means there will be 2 flame fruits in the One Piece world. Don't ask about the rest, and I advise you not to waste your efforts. When speaking of the flame fruit, the old man seemed to get more and more excited, muttering to himself. Chen Yu didn't catch many words, but one sentence was crystal clear. Damn it, Oda doesn't know shit about the flame fruit. He's just a manga artist. Hearing this, Chen Yu fell into thought, and his uneasy heart calmed down. Send me over. The old man gently waved the pencil in his hand, and its tip emitted a white light, enveloping Chen Yu. The next moment, Chen Yu disappeared. Sensing that his mind was blank again, Chen Yu quickly shook his head and slapped his cheeks with both hands, trying to snap himself awake. The world of One Piece has never been a safe one. After slightly composing himself, Chen Yu quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself in a dense forest with no immediate danger. Nearby lay 2 wooden beer barrels, each large enough to hold a person with room to spare. Chen Yu spotted a towering, unknown tree, and relying on instinct climbed up to the treetop in a few swift moves. He sat on a branch leaning against the trunk and carefully organized the information in his mind. Original host Ducati Sack. Age 16. Background: born into a pirate family in the East Blue, he received harsh training from infancy. By age 1, his physique rivaled that of grown pirates. Recently, his parents and their entire crew were annihilated by the East Blue overlord Krieg. After digesting the flood of information in his mind, Chen Yu could only feel speechless. It was the year 1519. Krieg was aggressively recruiting and preparing to enter the Grand Line. The protagonist Luffy would set sail in about 2 years. So this was inevitably going to be a tag-along story. Then there would be the cliché encounter with Krieg to slay the enemy, followed by a journey with a bunch of eccentric youths to find the path to kingship. Chen Yu didn't rush to decide which faction to join, but he immediately ruled out going solo. Alone in a foreign world, charging ahead recklessly would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, asking for death. Actually, Chun Yu leaned more toward the Marines faction. Although he would be restricted by those pigs compared to being a pirate or a revolutionary, joining the Marines allowed him to grow stronger openly. And in the early days, the Marines were the strongest. That was undeniable. If he became a pirate, he would have to join the Straw Hat crew. Only that crew was worth trusting. As for becoming a revolutionary, Chun Yu was the least inclined. It wasn't that he had prejudice against the revolutionaries, but history taught that revolutionaries either succeed or die trying. Though destiny favored Luffy and the revolutionary leader was his father, it was exhausting. Look at Koala. She spent years alone. Revolution required sacrifice, and he, a virgin, didn't want to remain chaste for life. Since he was here, he needed a wife and strength. Every parent's precious child must protect themselves and not be bullied. Speaking of strength, Chun Yu suddenly remembered he had a starter pack. He stood up on the tree trunk, patted down his body. He was indeed well endowed. His hand remained there for a moment, then he felt ridiculous. If it had been on him, wouldn't he have noticed right away? After a moment of confusion, he called his brain back into action, leaped down, and ran toward the beer barrels he had seen earlier. There was a small wooden box there identical to the one that held Shank's protagonist fruit. He carefully lifted the lid of the box, revealing an orangered fruit with flame-like spiral patterns, looking solid and textured. Heavy and glossy, it made Chun Yu swallow hard. So this was a devil fruit. Did it really taste like crap? In his past life, he had been curious about how terrible devil fruits tasted, and also what shit tasted like, but he lacked the Lao Ba spirit and never tried. Now, Chun Yu held the Marineford Nami in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other, pondering whether to eat it. A clearing throat sound came from Chun Yu's throat. The Marineford Nami was extremely powerful. Forget about elementalization or just fire control alone. How many middle schoolers dreamt of such power? Flame needed to be played with style. In his past life, he was really speechless at Ace. Why did he use the Marineford Nami just for Fire Fist, such an unintelligent move? Flame had no solid form, yet he used Fire Fist to clash with Magma Fist. Of course he would lose. Though Ace's death was inexplicable, likely just Oda stacking buffs for Luffy, the Marineford Nami's power was undeniable. In One Piece, he wouldn't overthink science, it was flimsy, but he could borrow many things from his past life. Fire, after all. For now, he wouldn't consider whether plasma existed in this world. The rules of combustion should be roughly similar. He would develop the Marineford Nami from 2 angles: temperature and flame types. Chun Yu quickly organized his thoughts. The Marineford Nami, simply put, granted control over fire and the ability to become flame. In his past life, flames like acetylene and oxyacetylene could reach thousands of degrees, even 4 to 5,000. How hot was Aquinas magma? 1,500. Or 1,200. Roughly that range. The Magu Magu Nami had a higher lower limit, but its upper limit couldn't compare. Having made up his mind, Chun Yu opened his mouth wide and bit fiercely into the Marineford Nami. Flames of 4 to 5,000 degrees. With high enough temperature, even magma could be burned to slag. And if he could create Marcos Blue Phoenix flames, who would still say the Marineford Nami was trash? That manga artist Oda didn't know a thing about One Piece or the Marineford Nami. It's because the Marineford Nami is so powerful that I'm eating it. Definitely not because I'm curious what shit tastes like. After muttering to himself, Chun Yu began to savor it. Feeling the assault on his taste buds, Chun Yu fell into deep thought. The texture was okay, crisp and juicy, but had heard poop was pasty and sticky. Not like this. Thumbs down. The taste, a strange fishy smell shot straight to his brain, bitter and astringent like a mix of all the ingredients he hated in his past life. Phew. Truly awful, Chun Yu commented objectively, then shoved the remaining flesh and stem into his mouth and swallowed it all. Suddenly flames burst from Chun Yu's body. The feeling was strange, as if a new organ had grown on him, one he could control at will. He felt no abnormality. It was as if he himself was the flame. Then Chun Yu loosely clenched his right fist, and a ball of fire wrapped around it, burning ever more fiercely. Suddenly Chun Yu squinted his eyes, stepped forward with his left foot, bent his knees, aligned his waist and hips, and then, foot driving hip, hip supporting waist, waist guiding arm, threw a punch-fire fist. A roaring sound echoed through the forest, followed by a massive pillar of fire that plowed through the ground. A stretch of forest vanished in an instant. Panting heavily, Chun Yu caught his breath, but he realized he had misjudged Ace. The fire fist was pretty impressive, wide range and powerful. Most importantly, it was cool. It really felt amazing, one punch to sweep everything. That kind of satisfaction could never be replaced by technique. Talking about power was too shallow. How could a cultivator be so shallow? Coolness was a lifelong pursuit. Chun Yu's face was flushed with excitement like a maiden just refreshed. Using the fruit for the first time felt amazing. This punch was already close to Ace's level in the anime, but his stamina needed improvement. He couldn't be a 3-second man. He couldn't let 2 or 3 fire fists drain him. Though his physical condition was already strong, it all depended on comparison. Monster physiques like Ace and Luffy, Chen Yu vowed to catch up. After all, his body had great room for growth. He was a natural talent. Having experienced the fruit's power, Chen Yu now had a preliminary understanding of his current strength and his future goals. Suddenly Chun Yu's eyes flickered. Old man, you left your pen here. And a life-sized Hatsune Miku figure. If it's yours, come claim it, or I'll take it. Chun Yu's ridiculously sincere voice echoed through the forest. His fist was clenched, flames coiling around it, and his gaze swept evenly across the surroundings. After a moment, the forest remained silent. No response. Chun Yu could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly Chun Yu's face turned extremely serious, as if speaking to himself, into the past. From today on, I am only Chun Yu, and Krieg will die. With that, Chun Yu exhaled heavily, his gaze firm as he looked toward the end of the sea. He stood like a reef, lost in thought for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Chun Yu's body shifted slightly, then he elementalized into a blazing fireball. With a roar, he flew straight into the depths of the forest. One could tell he was a newbie driver, flying clumsily. And Chun Yu would plunge into this forest for 2 years. Fool. 2 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Where dense forest once thrived, a vast open plain now stretched, lush with wild grasses and teeming with life. Yet subtle traces, a scorched earth here, warped stone there, betrayed the site's violent past, a conflagration of immense scale. Gurgle. A resonant rumble of hunger echoed across the barren expanse, reverberating deep into the woods. Such vigorous gastric resonance foretold a physique of extraordinary power. Thud, thud. Footsteps, steady, rhythmic, deliberate, began to echo through the trees. Emerging from the foliage was a primal figure, bare-chested beneath a cloak of coarse beast hide, shoulders bearing a colossal black bear, 3 meters long, wild wind-tossed hair, framing a face carved from sun-baked bronze, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his musculature defined with the stark precision of chisel and forge. It was Chun Yu, none other. A sigh, weary and wistful, escaped his lips. 2 years already. 2 years. How fleeting they were, as brief as this very bear. At that thought, Chun Yu flicked his wrist, and a searing flame erupted midair, engulfing the bear's loins, reducing its fragile anatomy to ash. Out of sight, out of mind. So, what had he done these past 2 years? He'd relentlessly honed his physical form. The fruit's abilities remained only preliminarily awakened. Not that his progress was slow. Body cultivation consumed nearly all his time. After all, the fruit's power demanded exceptional physical resilience. Without it, even a single technique would shatter the wielder's frame. Chun Yu knew such mastery could not be rushed, so he forged himself like steel and fire. Fortunate in innate talent, his strength surged unimpeded, ascending steadily without encountering a single bottleneck. Beyond bodily refinement, he devoted every spare moment to mastering the fruit's essence, training day after day until his flame soared from 200 to nearly 700 degrees Celsius, their endurance now formidable. Indeed, even the legendary Teddy of his past life would have nodded in awe. His control had matured to instinctive fluency, flame no longer summoned but exhaled as natural as breath itself. The foremost challenge in fruit cultivation lay in its inherent weakness, hydrophobia. This vulnerability was neither absolute nor immutable. Through discipline, it could be mitigated or even overcome. Moreover, elemental transformation possessed remarkable intelligence. Not only could it be triggered at will, but it also activated reflexively upon sustaining injury. This passive defense operated by default, but could be consciously suppressed, granting the user full agency over whether to yield or endure. Even submerged, the ability persisted. Though weakened, its core function remained intact. Consider Luffy's feats battling beneath Arlong Park's ocean floor, soaring across Skypia's clouds, taming Kraken in the abyss, enduring Aokiji's frozen sea, or Oven's boiling tides. The power endured, albeit dimmed by exhaustion. In contrast, Blackbeard's Yami Yami Nomi nullified all devil fruit powers outright, its effect akin to that of Seastone. Over these 2 years, Chun Yu repeatedly plunged into the sea, training relentlessly beneath waves to transcend his limits. He had also forged bonds with the island's fiercest beasts, companions who sharpened his martial instincts and compensated for his lack of battlefield experience. Thus, unless driven by desperate hunger, he never laid hand upon them, not even for sustenance. This black bear, his newest friend, had not been slain lightly. Its snowy pelt, uncannily resembling suspenders, stirred unexpected nostalgia within him. To silence that yearning, he bid farewell. With tears he did not shed, but mourned nonetheless. With practiced efficiency, he skinned, dehaired, and defleshed the beast, then strung it over a low, steady flame to roast slowly. Suddenly the sky convulsed. Far off, a towering waterspout surged toward the island, dragging torrents of mist and fury. Though the east blue lacked the Grand Line's capricious climate, nature obeyed no calendar. At the sight, a wildly improbable suspicion flashed across Chun Yu's mind. Then a muffled cry confirmed it utterly. He looked up just in time to see a beer barrel hurtling toward him, followed instantly by profound, wordless exasperation. "Damn it, old man. If this wasn't your doing, I'd slice your limbs off and feed them to dogs." No sooner had the curse left his lips than he roared, "Blazing eel." Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, index and middle fingers extended like a blade, palm upward, and snapped them skyward. 2 spiraling pillars of sentient flame erupted from the earth, the smaller coiled tightly around the barrel, detonating it in a thunderous burst. The larger colossal column slammed into the waterspout, shoving it violently off course. Yet Chun Yu showed restraint. With a flick of his wrist, he wove a net of fire, catching the shrapnel, and tossed it aside with casual disdain. That fiery net drew inspiration from Ace's blazing corridor during the Summit War, when he shattered his cuffs and unleashed unrestrained inferno. A sufficiently potent flame could sustain a man, or cool as readily as it burned. For Chun Yu now, precise thermal control within hundreds of degrees posed no challenge. Thump, thump. Splintered timber rained down in chaotic percussion. A young man rose unsteadily, straw hat askew, eyes wide and vivid, a jagged scar cutting across one cheek. So dizzy, so sick. Chun Yu's gaze locked onto him, drinking in the man he'd chased across a decade of memory. His eyes traced downward until they settled on the man's feet. Yes, there it was, the supreme swift sandals. Awe shimmered in Chun Yu's gaze. 2 years of wilderness had reduced his garments and footwear to dust. All that remained was a single garment, a leather kilt expertly fashioned from raw hide wrapped snugly about his waist. Then his eyes gleamed. A plan ignited. "Straw hat, this is my domain. Hand over everything valuable now." He snatched a sturdy branch and pointed it like a spear at the young man. At those words the youth jolted, then seized his hat, yanked it low over his brow until the brim shadowed his eyes. A signature gesture. Luffy was ready to fight. "You're a pirate too. If you're going to swing first, be ready to fly." Chen Yu didn't bristle. It was quintessentially Luffy, and truth be told, the boy had never truly killed anyone, only sent them soaring. A sly smile curled Chen Yu's lips. "Oh ho ho, is this how you treat your savior? Do you even know who dragged you ashore? Do you have any idea what it cost me to pluck you from that waterspout?" As he spoke, he subtly shifted, elementalizing his right arm, then draping it with a scrap of fur and smearing fresh bear blood across his shoulder. In moments his right arm appeared severed, blood dripping steadily, rhythmically onto the earth. TCH. 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 The agony was visceral, undeniable. Luffy recoiled as if struck, his expression transforming instantly. "Gorogoro, your hand, your hand." He clutched his head and bolted in panicked circles. Chen Yu arched a brow. "You still wanted to knock out your rescuer? Didn't you invade my territory first? Didn't I save you? And yet, you still meant to strike me." The master performer had arrived. With practiced artistry, he pressed gently at his tear ducts, summoning crimson-rimmed, glistening eyes. Seeing Chun Yu thus, Luffy bowed his head lower still. "I'm sorry. Is it really so unreasonable to ask for something in return? Saving your life. Does that not warrant some recompense?" Chun Yu's voice cracked with theatrical anguish, tears spilling freely, unblinking. Luffy dissolved into frantic contrition, eyes bulging, nostrils flared, voice a rapid-fire litany. "Sorry. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry." Satisfied, Chun Yu dropped the act. His expression hardened, and he drove a devastating downward fist squarely onto Luffy's skull. Though he knew Luffy likely wouldn't retaliate, he added, voice thick with mock grievance, "My blood's pouring, and you're still shrieking like a startled hen. Luffy wrenched his head free from the cratered earth, shook off the dust, and stood unharmed, unbothered, still apologizing. He even sank to his knees, eyes wide and blinking lips tightly clenched, radiating pure, guileless remorse. Chen Yu hadn't lied. His blood was nearly gone. He simply omitted whose blood it was. Observing Luffy's earnest penitence, he fell silent, stroking his chin with his remaining hand, lost in quiet calculation. Perhaps joining Luffy's crew wasn't such a bad idea after all. At that thought, he lifted his gaze, only to find Luffy stealthily stretching his arm toward the roasting bear meat. Chen Yu couldn't hold back. Damn it. I haven't even started settling accounts for that, and you dare steal my meat. His right foot slammed down, earth collapsing beneath him as he launched forward, hammering Luffy's skull with a full-force left hook. Crack! Luffy's head rocketed skyward, his body trailing behind, neck elongating grotesquely. Thump, thump, thump. A cacophony of impacts shook the forest, trees snapping mid-trunk, birds scattering in panic, beasts stampeding in terror. A tiger bellowed, "Run! Run! That monster's back to devour our friends again." A black bear grumbled, "Tell me about it. My uncle's still sizzling over there. Smells divine." Of course Chun Yu was unharmed. His wound entirely feigned, his rescue entirely fabricated. Yet none of that diminished his genuine fury. Nor did it prevent him from striking Luffy. For real. Luffy sprang up from the rubble, sweat drenching his brow, trembling anew. Seeing it, Chun Yu's anger subsided, but his demand for apology remained absolute. "So, how will you make amends?" "I've got no money," Luffy declared, hands planted defiantly on his hips. "No money? Then hand over your hat, and strip off your clothes." Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Hat? No way, no way." Luffy snatched his straw hat tighter, glaring warily. "This hat is my most precious treasure." Chen Yu merely smiled. Of course he wouldn't surrender it. Anything else would have been unforgivable. "Nothing here, nothing there. Just what do you intend to offer?" "Huh." In an instant his face darkened into a scowl. Luffy broke into fresh sweat, shivering uncontrollably. Then suddenly a brilliant light bulb flared above his head. Chen Yu stared. Fair enough." Luffy sprang upright, slapping his right palm into his left. "I've decided. I want you to join my crew." Chen Yu inhaled sharply, though inwardly he'd anticipated exactly this. Human nature, after all, is peculiar. One may resolve firmly upon a course, yet hesitate to claim it openly, preferring instead the posture of the wronged. Yet Luffy's audacious pivot left him genuinely stunned. We're all one-piece men, this delightfully absurd. From Luffy's beaming, self-satisfied grin, Chun Yu needed no psychic gift to divine his thoughts. Clearly I'm brilliant. I'm ingenious. Thus, no compensation owed, and a new crewmate acquired. Perhaps Luffy had been awed by Chun Yu's display of power, or perhaps Luffy chose companions purely by instinct. One thing was certain, he hadn't doubted a single word Chun Yu uttered. Chun Yu rubbed his temples. What a captain, utterly peerless. He said nothing in reply, instead stepping forward, seizing Luffy's supreme swift sandals, and pulling them off without ceremony. That had been his true objective all along. Who wouldn't covet sandals that could never wear out, never break? Without delay, he slid them onto his feet, then turned away from Luffy, walking purposefully toward the bear meat, he'd yet to taste, his expression thoughtful. "Hey, did you hear me? Do you agree or not?" "Never mind, it's settled." After muttering to himself, Luffy bounded after Chun Yu, more precisely after the steaming, fragrant bear meat beside him. The sound of wood crackling in the fire was particularly piercing, echoing through the forest, resonating in the ears. After such a commotion, the sky had darkened. Two individuals were gathered around the campfire, their eyes fixed intently upon it. One of them wore a thoughtful expression, pondering. "Tomorrow, I will likely leave, embarking on a new life. How should I integrate into this world?" Chen Yu felt that if he joined the Straw Hat Pirates, he would find it difficult to fit in. Until today, he still viewed this world from a god's perspective. This was not his fault. It was challenging to develop feelings when integrating into a familiar, yet strange group, especially knowing what would happen in the future. The other person also had a heavy heart, asking, "Is it done yet? Why isn't it ready? Should I sneak a taste?" Chun Yu was not as heartless this time. This was the third time they had roasted meat together around the fire, and each time Luffy had sneaked a taste, he pretended not to notice, making Luffy believe he had not been discovered. Seeing that the last pair of bear paws were nearly done, Chun Yu picked up the seasoning nearby. This was a barbecue seasoning he had made himself over the past 2 years, simply a mix of several spicy plants dried from the island, combined with salt from seawater and ground together. Poisonous. No, his brothers had eaten it without any issues. After sprinkling the seasoning, he roasted it over the fire for a while, and upon catching the enticing aroma, he tossed the nicely done bear paw to Luffy. This made Luffy incredibly excited. The previous times he had only eaten it plain, and he had hesitated several times to ask for seasoning, appearing cautious. Seeing Luffy like this made Chun Yu want to laugh. Luffy was not a meticulous person, he was somewhat foolishly wise, but did he fear Chun Yu? Not necessarily, it was probably more about being shy. Chun Yu interrupted Luffy's expression of joy as his eyes sparkled with delight. Did you just invite me onto your ship, eh? Give me a reason. Although the beasts of this world were delicious and the Sea Kings even better, the most pressing matter was finding a reliable crew before enjoying the feast. Upon hearing Chun Yu's question, Luffy unusually paused his eating, falling into deep thought. It must be said that Luffy was not cunning at all, yet he never hesitated on significant matters. Chun Yu quietly waited for Luffy's answer. I want to become the Pirate King, but it's not enough to rely solely on myself. I need many strong and reliable companions. Join my ship. Luffy removed his straw hat, staring intently at it, then turned his keen gaze to Chun Yu, speaking seriously. That answer is quite earnest. Chun Yu had not expected such a response. He had originally thought Luffy would say something like, I've made my decision, blah blah blah. Observing Luffy invite others, one could not say he was not sincere, but he was certainly more serious, earnest, and solemn this time. Alright, I will temporarily join your ship, but I must say if you can't satisfy me in the future, or if this ship doesn't meet my standards, I will leave without hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Yu stood up and spoke earnestly. He was uncertain if he could truly fit in his past life. He had always been quite a solitary person. He then extended his hand. Upon hearing Chun Yu's agreement, Luffy joyfully leaped up and ran to his side, quickly patting Chun Yu on the back. What the heck? Huh. I knew you would agree. Ha ha. Seeing Chun Yu's arm restored, Luffy immediately showcased what it meant to be dumbfounded, demonstrating shock and awe. Wow. Amazing. He did not care whether Chun Yu had deceived him, rather he was delighted by Chun Yu's hand being undamaged. Although these scenes were within Chun Yu's expectations, witnessing Luffy's genuine demeanor made this 21st century youth nearly unable to contain himself. In his past life, it was not even about pursuing heartfelt treatment, or just not being betrayed at critical moments was already good enough. In fact, this choice wasn't bad, was it? Chun Yu's lips curled slightly as he stood up, slowly explaining, I am a user of the burn fruit, just like you. Having eaten a devil fruit, ordinary attacks cannot harm me. After a simple chat with Luffy, Chun Yu bid him farewell and went to tidy his belongings. Meanwhile, Luffy sat cross-legged on the ground, swaying side to side, grinning brightly. That night in the forest, the roars of beasts echoed, leaving one to ponder whether it was the distortion of humanity or the decline of morality. Currently, Chun Yu's optimal combat temperature for flames was close to 800 degrees, but with the expenditure of significant stamina and energy, he could unleash even more terrifying temperatures. In truth, he did not have much to organize. Aside from his reluctance to part with these good brothers, there was also the gold in their lair. Since shipwrecks often occurred here, his brothers had collected quite a bit of gold, just enough for Chun Yu to smelt into a useful gold rod. The remaining scraps, Chun Yu melted into small leaves for daily expenses. Not long ago, his maximum temperature could not melt gold, but now it seemed Chun Yu's strength had increased, breaking the 1,000-degree mark. With the rod strapped to his back and golden leaves strung into a chain around his waist, he strolled leisurely, feeling pleased. Oh, shrimp, you love it. Today was indeed a fine day. Afterward, Chun Yu called on Luffy to help drag the enormous wooden raft he had built over the past 2 years. Although the sail was made of wooden planks and vines, Chun Yu had no intention of using wind for propulsion. Wouldn't low-temperature fire punches be more effective? Luffy had no complaints about being responsible for dragging the boat. He was only fixated on Chun Yu's golden rod, his eyes shining throughout the journey, making Chun Yu feel uncomfortable. He hurriedly melted a section of the rod to make a golden gauntlet with fingers that could still be exposed. Thus, Luffy was contentedly playing with his new gear. On the raft, Chun Yu gazed at a brain axe on the ship, lost in thought. He remembered that he had asked Luffy to hunt deer, not that it was his brother. Go ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily, interpreting Chun Yu's shock as admiration for his strength. However, Chun Yu did not hold anything against him. After all, this was the last brother left. Leaving it alone here would be quite cruel, wouldn't it? After coming to this realization, Chun Yu hoisted 3 large boxes of his roasted jerky and boarded the ship. A fire punch ignited the new journey. It is worth mentioning that Luffy also brought the 2 beer barrels, each the size of a person, onto the ship, claiming, "This is my lifesaver." Ayo. The seagulls in the sky suddenly stirred into frenzy, for a massive whirlpool had appeared in the sea ahead. Below, a huge raft drifted aimlessly, utterly oblivious to the danger. No mistake, it was Chun Yu and Luffy. 2 fools, neither of whom knew a thing about navigation. Hala Haida, am starving. Luffy hung his body over the raft's edge, staring at the sea with a face full of despair. Hearing this, Chun Yu's anger flared, and he clenched his fists, literally. Why was that? From the island, they had brought meat. On the first day, they ate the brother tiger meat, planning to save the jerky for later. But that very night, Luffy sneaked a feast on most of it, and the next day, while Chun Yu dozed off, he devoured the rest, leaving Chun Yu completely in the dark. When he woke up craving some jerky to calm his nerves, he looked into the box. Lo and behold, not a scrap remained. Even the box had been licked clean. Seeing this, Chun Yu's hair stood on end, and his devil fruit power nearly spiraled out of control, burning half the raft and reducing the sail to ashes. I'm freaking furious. Before setting off, he told Luffy to ration the food. The journey would take at least 3 or 4 days. Seeing Luffy nod solemnly, as if he had taken it to heart, Chen Yu thought nothing more of it. Who would have thought? His anger subsided. Chen Yu struck back, with a fire fist blasting Luffy far away. The heat wasn't intense, just enough to singe Luffy's hair. Luffy, sent flying, didn't need any help. He stretched his arm and flew back, but upon landing he shattered another third of the boat. Then, sporting an afro, he flashed a huge grin and waved his arm, saying, "Wally. Walina." Chen Yu. If he hadn't apologized it might have been fine, but that apology made Chun Yu's hair bristle again. Truly, hanging out with Straw Hat means 3 days of chaos and 9 beatings. At the moment, attacks were useless against Luffy, and using fire was hard to control. Chen Yu, in a flash of madness, stretched Luffy's arm and wedged it into a crack in the raft, then kicked him into the sea. Soon a voice reached his ears. "Desuk today, help! Gurgle gurgle! Desuk today ya, help! Gurgle gurgle!" In the water, Luffy was utterly helpless. His hand stuck on the boat kept him from sinking, bobbing up and down as waves slapped him, forcing him to gulp water endlessly. Chen Yu let out a satisfied sigh. That's a relief. Finally found a way to deal with this kid. Yes, all for the sake of this family. After this commotion, Chen Yu felt a bit closer to Luffy. Or perhaps sharing hunger made life feel more real. Suddenly, he felt that even knowing something in advance didn't change much. Eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, and still dish out beatings when needed. His mood lightened instantly. Drink up, drink big. You're starving, right? Today I'll let you drink your fill. What he knew in advance were just events, but what they shared together was life. With his heart unburdened, Chun Yu's spirits naturally lifted. Chen Yu suddenly stood up, raising his fists to the sky. I've decided. In this world, I'll be the most willful, freest person. I'll charge through everything. I'll take on 10 at once. His gaze was unprecedentedly resolute, and the aura around him subtly shifted. But the slap of reality came, albeit late. Damn it, why is there such a huge whirlpool? Today I'm going to be willful, just this once. No more charging. I'll do it tomorrow. I swear. Chun Yu's eyes widened in exasperation. With that, he fished Luffy out of the water and punched him in the gut. A jet of water burst from Luffy's mouth. Catching a glimpse of the massive whirlpool, Luffy jumped 3 feet in the air, clutching his head and shouting, "We're doomed. Doomed. Doomed." Just as Chun Yu was about to fly the boat away, a long arm wrapped around him, stuffed him into a beer barrel, sealed the lid, and kicked the barrel into the sea. Smooth and seamless. Luffy likewise crawled into another barrel, tipped backward, and rolled into the sea. He'll kill him. He'll definitely kill him. Feeling himself sucked into the whirlpool, Chun Yu raged. Luffy, in his own way, was loyal. He remembered to bring Chun Yu along when fleeing. But why kick him into the sea? Was there a fee for leaving him on the boat? After waking up, Chun Yu quickly clasped his hands together. Thank the heavens for blessing me. Chen Yu pressed his ear against the barrel, listening to the surroundings. When he awoke, the barrel was upright, so he sat stiffly inside. Thanks to whoever fished me out. May your life get more exciting, he muttered, then pushed open the barrel lid. He had already sensed the area was quiet. Stepping out of the barrel, Chun Yu calmly surveyed his surroundings. Clearly this wasn't a pirate ship. The blue and white floor tiles were spotless and gleaming, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. With that alone, who could argue this wasn't a pirate ship? Seeing his reflection on the floor, Chun Yu suddenly wore a look of disgust. His face was blackened, his hair a mess, and he wore nothing but a leather skirt that swayed. In no time, Chun Yu spruced himself up, donning a sleek black suit scavenged from a nearby room, and polishing his black shoes to a dazzling shine. He slicked back his disheveled hair, and the heartthrob look was effortlessly achieved. Too bad I preferred dark blue suits. Oh well. Muttering to himself, Chun Yu headed upstairs, strolling leisurely, while observing and snacking on the free food provided in nearby rooms. He also swiped a few luxury watches, only silver ones, and tucked several fine cigars into his suit pocket. Chen Yu couldn't help but marvel. The people here are so generous: free clothes, free food, and even free watches. Shamelessly looting around, he gathered quite a bit of gold, finally filling the gap where his staff had been cut. His mood was soaring. The higher he climbed, the louder the noise grew. So everyone's in the hall. I ought to thank them in person. After all, they gave me so much, it's a bit embarrassing. As Chen Yu entered the hall, he spotted a massive fat woman strutting around arrogantly. Oh hey-oh. Just as he was about to greet her, a low-level thug swung a sword, placing it at Chun Yu's neck, and blurted, "Oh, your grandma's leg. Miss Alvita, there's a straggler." Chen Yu, a master of expression management, though not quite on par with Master Luo the time manager, had seen his share of the world right. From the movies of his past life, this scene, it was his moment to shine. Chen Yu secretly thrilled, but his exterior showed no change. Just as Chun Yu was about to make his grand move, another lackey ran in with a report. "Miss Alvita, Kobe seems to have found a helper, a bounty hunter, who says he's going to arrest you." Hearing this, the fat woman's forehead veins bulged, her pupils shrank, and her eyes turned bloodshot. Huh? Kobe? A bounty hunter? Let's go, all of you. Check it out. With that, a crowd surged out, leaving only the thug beside Chen Yu to guard the rest. Damn it. So frustrating. Even though I know what's happening, it's still infuriating. Chen Yu cursed inwardly. Expression Master Chen Yu suddenly turned, facing the thug with the sword at his neck. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled grimly. Kid, it's going to get a little hot. Bear with it. It's your first death, so it might feel strange, but you'll get used to it after a few times. Before the thug could react, Chen Yu extended his index and middle fingers, pressed them against the thug's chest, and mimed a gun bang. A fire bullet shot out, piercing straight through the thug's chest, leaving a charred hole, more powerful than any gunshot. The thug died without ever fully grasping Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu freed everyone in the hall, then his expression turned serious. The act of killing had hit him hard, so he forced a stern face to adapt lest his composure crack. As he mentally coached himself, he couldn't help but grumble. What a damn cliché. Coincidence. This is straight up kicking off the plot. No. Not a single one will be left for you today. Chen Yu snarled at Luffy, baring his teeth. Buggy could not die yet. Chen Yu had no idea how Shanks would react if he were killed, and since they were allies, Buggy might one day draw the Marines' fire away from them. After a brief calculation, Chun Yu's gaze sharpened with ruthless clarity. In short, only 3 would survive: the swordsman, the Catamaran, and Giba. Boom. At Chen Yu's motion, an endless sea of fire erupted on the spot. Today he was testing a new technique. Amidst that inferno, the Buggy pirates sweated profusely. Whether from fear or heat, none could tell. Buggy instantly recalled the massive sky explosion just days prior, and his legs began trembling violently. He feared only slashing attacks. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Chen Yu moved. He became a streak of blazing flame, appearing instantly behind the swordsman, and kicked him straight toward Zoro. Having divided the battlefield, Chun Yu swept his gaze across the ruins, his lips curling into a wide Dragon King's grin. The Buggy pirates stood fully armed, braced for battle, but their leader Buggy was already slipping quietly away. Chen Yu paid no heed. He raised both hands before his chest, left arm upright, right arm crossed over it, forming a perfect cross. Strider beam. A thunderous cry burst from Chen Yu's lips. From his crossed hands blazed a searing, incandescent light. Boom! In an instant, a dense, cruciform beam of fire erupted forth. Chen Yu held his stance, then lightly tapped his left foot, spinning swiftly around his right leg as a pivot. The strider beam swept along with him, reducing everything in its path to ash and rubble. Pirates caught within the beam vanished mid-cry, scattered into the wind like dust. When the sweep ended, only the 3 Chun Yu had deliberately spared remained alive. The surrounding ruins burned fiercely, pirate weapons glowed, charred, then warped and melted. Another crushing victory, leaving Chun Yu utterly unimpressed. I've only tested one move. Chun Yu muttered softly, yet every soul present heard him clearly. At those words, Buggy broke into frantic, convulsive dancing. Seeing Chun Yu's gaze lock onto him, Buggy instantly shattered into fragments, each piece trembling violently. Chun Yu strode forward, palm outstretched, and in it coalesced a long sword of pure flame. The blade resembled a Hanera Jian, yet longer and sleeker. It bore no guard. Its name Wuya, boundless edge, forged solely for slaughter. Chen Yu lifted Wuya and rested its tip against Buggy's skull. Buggy, already unsteady on his feet, now shook like a sieve. Without a word, Chen Yu intensified Wuya's heat, sizzling Buggy's scalp with a sharp, acrid hiss. This was merely interest, repayment for Nami's burn. Chen Yu had not forgotten Nami's scalded hand, not when goodwill needed cultivating. After a moment's torment, he conjured a second Wuya in his left hand, hovering it above Buggy's nether region, and spoke coldly. You answer. I ask. Feeling the searing heat radiating from below, Buggy froze. Terrified, even a tremor might bring the blade crashing down, sealing his doom forever. I'll talk. No, wait. You ask, I answer. Write down the method to awaken armament Haki, now. Chen Yu's voice was glacial, his eyes pitiless. Buggy nearly wept. He truly did not know. Back aboard Roger's ship, he'd never trained seriously. Treasure alone had captivated him. For years, his split fruit ability had kept him safe. Even Rayleigh, his former first mate, could not wound him. So he'd never felt any need to master Haki. Seeing Buggy fall silent, Chen Yu's eyes hardened. The left-hand Wuya surged with blistering heat, searing Buggy's nether region clean bald. Off. Stop. I truly don't know armament Haki. If I did, would I still be cowering in the East Blue? As pain flared through his lower body, Buggy's tears gushed forth. Chen Yu, observing this, already knew the truth, and had expected nothing less. Truth be told, he found Buggy profoundly exasperating. A god-tier starting hand, yet he'd failed to learn even a single technique from either of his legendary captains. Power unlocked all treasures. Why chase gold when you could command mountains? After a pause, Chun Yu spoke flatly. If you offer nothing of value today, I shall send you to meet the Pirate King. You still have 2 subordinates. Your trio's fate rests entirely in your hands. Buggy shuddered again at the icy finality in Chun Yu's tone, and his mind raced frantically. After a long agonizing silence, sensing Chun Yu's patience evaporating, Buggy blurted, I really don't know armament Haki. But our captain once said Haki awakens only through unique internal circulation methods. That's it. Chen Yu had been deep in thought, until that hollow, useless sentence snapped him back to reality. He'd wasted precious seconds on such drivel. Veins pulsed angrily across Chun Yu's forehead. He felt utterly mocked. Flames exploded violently around him. The ground beneath him and Buggy cracked inward by over 10 centimeters, its surface glowing red edges beginning to melt. The surge came and vanished in the blink of an eye. When Buggy saw his own clothes ignite with a sharp whoosh, instinct took over. I don't know the exact circulation method, but in the new world every strong warrior has their own. Yet some awaken armament Haki without any method at all. Legend says Garp awakened his armament Haki after shattering half a mountain, then refined it further using the Marine's specialized techniques. In those few breaths Buggy rambled incoherently, shouting, stammering, blurting faster than he ever had in his life. Having finally gleaned what he needed, Chun Yu flashed a dazzling smile. Beside him Nami stared, momentarily entranced, her expression dreamy, lost in quiet contemplation. Zoro had long since dispatched his opponent. To him such foes posed no challenge whatsoever. He'd watched Chun Yu and Buggy closely, and overheard every word. His heart swelled, not only with exhilaration but with profound respect for this new first mate. Of course the urge to punch him remained undimmed. Chun Yu, damn. A furious roar erupted from Luffy's throat. Chun Yu, Zoro, and Nami all turned toward the raging Luffy. Clearly he was genuinely furious. No stealing his meat. No stealing his fights. Both Chun Yu and Zoro knew these rules well. Yet for Chun Yu, provoking Luffy was essential. If not, he'd never learn. From this day forward, an unwritten law joined their crew. Can't cut it, pup. Can't cut it. Then step aside. Snap crack. Luffy tore free from the thick, heavy rope binding him, and squeezed himself out of the iron cage with astonishing force. Good grief. When Anime Zoro was stabbed multiple times before him, Luffy hadn't reacted half as wildly. Emerging, he seemed possessed, grabbed the stone cage, and launched himself forward with a rocket-powered headbutt. Zoro and Nami recoiled in alarm, diving sideways. Only Chun Yu stood unmoved, face etched with disdain. Thud. Luffy's skull slammed squarely into Chun Yu's abdomen. A sharp, stabbing agony shot through Chun Yu's gut, and his expression twisted in shock. Degree-da degree. Kulkun. Holy hell, armament Haki. Chun Yu exclaimed, his voice trailing off into stunned silence. Is it real, eh? Zoro, lying on the ground, stared at the scene with his mouth agape in shock. Luffy seemed to sense something as well, rubbing his head with a hand, his face brimming with surprise. After a moment, Chun Yu walked back slowly, also looking at Luffy with an incredulous expression. He had never expected that the first to master armament Haki would be Luffy. He had been mistaken all along. Although Luffy was temporarily the weakest in strength, his talent was no less than anyone else's, and his physique was not inferior to Chun Yu's, especially his vitality. It was definitely the strongest among the crew. I'm shocked myself. I just really wanted to punch Chun Yu, and I actually did it. Yeah. Luffy was no longer angry at all. Holding his straw hat, he twirled around and laughed heartily. Chun Yu was happy for him too. However, finding the cause and ensuring all three of them mastered it was the top priority. Luffy's words also sparked a conjecture in Chun Yu's mind. All three types of Haki were a certain power within the body. It was clear that Conqueror's Haki could be triggered by emotions. Now Armament Haki could also be triggered by emotions. Nami could attest to this, and today Luffy had proven it perfectly. Previously, he had always believed that one had to train their physique to the extreme to awaken Armament Haki. But thinking about it now, that wasn't necessarily the case. In the new world, countless people possessed Armament Haki, and not all of them had pushed their physiques to the limit, did they? Moreover, many slender individuals had also mastered Armament Haki, like the many beauties of Amazon Lily. Combined with what Buggy had said today, it suddenly made Chun Yu understand these principles. With this in mind, he turned and explained it to the other two, emphasizing, mastering Armament Haki is just the starting point. You must continue to train your physique. A strong physique determines the upper limit of your strength. As if worried they wouldn't understand, he added, the stronger your body, the greater and more powerful your Haki reserves. Hearing the second explanation, Zoro and Luffy both made a Naruhodo gesture, causing Chun Yu's mouth and eyes to twitch. These two were both idiots. If he hadn't added that second sentence, they really wouldn't have understood. Thinking this, Chun Yu rolled his eyes again. Originally, Chun Yu wanted to say more, but he caught a glimpse of Nami out of the corner of his eye and quickly swallowed his words. Nami was the priority now. He walked slowly towards Nami, his eyes fixed intently on her, his expression as gentle as it could be. Under such a gaze, Nami felt a bit shy. Her expression flickered, avoiding direct eye contact with Chun Yu. One hand awkwardly hugged her chest, gripping the other arm. Chun Yu gently patted Nami's back, soothing her with care. Luffy quietly observed Nami and Chun Yu from the side. Even he, despite his usual cluelessness, could tell that something was off with Nami. Zoro held his sword, driving Buggy, Kabeji, and Machi aside, silently keeping watch. Chen Yu noted all of this. Indeed, if Zoro wasn't directionally challenged, he would be a very competent first mate. As for Luffy, he was only captain when it came to fighting and nothing more. After standing for a while, Luffy pressed his palm against his head, lowering the brim of his hat, and quietly stared out at the sea. He might be a fool, but he wasn't stupid. He could sense that something unusual was happening. He was also curious as to why Nami hated pirates so much. Why was she crying so heartbrokenly now? Why did Nami need so much money? But he wouldn't ask. He knew that with Chun Yu on board, whatever needed to be said would be said, and whatever he needed to do, Chun Yu would guide him in doing it. With Chun Yu in charge, he felt at ease. That was the kind of person Luffy was. His mischief always occurred at appropriate times, and he was clear on the big issues. This time he was keenly aware that Chun Yu was angry. Though Chun Yu had been on the ship for some time, Luffy had never seen that look in his eyes before. Zoro's thoughts were even simpler. His only desire was to grow stronger continuously and relentlessly until he surpassed everyone, until his name echoed in the heavens. Whoever Chun Yu instructed him to cut down, he would do so, without hesitation, without asking why. He trusted this first mate. At the same time, Zoro was a very responsible person, or rather everyone in the Straw Hat crew was deeply invested in their group. Whether it was Luffy and Usopp parting ways later, or Zoro insisting that Luffy not go after Usopp, everyone acted for the good of the team. The only difference was that Zoro had a broader perspective, which was one of the reasons he was recognized as the acknowledged vice-captain in his previous life. Usopp, on the other hand, cherished the present more. He couldn't abandon the going merry, or rather he couldn't bear to forsake any of his companions, even if it meant letting go. Chen Yu continued to comfort Nami with his hand, and would not pry into her feelings. He wanted her to open up on her own. He wanted her to truly integrate into this group, to feel that she could seek help from them in times of difficulty. Time seemed to pass without notice. No one cared how long it had been, only that Nami was feeling better now. Nami, whose body had stopped trembling, slowly released her tightly clutched hands around Chun Yu, using her slightly purpled hands from gripping too tightly to gently wipe her eyes. Chen Yu noticed Nami's actions. He didn't take advantage of the moment, but instead gently rubbed her head with his hand and slightly bent down to say to her, "Why don't you go rest for a while? We need to handle some matters." Looking at her tear-streaked face, Chun Yu couldn't help but feel moved. As he turned to approach Zoro, he added softly, "Remember, when there's trouble we will bear it together. We are strong." After saying this, he extended his right arm and made a strong gesture before slowly walking towards Zoro. Luffy also flashed a bright smile at Nami, and then, like Chun Yu, he made a strong gesture before following behind Chen Yu towards Zoro. Zoro tightly gripped his sword, his gaze becoming more resolute. "I have completely fallen in love with this crew." Chun Yu's heart was quietly undergoing a qualitative change. "Buggy." Chen Yu calmly looked at Buggy and the others, calling out in a neutral tone, "Hi. Hi." Hearing Chun Yu's call, Buggy suddenly became nervous and answered without thinking, "Next time you see us, remember to say hello, or else we'll come looking for you." Chun Yu's tone returned to being cold. Not looking back at Buggy and the others, he called Luffy and Zoro to help carry several bags of gold and treasures back to the ship, while he walked towards Nami, disregarding whether she wanted it or not, and gave her a princess carry, just like carrying his wife toward their ship. Nami, having regained her composure, was naturally not very pleased, and kept hitting him, insisting that she could walk, and that Chun Yu should put her down. As a young man of the 21st century, Chun Yu certainly knew not to rush things. The timing wasn't right yet. He simply carried Nami onto the ship, and then let her down. He didn't even look at Nami's blushing face, turning to start preparing for their departure. "Set sail," Luffy commanded from the bow of the ship. As for letting Luffy shine, Chen Yu wouldn't steal his thunder. Luffy had complete faith in him, and of course, he would make things right, so that everyone would be happy. Now that they had a proper navigator, they no longer had to rely on instinct to sail. The three of them smiled at Nami, waiting for her to direct the course. Nami was not one to be overly sentimental. She quickly got into the right mindset. After confirming the direction, she immediately chose a room. Coincidentally, the one she picked was Chun Yu's room. Chen Yu was suddenly excited, taking small steps and exclaiming, "Nami, I would love to share a room with you." However, reality responded with Nami's furious iron fist, which sent Chun Yu flying out of the room along with his personal belongings. Seeing Chun Yu's predicament, Luffy and Zoro both showed expressions of schadenfreude, covering their mouths and snickering, completely disregarding Chun Yu. They were getting carried away. One hadn't awakened their Haki yet, while the other had, but couldn't use it freely at all. Once they mastered it, what would happen? With this thought, Chun Yu elegantly stood up, slightly adjusting his stylish suit, and his murderous intent suddenly revealed itself as he lunged at the two. Relying on his elementalization, he mercilessly beat the two, leaving them with bruised heads, and after pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, he left unscathed. After gently tidying up the things that had been thrown out, he turned and walked towards Luffy's room, mimicking Nami's actions, officially occupying Luffy's room. Luffy could only obediently bear the burden of his injuries, finding another room to settle down in like a foolish son of a landlord. In that instant, the three of them seemed to share a telepathic connection, suddenly peering out of their rooms and exchanging glances. Chen Yu also just realized that he had inadvertently activated his Haki. No wonder Luffy suddenly acted so obediently. It turned out he had really been hurt. Back in his room, Chun Yu let out a long, soothing breath, calming his restless heart, and carefully summarized the feeling of using Haki just now. For now, he could only rely on himself to explore, but fortunately, he had successfully activated Haki, providing him with a clear direction for further research. As for the other two, expecting them to figure it out. He had originally planned to ask Luffy, but thankfully he had activated it himself. Otherwise, if he had really gone to ask Luffy what it felt like, that guy would definitely be as clueless as ever, unable to produce a single coherent thought. Zoro leaned against the side of the ship, seriously contemplating how to awaken his Haki, while looking at the sword in his hand. Departure is always beautiful, especially on a sun-drenched morning. And in Creek, Na door swung open, shattering the serene stillness of the sea. Chun Yu emerged slowly from his cabin after a night of quiet contemplation, his languid gaze sweeping across the boundless ocean as if easing the fatigue accumulated over recent days. Gone was his signature sharp suit, replaced instead by a vibrant green beach ensemble adorned with palm tree motifs flapping softly in the sea breeze. His once-long hair had been cropped into a tousled finger-length cut, thick, wild, and brimming with vitality. "Chen Yu, come down for breakfast." In hearing the call, Chun Yu glanced downward toward the deck. In there stood a young woman in a simple white short-sleeve top and modest ultra-short denim shorts, her long legs accentuating her confident stance as she waved enthusiastically. His spirits lifted instantly, joy blooming effortlessly within him. Inordinarily, he refrained from invoking his fruit's power unless absolutely necessary. A warm smile softened his features as he gazed warmly at Nami before descending step by step onto the deck, where the other three were already seated and waiting. Having instructed them the previous night not to disturb him before he emerged, they had patiently awaited, even as mealtime arrived. Except, of course, for one Monkey D. Luffy. In seeing the swollen bump atop Luffy's head, Chun Yu barely blinked. It had long since ceased to surprise him. Who among the crew didn't wield Haki with palpable intensity? As he ate, Chun Yu shared insights he'd distilled the night before, reflections forged in quiet thought. He described to Zoro the visceral sensation of channeling Haki, and guided Luffy through mastering the nascent Haki he'd just awakened. And based on Chun Yu's estimation, Zoro would soon begin manifesting it consciously, within days perhaps. All three possessed extraordinary physical constitutions. Their Haki, Chun Yu surmised, likely arose as an overflow, a natural effusion of vital energy when the body reached its peak saturation. As for Luffy, even a child could guess. He found Chun Yu's explanations utterly beyond his grasp. And Chun Yu resolved to administer several vigorous beatings later. Experience suggested that such methods tended to accelerate comprehension. Yet with Nami, he remained utterly stymied. Her Haki surged instinctively with emotion, but her physique hadn't yet matured to the point of spontaneous overflow. Thus, Chun Yu's theory held no traction for her. And training Nami to build muscle. Preposterous. After lunch, and several well-placed beatings delivered to Luffy, Chun Yu flexed his fist, feeling the faint flickering presence of Haki upon his knuckles, and sighed in frustration. His current Haki barely sufficed to coat the protruding knuckles, far too little to be effective. And moreover, to truly overwhelm Akainu with his flames, he would require substantial, deeply rooted Haki. Recall Admiral Kizuru, kicking down supernovas one after another while chirping Kuro, then turning on a dime to duel Rayleigh with a blade forged from solidified light. And tell me, did that kindergarten principal's sword gleam with Haki? These admirals are veterans, seasoned, calculating, and profoundly insightful in their devil fruit mastery. And otherwise, how could Akiji dare cleave battlefields with nothing but an ice sword carved from grass? Precisely because he was strong, unshakably confident. And for now, only two viable paths remained to master Haki: Mihawk and Garp. And in Luffy, Yoshi. Set sail for the Grand Line. In Nami, absolutely not. Neither our crew size nor our ship's configuration is adequate for such a voyage. So we're missing a cook and a musician, and Zoro a musician. In Nami duh. In one swift motion, she spun and landed two thunderous punches, sending both Luffy and Zoro crashing to the deck, convulsing helplessly. Chun Yu watched silently from the side. He had no idea why Zoro too had earned a beating, but he asked nothing. Certainly not because he feared sharing their fate. Seeing their captain's unreliability, Nami turned to Chun Yu for counsel. Chen Yu, in Nami. And after a brief strategic discussion, Chen Yu felt reinvigorated, and suddenly reached out, gently clasping Nami's slender, delicate hand. Chen Yu, release my hand, Nami murmured, her eyes crinkling into crescents, her tone deceptively calm. And anyone who knew her understood this was the calm before the storm. But who was Chun Yu? He took her composure as silent consent and seized the moment, rising swiftly to envelop her in a bold, affectionate embrace. Ah, the spectacle. Now a rapid succession of heavy thuds echoed. Then another figure collapsed onto the deck, joining the twitching trio. The ship sliced swiftly through the waves. Chun Yu accelerated several times en route, and soon arrived at their destination, the isolated island of Usopp, the sniper's homeland. In rustle, in grass whispered around them. Then dozens of pirate flags rose abruptly from the undergrowth. A man with an absurdly long nose leapt forth, spinning extravagant tales that left Luffy utterly spellbound. Yet Luffy recognized him instantly. Usopp, son of Jesus Burgess. Nas Usopp drew his slingshot and aimed it squarely at their group. Luffy's expression hardened in an instant. Once you draw your weapon, you stake your life. Nee's voice dropped low, ominous, as he pulled his straw hat lower over his brow. Zoro responded without hesitation, his thumb sliding the Wado Ikemonji 2 fingers width from its scabbard stance, coiled like a predator ready to strike. Chen Yu, observing closely, escalated further. If you've chosen to fight, we suggest you aim to leave all 4 of us here. Otherwise every soul on this island will perish. And before the final syllable faded, he unsheathed the long blade he'd taken from Captain Morgan and slashed fiercely toward Usopp. Usopp recoiled violently, trembling head to toe. Nami stood nearby, arms crossed over her chest, body angled sideways as she cast a sly, knowing glance at Usopp, her lips curling into a mischievous smirk. Faced with their terrifying resolve and overwhelming aura, utterly unfeigned, Usopp's courage dissolved. He dropped to his knees, gasping for breath, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then all 4 burst into uproarious laughter. This was their first time staging such a bluff, and they declared it exhilarating beyond measure. Leveraging Luffy's connection with the red-haired pirates, Chun Yu broached the subject of purchasing a ship, politely declining Usopp's invitation to dine. Luffy, of course, protested vehemently, insisting he was captain and his word alone held authority. Yet in peacetime a captain's decree carried about as much weight as idle wind. They bought several large cuts of meat roadside to appease Luffy, and with that the matter was settled. Chun Yu had no intention of lingering. Mastering Haki, collectively, was the paramount priority. He held no interest in competing with Kid and the others for the title of Supernova. And let them be wise. If they chose mutual non-interference, so be it. If not, their ashes would scatter on the wind. Chen Yu had already begun strategizing a dual confrontation against the 4 emperors. He would claim Big Mom, a Luffy would face Kaido, and Zoro would select his own foe. For Chen Yu, it wasn't enough to possess Prometheus' eternal flame, Kaido's fiery breath, or Enel's innate lightning. All were assets he intended to acquire. As he deepened his mastery of the Mera no Mi, Chun Yu discovered he could analyze certain flames, but not yet create new ones. Were it possible, even the legendary Hatian flames would be within his reach. While Nami and the others conversed with Kaya, the butler Kuro approached, declaring he would expel them all, especially berating Usopp with harsh contempt. Chun Yu's expression darkened instantly. And though Kuro spoke truth, Usopp was precisely as pitiful as described. Usopp's place aboard their ship was irrevocable. Luffy had already extended the invitation, and none of the others objected. Thus, as first mate, Chen Yu felt no remorse in defending his crew, fiercely, unapologetically. Watching Kailu still nagging beside Kia, Chun Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. It's just a pity for the poor girl Kia, who has always been kept in the dark by Kailu. Damn it. Anyway, Kia has Usopp for comfort. With this thought, Chen Yu no longer hesitated. Casting a meaningful glance at Kailu, he reached into his pocket, and amidst Kailu's bewildered expression, pulled out a faded yellowed origami and handed it to Kia. Seeing this, Kailu immediately understood what the paper was. The confusion on his face was instantly replaced by a shadow of anger. He shot a resentful glance at Chun Yu and left through the window without a word. Kailu's actions left everyone puzzled, while Kia, whose face was filled with worry, couldn't help but shout towards the direction Kailu had left. Clabatel, where are you going? Not receiving a response, Kia could only awkwardly smile at the group. I'm really sorry. I don't know why Steward Clabatel suddenly acted this way today. He usually doesn't do this. Nami and Usopp turned to look at Chun Yu, then back at the yellowed paper in Kia's hand. At that moment, Kia also reacted quickly and hurriedly unfolded the origami that had prompted Kailu's strange behavior. Swish, swish. In a matter of moments, Kia opened the paper. However, when she saw the contents, her expression turned frantic and her face lost its color. Usopp, seeing this, stood up anxiously and exclaimed, What happened, Kia? What does it say? It's a bounty notice. I found it in Buggy's lair, stranger. Kailu has a bounty of 16 million berries. I had my suspicions from the beginning, but I didn't expect to encounter the real deal here. Chen Yu said calmly, fabricating a lie. Buying a ship was impossible. They wanted Kailu's head and the ship too. Everyone is respectable. I dare to pay, but will you dare to accept? Kia found it hard to accept at first, even doubting that this was Chun Yu's scheme. However, once she regained her composure, she quickly identified the authenticity of the bounty. Even if she didn't want to believe it, she had to accept this fact. Though Kia appeared to be a naive girl, she was far from foolish. She quickly analyzed the situation. The first reaction of the bounty of 16 million berries on Kailu once his identity was exposed was not to silence anyone, but to flee in panic. And it seemed that this group was not afraid of Kailu at all. In just a few seconds, she had enough time to consider what to do next. Usopp, if Kailu attacks again, what about our village? Kia covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes, and at this moment, not just Usopp, even Chun Yu felt his heart soften. This girl has some spirit, Chun Yu thought to himself. He did not dislike Kia's actions, on the contrary, he found this little girl remarkable. The initial sadness was genuine, and the swift decision made during the crisis seemed the most reasonable at the moment. Even the method she took left Chun Yu in admiration. As a master of emotional management, Chun Yu could tell at a glance that Kia's concern for the village was sincere. Well, that's that, even if he initially had no intention to help, he must help now. Aside from him, everyone else was filled with righteous indignation, eager to kill Kailu and feast. Just as Chun Yu predicted, Usopp pleaded with Luffy to take action, even willing to kneel before him. Luffy, who had long regarded Usopp as a comrade, agreed without hesitation. Even Nami did not object, merely casting a glance at Chun Yu. Chun Yu could only respond to Nami with a helpless nod. What else could he do? The captain had already agreed. As for his helplessness, it stemmed from the fact that he hadn't set his conditions yet. He was a pirate, and once on board he never intended to be just a nice guy. Any rewards given later were merely the goodwill of others, and did not prevent him from making demands. Originally, out of respect for Usopp, he only planned to ask for a few 100,000 berries as a reward. Before leaving, he would get Luffy to complain to Usopp, saying the ship was broken and couldn't move, would Mary and Kia send the ship over. All his plans turned to autumn leaves swept away by the wind, leaving only Chun Yu alone to sigh in despair. How could one know the cost of living if they are not in charge? This time during the battle, Luffy sternly warned Chun Yu not to steal his opponent. Zoro, in a showy manner, unsheathed a short blade, casting a meaningful glance at him. Alright, the habitual show-off has appeared again. Chun Yu did not refuse their request, but silently took out a cigar, took a deep puff, then exhaled a long plume of smoke, and solemnly responded, "If you don't seize the opportunity, don't blame me. TCH. It's just showboating, who can't do that." Chun Yu thought last time, when he snatched a bounty, Luffy awakened his armament Haki. If it happened again, would he awaken his conqueror's Haki? No way. As the vice-captain, I can't be that cruel. Chun Yu suddenly murmured to himself, lost in thought. This earned him a look of disdain from Nami. After Chun Yu's bounty-snatching incident last time, Luffy and Zoro had both been cautious. They knew all too well what it meant to lose an opportunity. As they walked to the coast, their group did not notice a single small karami. It was Usopp who suddenly remembered that there was another coast on the other side of the island, which made him jump in a panic. At this moment, Chun Yu also stopped pretending to be dead. He lightly stomped his right foot, and a sea of flames erupted around him, lifting everyone towards another coast. The flames were not scorching, touching them only felt warm, yet they still startled Usopp and Kia. Impressive, right? Our ship's vice-captain. Seeing their shock, Luffy happily jumped out to boast about his vice-captain. Chen Yu, however, felt indifferent, but he was somewhat disheartened that he did not see admiration in Nami's eyes. With the help of Chun Yu's flame cloud, they reached the designated coast in just a few breaths. What appeared before everyone was a cat-shaped pirate ship and a dense crowd of pirates. Reactions varied among the group. Luffy and Zoro looked excited. Usopp's legs began to tremble, likely thinking about what illness he might catch at this moment. Kia and Nami, however, appeared tense. As for Chun Yu, he did not even blink. This time he estimated he would only play the role of a minor supporting character, as Luffy and Zoro's strength had already multiplied under Chun Yu's deliberate enhancement. Just the armament Haki could secure their invincibility. He only hoped that Zango could be a bit more powerful and hypnotize both of them, so he could try out his moves again. As Luffy and the others took the stage, Kailu could no longer sit still. He was not, as Kia thought, wary of the Straw Hat crew. On the contrary, he did not take anyone seriously. In his eyes, these were nameless individuals not worth worrying about. When he jumped out of the window, it was purely to avoid exposing his identity, planning to first deal with the Black Cat Pirates before returning to take over. Unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful. He was destined not to see tomorrow's sun. Eager to knock Kailu away, Luffy completely disregarded Zango and charged directly at Kailu with a rocket. He was scared that Chun Yu would steal his bounty again, leaving Zango feeling awkward all alone. Chun Yu was ready to clear the minions. He first asked Nami if she wanted to join the fight. How could she want to fight? This was a question Chun Yu should have asked. Instantly, she slapped a big hand on Chun Yu's head angrily, saying, "Hurry up." What could Chun Yu do? He felt wronged. Clearly, he wanted Nami to feel involved, but unexpectedly, he was met with a slap. Did she know that such a big slap would leave a significant psychological impact on a child over 200 months old like him? With a face full of grievances, Chun Yu could only vent his frustrations on those small karami. What a scattered situation, he muttered while flying in midair on the flame cloud. He raised his hands slowly, gradually bringing his palms closer together, and softly called out sparks of fire. As soon as he finished speaking, countless light spheres appeared in his palms, some bright yellow, some pale green, resembling countless stars. These light spheres shot towards the pirates below at an extremely fast speed as Chun Yu waved his hands. Remarkably, the trajectories of these light spheres were random, yet did not collide, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Sparks of fire. Raging flames. Chun Yu's cold voice echoed from the sky. The pirates, initially confused, began to wail as the sparks erupted. They attempted to roll to extinguish the flames, and some even ran towards the sea to douse the fire. But could the flames Chun Yu called sparks of fire, raging flames, be that simple? Rolling could not extinguish the flames, and the pirates, soaked in water, continued to wail. The flames were like a poison that clung to their bones, unavoidable, unquenchable, until the end of the Yellow Springs. Mission accomplished. After completing the task, Chen Yu returned to Nami's side, seizing the opportunity to tightly grasp her left hand. And so they held on tightly. Nami had originally been struggling fiercely, but when she turned to look at Chun Yu with an expression of anticipation mixed with pity, she had no choice but to relent, complying with his intention. Chen Yu, who succeeded in his scheme, felt restless inside, his heart beating wildly. Feeling the small hand he held no longer struggle, his inner joy was unstoppable. As for Nami, who had her hand held, she too seemed unsettled. Though they could control their expressions, they could not suppress the adrenaline rushing through their bodies. If someone observed closely, they would definitely notice that the two holding hands with expressionless faces had ears that could not stop blushing. Chen Yu looked at the hands held together by the two, a smile slowly appearing at the corners of his mouth. Just thinking about the envious and jealous expression of Sanji in the future made his smile widen exaggeratedly. Alright, it's already certain that someone forgot to manage their expressions while daydreaming. Suddenly realizing something, Chun Yu hurriedly looked around. He was confirming whether anyone had noticed him just now, while secretly contemplating whether he needed to silence someone. Fortunately, everyone was too engrossed in the ongoing battle. Chun Yu curiously gazed at where everyone was looking. The battles in the arena had mostly ended, leaving only the fight between Luffy and Kuro. What's wrong with that guy, Luffy? Seeing Luffy at a disadvantage, Chun Yu couldn't help but frown. Zoro had already defeated those two cat brothers in an instant, yet his captain was still struggling. Is this reasonable? After merely observing Luffy and Kuro's battle for a few seconds, Chun Yu could already see Luffy's shortcomings. Although his combat awareness was decent and his punches wrapped in Haki were quite powerful, his speed was too slow. Luffy hadn't even trained his observation Haki yet, so in this moment, he couldn't even catch Kuro, who wielded a spoon. Kuro also couldn't accurately attack Luffy, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Chen Yu could tell that the eventual victor would definitely be Luffy, as Kuro's stamina would surely be rapidly depleting due to his sustained high-speed movements. In at most 20 minutes, he would undoubtedly exhaust himself and lose. However, he did not want to see Luffy laboring against such an easy opponent. This was a case of chickens pecking each other, and he was calling this chicken captain. How could he endure that? Luffy, are you okay? If you can't settle this battle in 5 minutes, I'm going to step in to help you. Chen Yu stretched out his other hand and waved at Luffy teasingly. Stop talking. This is my battle. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Luffy exploded like an angry kitten and shouted out. Chen Yu looked incredulous. Oh my. Really? You're getting angry just like this? Are you steaming? No. Wow. Watching as Luffy not only steamed, but turned completely red, Chen Yu finally realized that this kid had activated his second gear out of anger. I seem to have discovered something incredible. Should I give Luffy a set of 1 day flowing cherry, 2 days Haki wrap, 3 days defeat 4 emperors? So am I a master? Kaido, Rayleigh, and that Binsuk are all my juniors. They're all mediocre teachers. With Luffy activating his second gear, his overall strength increased several-fold. In terms of speed, he had completely surpassed Kuro. Luffy in second gear matched CP9's Zoro, while Kuro's silent steps were simply no match. After catching up to Kuro, Luffy did not hold back, extending his arm and unleashing Goma Goma no Jet Gatling. Just the first punch was enough to overwhelm Kuro, causing him to spit out blood and lose his spoon. Chen Yu noticed Kuro's expression shift from confusion to shock, then from shock to fear, and finally to despair before rolling his eyes and losing consciousness. Kuro fell, but Luffy was not in much better shape. Upon deactivating his second gear, he nearly lost his balance. Seeing Luffy swaying unsteadily, Zoro stepped forward and caught him, then proudly said, "You're the last one. Bastard, how long do you want to keep holding hands?" Just as Chen Yu pondered how to mock Luffy, Nami, beside him, angrily exclaimed. This shout frightened Chen Yu. He had no idea if Nami knew where Shoodown Mountain was. But this guy went from letting go to elementalization, then darting towards Luffy in one fluid motion, like flowing clouds and flowing water. I just care for my girlfriend. I am definitely not a henpecked husband. Chen Yu kept repeating this phrase. In his eyes, since he was already holding hands, could it not be counted as having a girlfriend? After quickly tidying up the battlefield, the group was warmly welcomed by Kaya and the butler Mary. The former wanted to request that the Straw Hat crew take Usopp with them before they left, while the latter was astonished by the combat power of Chun Yu and his companions. After a satisfying meal, Chun Yu decided not to linger any longer and forcefully pulled Luffy to turn and leave. Kaya wanted to keep them, but was stopped by butler Mary. However, Mary did not stop there, saying, "Please wait a moment, everyone. Thank you for saving us, such great kindness we shall never forget. I noticed that your ship is quite shabby. If you don't mind, we have a ship we can give to you all. What do you think?" At this point, Mary looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu remained expressionless. "Then thank you, butler, and Miss Kaya, we indeed need it." Hearing Chun Yu's response, Mary's expression brightened. In Mary's eyes, these friendly, powerful individuals were more reliable than any navy or world government. Chen Yu signaled to Nami, then kicked Luffy. As Luffy realized they could get a new ship, he looked excited. He instinctively followed Nami and Mary to go check out the ship. Chen Yu sat beside Zoro, and the two exchanged glances, then, without a word, picked up their cups to continue drinking. Usopp quietly returned home to pack his things. Before long, Nami came running back with an excited face, leading Zoro and Chen Yu to look at the ship. Seeing Nami so happy, Chen Yu couldn't help but smile. He wanted to preserve this happiness, but the strength of their group was still far from enough. Thinking about Luffy's abilities, Chen Yu felt a slight headache. This guy disliked training too much. When leaving, he needed to remind Usopp to make some suspended wooden beams. Everyone needed to learn observation haki. Future battles would become increasingly difficult. Even if they couldn't win, they needed the power to protect themselves, especially to ensure Nami wouldn't be bullied, particularly by that swollen-headed dragon under Kaido. What was its name again? After looking at the new ship, Chen Yu had no reaction. He was currently focused on constructing the training room. Besides having Usopp make several sets of suspended wooden beams, he also had Mary send over several tons of weight plates. After ensuring there would be enough for a while, he felt no need to supplement anything further. Before long, it was time to set sail. Unlike the others who stayed by the ship, Chen Yu had already begun training his observation haki. On one hand, time was truly of the essence. On the other hand, he didn't like that atmosphere. He felt that Luffy inviting Usopp was too awkward. If he were present, his awkwardness would truly flare up. After a few exchanges, Usopp suddenly leaped up, shouting, "Captain, I'll take the role." "You idiot. I'm the captain." Luffy couldn't help but punch Usopp, causing him to cry out in pain. However, that man quickly perked up. He immediately shouted, "Then I'm the vice-captain." Upon hearing this, the other people present all retreated in fear, as if afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Before Usopp could grasp the situation, a bright light suddenly shot out from the training room, instantly transforming into a 4-meter-long flaming sword pressed tightly against Usopp's neck. Following that, a mocking voice emerged. "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Who did you say was the vice-captain?" Plop! The sound of water droplets falling on the deck echoed in the air, and at that moment the surroundings fell eerily silent. Usopp's tears, snot, and cold sweat dripped continuously, and he could no longer distinguish what was falling. You. Usopp was utterly shaken, unable to form a complete sentence. He was genuinely frightened. A 40-meter sword. Do you know how thrilling it is to have a 40-meter sword pressed against your neck? You are the vice-captain. Trembling for a while, this phrase finally stuttered out of Usopp's mouth, with even the sound of his teeth clattering clearly audible. "What did you say you wanted to be?" Hearing Usopp's response, Chun Yu did not let up, and the 40-meter sword instantly grew to 50 meters. I want to be. Seeing Usopp stammering for so long, without coming up with a coherent answer, Chen Yu extended the sword another 10 meters, its width also doubled. "I want to be a brave warrior of the sea." In an instant, the sword grew even longer and larger, and Usopp immediately straightened his tongue, feeling no eye strain, no back pain, and even his skin felt no itch. Luffy exclaimed in wonder. Hearing this, Chen Yu also retracted the sword. He was known on the ship for his love of peace, but besides loving peace, he was also enthusiastic about helping his companions. For instance, he had just cured Usopp's stutter and hyperactivity in one go. Look at that. The effect is remarkable. After some discipline from Chen Yu, Usopp had become much more obedient. Yet this fellow's psychological resilience was truly remarkable. Having just had a blade pressed against his neck moments ago, he was now already frolicking and playing with Luffy, lost in joy. "Hey, play on. Enjoy yourselves while you can, for once I've drafted the training plan, not a single one of you will escape. When the training targets are unmet, you'll have the privilege of tasting the 40-meter blade." Inside the training room, Chun Yu, who was formulating the training plan alongside Zoro, chuckled coldly to himself. Then, ignoring the two carefree souls outside who were playing joyfully without a worry, he strode directly to the weapon rack and drew a wooden sword. "Zoro, fancy a spar?" As the words left his lips, Chun Yu pulled out 3 more wooden swords and tossed them to Zoro. "Intriguing." Hearing this, Zoro reached out, and caught the flying wooden sword's excitement written all over his face. Zoro wasn't sure if Chun Yu truly understood swordsmanship, but he would hardly ever refuse a challenge from anyone wielding a blade. Chen Yu picked up a specially crafted double-edged sword. He favored the sword over the saber. In terms of pure swordsmanship alone, it would take 10 of him to barely overpower Zoro, but he possessed his own unique sword style, highly agile, while Zoro's was bold and sweeping. Seeing Zoro already in combat mode, Chun Yu wasted no time in being courteous. Strictly speaking today, he was seeking instruction from Zoro. Gripping the longsword, Chun Yu slowly circled around Zoro. Suddenly his gaze sharpened, eyes blazing as he fixed them on Zoro. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he lunged forward in a bow stance, unleashing his strength instantly and closing in. His right hand clenched the sword, thrusting it straight, with no restraint, aiming for Zoro's chest. He wasn't afraid of Zoro's 3 swords. This strike was one Zoro couldn't dodge. Zoro could only choose to defend. If he opted to slash horizontally, the result would be Zoro's death, and Chun Yu severely wounded. At close range, a horizontal cut was far slower than a straight thrust. The experienced Zoro quickly discerned Chun Yu's intent, but with no other option, he had to defend. He was outmatched in both strength and speed. So he decisively crossed his 2 swords, bracing for the defense with all his might. Thud! The sound of wooden swords colliding echoed through the training room, followed by a few heavy, muffled footsteps. Bang! 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 Zoro withstood that strike heat-in, a terrifying combat instinct. Chun Yu mused inwardly. He had initially thought Zoro would underestimate him and defend with one hand, only to be sent flying by the thrust, a moment that would decide the victor. Alas, it wasn't Zoro who had underestimated him. Rather, it was he who barely held an advantage through strength and speed who had underestimated Zoro. If Zoro lacked such judgment, he could never have earned his fearsome reputation. After taking that blow, Zoro's eyes gleamed red. Time for the hunt. With that single strike, Zoro acknowledged Chun Yu. Now, without hesitation, Zoro charged fiercely toward Chun Yu. Tiger hunt. As he moved swiftly, Zoro suddenly shifted his stance. His left hand placed before the Wado Ikemanji, his right hand circling overhead, the sword held perpendicular to the Wado Ikemanji, resembling a fierce tiger poised to pounce a hungry beast on the hunt. Even with his formidable strength, Chun Yu dared not take it heat-in. Observing Zoro's taut muscles, he gauged the approximate direction of the slash, slightly sidestepped, and angled his sword diagonally above his head. Zoro's hands came crashing down. Yet no stalemate ensued between the two. Because Chun Yu had shifted in advance, the colliding swords met not at a perpendicular angle, but at a slant. Through the slant, Chun Yu had already diverted much of Zoro's force. He immediately stepped into a unique footwork pattern, tilted his sword slightly, and leveraging Zoro's momentum spun around to Zoro's back, placing the blade at Zoro's neck. The battle was over. From any perspective, this was Chun Yu's certain victory. Zoro's techniques were too grandiose and sweeping. Though powerful, they were countered by Chun Yu's agility. And Chun Yu wasn't merely agile. He surpassed Zoro in both strength and speed. Coupled with the fact that Zoro refrained from using his lethal moves against a comrade, it sealed Zoro's inevitable defeat. Before Zoro could speak, Chun Yu sheathed his sword and preempted, "Zoro, you didn't lose. I know you're unwilling to use killing techniques on a comrade, but you still have a fatal flaw. If in the future your enemy is like me, stronger and faster, yet highly agile in technique, then after weathering your attack, you will surely be defeated." Zoro was like a bull, rushing in with astonishing force, but lacking in flexibility. Hawkeye had blocked Zoro's assault with a mere dagger, and once Zoro's momentum was broken, he had no follow-up, leaving him to endure Hawkeye's mockery. Zoro nodded deeply in agreement at these words and immediately fell into thought. He was not a coward, but he clung stubbornly to his convictions. And a loss was a loss. He would choose to train relentlessly until he surpassed everyone. That was also Chun Yu's aim. Zoro's conviction was so strong that he could barely accept defeat. He wanted to keep winning forever. Yet that was impossible. He had to learn to face defeat squarely. Only after tasting every kind of failure could he forge the strongest self. Chun Yu didn't want Zoro, after his imminent challenge with Hawkeye, to shed tears of shame or succumb to the negative emotions born from the shattering of his unyielding faith and pride. Though he said, "I want to see the distance to the heavens." Though he admitted there was a gap between him and Hawkeye, deep down, he still harbored hope. Perhaps that distance wasn't so vast. Maybe he still had a chance to win. That's how humans are, especially those with immense inner pride. This was a classic case of not having been tempered by the harshness of life. Today it served as a preventive injection for Zoro. Beyond that, Chun Yu could do nothing. Stepping out of the training room, Chun Yu gathered everyone else to convene the first meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates. The group arrived at the kitchen with puzzled looks, only to see Chun Yu seated at the head of the table with a line of large characters constructed from flames behind him. First meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates. First session. Even the usually boisterous Usopp and Luffy fell silent. Usopp was experiencing this concept for the first time. It was his first meeting and his first activity since joining the crew. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't understand the meaning at all, only feeling that it looked incredibly impressive. He was brimming with excitement, like a socially confident elementary schooler taking the stage for the first time. Nami also wore a serious expression in her eyes. Chun Yu had never been so formal. It seemed Nami felt resentful that Chun Yu had never given her a proper confession. Ahem. Now I declare the first meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates. First session officially begins. Chun Yu mimicked the leaders from his past life, gesturing pretentiously. This meeting primarily covers two matters. First, the plan to enhance the strength of each Straw Hat crew member. This is also the main focus of today. Second, regarding the crew's personnel configuration and supplementation. Everyone is free to speak their mind on this. Now please address the second point. Raise your hand and call report before speaking. To prevent any commotion, Chun Yu calmly pulled out a 4-meter-long blade and placed it on the table, its tip precisely aimed at Luffy. Report. Luffy, who had stealthily nudged the blade tip toward Usopp with his slipper, suddenly raised his hand and declared, "A musician." A musician. A musician. Chun Yu was momentarily speechless, his face darkening. Was this kid too stubborn? Searching for a musician, now was he about to abandon his milk-drinking companion? Seeing Chun Yu unmoved and utterly unresponsive, Luffy pouted and immediately shouted again, "A chef! A chef! A chef!" Oh, for crying out loud. This kid constantly going on about musicians and chefs had Chin Yu's head buzzing. He promptly ordered Luffy to shut up. "You shut up now." He then ignored Luffy and continued, "Next, feel free to speak up if you have any ideas." This remark made Luffy pout so high that a straw hat could hang from his lips. Report. Usopp raised his hand, his voice tinged with nervousness. Upon receiving Chun Yu's nod, Usopp continued, "Our ship lacks some tools and materials. We could purchase supplies, so I can not only manufacture cannonballs, but also repair the ship and craft weapons." Hearing this, Chun Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was the kind of talk from a good kid. He then said, "They'll give you 2 million berries. Buy what you see fit the next time we dock. As for weapons, make as many as you can." Little did he know this statement unleashed Usopp's wild imagination, leading to a dazzling array of bizarre weapons and earning him the pressure of a 100-meter blade. "I have something to say. I have something to say." Seeing Usopp secure 2 million berries so easily, Luffy could no longer contain himself. "Meat, meat, meat. We need to buy lots of meat." It was clear that if he didn't appease the captain a little, this would never end. All right. They'll give you 500,000 berries, Chun Yu said with a hint of resignation. After all, he was flush with wealth. Just his golden belt alone was worth a fortune. Moreover, he had harvested plenty of berries from Buggy, and Nami didn't need that much. 2 million berries. I want 2 million berries too. Seeing that he only got 500,000, far less than Usopp, Luffy immediately grew displeased. This sight made Chun Yu's veins bulge and his blood pressure soar. "Do you even know how much 500,000 berries is, eh? You dare ask me for 2 million berries just for meat?" As the saying goes, when patience runs out, it's time to take decisive action. Bang, 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 thump, bang, bang, crash. Luffy, now covered in lumps from the beating, was tossed back onto his chair by Chun Yu. All right, the meeting continues. This display left the others trembling in fear, instantly straightening their backs, acting like perfect little angels. The meeting only had a few people, as Zoro wasn't there, leaving Nami as the only one who hadn't spoken. "I don't have much to say, but I hope we can find a chef soon. You all eat so much, and cooking every meal is exhausting." It seemed Nami had long suffered from the cooking burden. "Then we'll get a chef," Chen Yu said with a sudden pang of sympathy. Good grief. If he had noticed this sooner, they would have already reached Baratie. Chen Yu felt a wave of self-reproach, then looked indignant. Why hadn't anyone asked for a chef earlier? Boo, boo. Suddenly 2 jeers rang out. Oh, it was Usopp and a lumpy-headed Luffy. Instantly, Chun Yu's face, rarely seen, flushed red and his eye twitched. Out of sight, out of mind. He promptly announced, "The meeting proceeds to the second step. Now I unveil the Straw Hat Crew's first-generation training plan. There are 3 stages. Gradually achieve full physical stamina for all crew members. Gradually achieve initial awakening of Busashoko Haki for all. Gradually achieve mastery of Kenbunshiko Haki for all. From today onward, any new crew member who hasn't awakened Busashoko Haki can only pick opponents left over by those who have already awakened it. If you haven't awakened either Busashoku or Kenbunshiko Haki, then you'll be too late, even to eat scraps." Initially, Usopp and Nami had no reaction, picking leftover opponents. Fine by them. But that last line, "Who are you calling a scrap eater? Who's too late, even for scraps?" Nami exploded. Furious, she lunged at Chun Yu. This time, however, Chun Yu didn't give in. He simply pulled Nami into an embrace and held her until she calmed down. Once calm, Nami noticed so many eyes on her and blushed deeply, struggling and resisting. "This is so embarrassing." Throwing myself right into his arms. Nami mumbled, face flushed, head bowed, caught in an inner turmoil. Chen Yu was all too familiar with this scene. As long as he let go before Nami got truly angry or humiliated, he'd be perfectly safe. Seeing Nami had calmed down, he knew if he didn't release her now, he'd be heading for disaster. He quickly set her down, but not before giving her 2 extra tight squeezes to gauge the young lad's development. He had that balance down pat. He stopped his mischief and said seriously to Usopp and Nami, "You must train your stamina and learn Kinbunchika Haki. The process will be tough, but do you want to face a day when we're all pinned down by strong foes and no one can come to rescue you? Once you master Kinbunchika Haki, your perception will sharpen. If you can't win, at least you can escape, right?" He then turned to Usopp, and Usopp, your father Yasopp is a master of both Haki types. Rumor has it he can blow off a fly's head from 1,000 miles away. As a brave warrior of the sea, don't you want such thrilling precision? Don't you want to hit any target you aim at? Don't you want your slingshot to pack more punch than a pistol? With enough effort, your slingshot could rival a cannonball. Imagine Usopp taking down an enemy ship from 1,000 miles with a single slingshot shot. How majestic and awe-inspiring would that be? Don't you want the seas to bow to you and respectfully call you Sniper King? After Chun Yu's barrage of persuasion, Usopp was completely sold. Watching Usopp's eyes sparkle as he muttered, "Cannon, Sniper King, Sea Warrior." Chun Yu knew this guy was set. One word, solid. Nami's mental preparation also needed work, but handling her was a breeze. Turning to Nami, he whispered, "Nami, I heard that Kinbunchika Haki masters can easily sense where others hide their treasure." Nami's eyes widened like saucers, then turned into gleaming coin slots. Seeing this, Chun Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl was so easy to please. The seeds had finally been planted. Now they just had to take root and sprout. Having achieved his goal, Chun Yu waved his hand grandly and declared, "The first meeting of the Straw Hat Pirates is officially adjourned." Dismissed. Leaving the dining room, Chun Yu recounted the meeting's content to Zoro. Zoro, who had been all serious, couldn't sit still. Like Luffy, he dashed off to train Kinbunchika Haki. Aside from their desire to grow stronger, both feared that if Chun Yu mastered both Haki types before them, they'd have no fights left. How could they stand having their kills stolen constantly? That bastard Chun Yu hadn't even finished testing his moves yet. If he got first pick of opponents, there'd be none left for them. "It hurts." A heart-wrenching wail suddenly echoed from the training room. The situation was such that ever since the Straw Hat Pirates' first meeting ended, the training room had been perpetually packed, and even Nami, who usually went out of her way to avoid it, had shown up there. Nami's determination to awaken her observation Haki was so fierce that even Chun Yu couldn't help but marvel at her. This girl was truly relentless. Originally, Nami was supposed to keep watch outside the ship, as she was the only one who knew their course. But she wanted to train her Haki, so she planned to have Usopp help with navigation. However, that's where the problem arose. Usopp flatly refused, spending all his time holed up in the training room. First, he trained his observation Haki, using the hanging log method. Then, without a moment's rest, he moved on to weight training and strength exercises, utterly unstoppable. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Usopp, and even invoking Chun Yu's name failed, Nami had no choice but to set her sights on Zoro and Luffy. Chen Yu, who was training, was stunned when he heard Nami's plan. A shiver ran down his spine. What a reckless woman. Was she trying to send them straight to the New World by letting those two beasts handle the navigation? Shaking his head, Chun Yu reluctantly set aside his training and volunteered to keep watch outside. He didn't want to dampen Nami's enthusiasm for training. When she saw that Chun Yu was willing to help, Nami wasn't exactly thrilled. She had originally planned to have Usopp handle the navigation and let Chun Yu help her train her observation Haki. She really didn't want to use the hanging log method. It looked incredibly painful. Now it seemed she would have to abandon that plan. Suppressing her fear, Nami reluctantly began training her observation Haki. That wail just now had come from Nami when the hanging log hit her head. Chen Yu, who was at the helm outside, couldn't bear to watch the silly girl endure such hardship. Without a word, he pulled Nami out and gently rubbed her sore head. "You silly goose, no one said you had to train only in the training room. Let's train together outside. They'll help you." After speaking, Chen Yu bent down and hugged Nami, who was feeling foolish for her own tears. By now, Nami no longer resisted Chun Yu's clever ways of taking advantage of her. Had become a habit in her life. The main reason was that she could never get the better of that shameless man. She had lost count of how many times she had hit him. She was exhausted from trying. What else could she do? So she had no choice but to accept it. To help Nami train, Chen Yu specially made 2 training sticks. One was thin, its surface finely polished to a smooth round finish with no sharp edges. Even that wasn't enough. Chun Yu wrapped a layer of cloth around it, afraid of hurting Nami. He had become increasingly adept at controlling his armament Haki, making it easy to inflict pain, but avoiding any external injuries. The other training stick was as rough as could be. To ensure it would hurt enough, Chun Yu embedded several wooden spikes into it, turning it into a veritable wooden mace. This one was prepared for Luffy. Chen Yu guessed that Luffy wouldn't develop observation Haki through the hanging log method, as wood couldn't hurt him and would likely have no effect. When Nami saw the training stick meant for her compared to the one for Luffy, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother is the best." Watching the entire crew brimming with fighting spirit, Chun Yu felt the intangible pressure from the future ease considerably. And this was the limit of what he could do now. After about half a day of training, Chen Yu, who was on lookout, noticed an island appearing ahead. Dark clouds loomed over the island with constant flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, casting a terrifying and mysterious aura over it. Just as Chun Yu was about to inform the others, he saw Nami, her face already bruised and red with her eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, looking pitifully focused on sensing his attacks. A bold idea popped into his mind: an ambush counts as an attack, right? Once the wicked thought entered his mind, it was unstoppable. Gazing at the beautiful woman before him, Chun Yu swallowed hard, wiped his hands vigorously on his pants, and even disinfected them with a burst of flame. Then, trembling, he cupped Nami's delicate face, and with a heart full of trepidation pressed his lips to hers. Sensing that Chun Yu hadn't moved for a while, Nami felt puzzled. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she felt her face being held. Before she could even see what was happening, she suddenly felt the touch on her lips. In that instant, the shocked Nami snapped, her eyes open, staring in disbelief at the face so close to hers. Sensing her reaction, Chun Yu's heart filled with guilt. He gave a brief kiss and then turned to flee. After a moment of stunned silence, Nami's face flushed crimson. However, seeing Chun Yu flee so irresponsibly, she was immediately furious. She shouted angrily, "Chun Yu, where are you going?" Fate works in mysterious ways. If Chun Yu hadn't run, Nami wouldn't have been angry, only shy and flustered. But Chun Yu thought that if he didn't run, Nami would hit him in anger, and he probably deserved that beating. Hearing the shouts from outside, the others in the training room thought something was wrong and stopped their training, rushing to the deck. As they emerged onto the deck, they heard Chun Yu's voice from a distance. "I spotted an island. They'll go scout ahead." Chun Yu's voice echoed through the mountains, startling the birds in the forest and instantly awakening the island's vitality. "Goma Goma no. Rocket." Luffy, his adventurous spirit ignited, couldn't wait for the ship to dock and shot off as well. Usopp also showed off the muscles he had been training, shouting, "The brave warrior of the sea is going to explore the jungle." As for Zoro, he simply wanted to go for a walk. Seeing that the others hadn't noticed her situation, Nami, feeling guilty, breathed a silent sigh of relief. She guided the ship slowly toward the shore. Yet her heart was far from calm. After the ship docked, everyone disembarked, leaving Nami alone. She slowly walked to the wall, slid down it, and crouched on the ground, hugging her knees and lowering her head, her heart unable to find peace. After a moment, Nami lifted her head again, gazing into the distance at the island, a beautiful smile gradually curving on her lips. Her lips, brimming with joy, moved slightly, murmuring something indistinct. Only faint words like Belmir and Nojiko could be heard. "Wait." As if seeing the island's features clearly for the first time, Nami snapped back to reality. She immediately turned and ran into the ship, grabbing a chart and constantly comparing it with the island. At that moment, it seemed she understood something. She leaped off the ship and ran toward Chun Yu. Meanwhile, Chun Yu and the others were surrounded by a group of bizarre composite creatures. A boar with a lion's mane, a centipede with a rabbit's head, a fox with a rooster's comb, and other strange beings. A voice claiming to be a god echoed through the air. Recognizing the place, Chun Yu was about to unleash his flames, but was stopped by Luffy. After Chun Yu told him that the speaker was not a god, but merely deceiving him, Luffy's face twisted in anger. He immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to take matters into his own hands. Seeing this, Chun Yu decided not to intervene, as he faintly sensed Nami's presence and wanted to go welcome his little treasure. Even if it meant getting beaten up, it was just a beating anyway. What if some flowergrass cat or dog on the island scared Nami? A streak of flames swept through the forest, scattering the animals along its path in panic. In an instant, the flame reached the forest entrance, descended slowly, and transformed into a handsome young man. Seeing Chun Yu suddenly appear not far away, Nami, who was still running, let out a proud snort. "You know what's good for you? I'll let you off the hook today." Seeing Chun Yu waiting for her not far ahead, Nami felt a surge of joy. She quickened her pace, ran right up to him, and leaped into the air. She intended to land in front of Chun Yu. But as she jumped, she didn't expect him to suddenly open his arms and take a small step forward, offering his embrace to her. What's this? This guy? So wicked. Always thinking about taking advantage. Thoughts raced through Nami's mind as she leaped, yet she felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. Just as she was about to collide with Chun Yu, she chose to spread her arms and fall into his embrace. Naturally, Chun Yu caught her steadily, holding her tightly against his chest. He lowered his head, naturally burying his face in the crook of Nami's neck, and took a deep breath of her fragrant scent. That breath lingered long and was drawn with force. The air around Nami's skin flowed into Chun Yu's body. The stream of air passing over her neck sent a shiver through Nami's body, an involuntary nasal sound escaping her lips and reaching Chun Yu's ears, causing him to instinctively tighten his hold on her. Nami's delicate form pressed tightly against Chun Yes chest, making her breath a little short. Her hand slid uncontrollably to his waist, gently encircling him as she remained silent for a long time. The two held each other tightly. Suddenly Nami's cheeks flushed faintly, and her translucent ears reddened from the roots. Her tempting thin lips pouted high. Her jade-like hands, which had been gently resting on his waist, suddenly tightened with force, as if trying to teach this rascal a lesson. Feeling the pressure at his waist, Chun Yu grew even more exhilarated. He exhaled a warm breath slowly and gently kissed Nami's fair neck, then extended his tongue to lightly lick it. Sensing the sudden heat on her neck followed by an unfamiliar moist softness, Nami's beautiful eyes began to glaze over uncontrollably. Hearing another delightful nasal sound by his ear, Chun Yu's hands began to roam, while his lips planted a firm kiss on Nami's neck. A pop sound echoed in the air as his lips parted from her delicate skin. It was Nami who pushed Chun Yu away forcefully. After separating, both panted heavily, their fiery gazes intertwining in the air. After a few breaths, Nami shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Chun Yu's eyes. Even though Nami had just pushed him away, the smile on Chun Yu's face grew even more blissful, the corners of his mouth unable to stop curling upward. What are you laughing at? Look at you, so silly. Seeing Chun Yu's goofy expression, Nami couldn't help but shoot him a coquettish glare, scolding him without any real anger. For Chun Yu today had already been wonderful enough, he didn't cause any more trouble. Instead, he took Nami's delicate wrist with a domineering grip and led her deeper into the forest. They chatted idly as they walked. Nami explained the reason for her visit, her face brimming with excitement with no trace of her earlier shyness or embarrassment. This is the legendary Treasure Island. Chen Yu knew about this place too, and he even knew whether there were any treasures here. But he didn't tell Nami. Instead, he put on an equally excited expression. He didn't want to spoil Nami's fun. As they walked toward where Luffy was, he planned with Nami how to find the treasures in the mountains. That's right, Chen Yu decided to accompany Nami on her treasure hunt, even if they found nothing in the end. But in his eyes, this shared experience was the most priceless treasure of all. The two walked deeper into the forest. Along the way, whatever Nami feared, Chen Yu burned to ashes without exception. Soon after, Chun Yu's streak of showing off met its first Waterloo, a boulder shaped like a human face. Chun Yu mustered all his strength and completely melted the boulder into lava, but no matter how much he raised the temperature, he couldn't reduce the lava to ash. Seeing Chun Yu stumped, Nami laughed heartily beside him, her schadenfreude evident. Yet the smile on her face was utterly happy and joyful. Chun Yu, whose attempt to show off had failed, wore an extremely serious expression. He couldn't overcome the lava. He was no longer sure if thousands of degrees could turn lava to ash. If not, how was he supposed to deal with lava? Seeing Chun Yu like this, Nami was thoroughly amused. She mistakenly thought he was still fixated on the rock. Gently, she pressed his arm into her chest, held it tightly with both hands, and dragged him away from the lava without explanation. Forget it. Girlfriend is more important. If high temperatures won't work, it'll just develop a low-temperature flame later. Noticing Nami's gesture, Chun Yu immediately stopped worrying about the lava and happily accompanied her through the primeval forest. Now even the forest seemed beautiful to Chun Yu because his heart was full of joy. The two did not encounter Luffy and the others. It was Chun Yu who subtly led Nami toward the stone mountain where the treasure was hidden. In the end, they found a treasure chest at the summit, but it was empty. Seeing the empty chest, Nami didn't show much disappointment. On the contrary, overall she was quite happy today. She didn't even notice this herself. Chun Yu observed it all, but said nothing, just smiled knowingly at Nami, whose lips were pouting. Since there was no treasure, Chun Yu and Nami didn't want to linger. Nami even asked Chun Yu to fly her back to the Mary. Back on the ship, the two didn't cuddle again. Or rather, after returning, they reverted to their usual dynamic. They hadn't discussed it, but both tacitly chose this. Watching Nami enter her room, Chun Yu shook his head and walked into the kitchen. He decided to show off his cooking skills tonight and give Nami a break. He knew Nami had gone to her room to write in her diary. The sky darkened, the sunset was crimson, and smoke rose from the Mary's chimney. The evening wind made the flag flutter, accompanied by the sound of a girl writing diligently under the lamp in the second-floor room. The night passed in a flash. The crew, having finished their arduous training, relaxed in their own ways. One drew sea charts, another gazed into the distance, one dozed off, and another played with the cannon. That's right, Usopp and Luffy had blasted Joseph and Johnny onto the ship. By the time Chun Yu walked from the stern to the deck, he saw Zoro reuniting with them. He didn't react much, just said to Zoro indifferently, "Remember to fix the ship," and went into his room. Chun Yu wasn't in a good mood today. In fact, ever since he realized he couldn't overcome lava, Chun Yu had been preoccupied. He didn't let his worried expression show in front of the others. Hearing a knock on his door, Chun Yu's expression immediately returned to normal. He walked out as usual, learned the general situation as usual, and gave orders as usual. The Mary was slowly sailing toward the Baratie. Everything seemed the same. Nami, who had grown closer to Chun Yu, vaguely sensed something was off with him, but didn't know how to bring it up or what to do. So she just frowned slightly, pondering alone. Luffy, what a huge fish. Nami, not bad. Zoro, Usopp, that's wild. Hey! The group suddenly burst into cheers. Gazing at the colossal fish-shaped ship not far ahead, Luffy and the others couldn't contain their excitement, for this was the finest restaurant on the sea. Baratie. Amid their exhilaration, a marine battleship slowly drew alongside, eventually running parallel to the Going Merry. Both crews quickly assembled, poised, as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. Hey, you nameless pirates over there. I am Marine Headquarters Captain Iron Fist Full Body. Hey, who's the captain? State your name. A marine with pinkish-purple hair and dark skin stepped forward, extending a fist embedded with iron plates, sneering disdainfully. This man, named Full Body, bore a prominent scar stretching from his cheek to his jaw, and was clad in a flamboyant suit. Yet even such extravagant attire couldn't mask his hideous appearance. Luffy stepped forward. I'm Luffy. Usopp leaped past Luffy. I'm Usopp. Luffy stepped forward again. The Jolly Roger is fresh off the press. Usopp once again vaulted past Luffy. I drew the Jolly Roger. A bunch of insignificant nobodies indeed. Full Body glanced at the bounty hunter duo hiding behind the door, and continued. And two bounty hunters who prey on small-time pirates. Chen Yu, who had been staying in the room, stepped out with a puzzled look, and asked the group, since we're here, why aren't you going down? What's all the fuss about? No sooner had Chun Yu spoken than he caught Full Body's words, leaving him utterly bewildered. Before he could say anything, Johnny and Yasaku erupted. They flung out a stack of wanted posters and shouted at Full Body, who was turning to leave. You dare call us hunters of small-time pirates? Unfortunately, Full Body, arm in arm with a beautiful woman, sauntered into the restaurant ready to enjoy a fine meal, paying the group no heed whatsoever. The strong never need words to prove themselves. Clearly Yasaku and Johnny were not among the strong. But the few simpletons on the ship were an exception. They were like pampered fools, naive and carefree, laughing and joking even when insulted. Figures like Full Body had long been forgotten by Chen Yu. If not for the beauty by his side and his reputation of tangling with Garp's iron fist, he'd likely never recall him. Insulted. A few slaps in return would suffice. Trading words only cheapens oneself. Suddenly Chun Yu yanked Luffy's face toward him and began scolding him. You idiot, is this how you captain? You've squandered our crew's credibility. If you can't uphold the Straw Hat's prestige and honor, then step down. They'll take over. Though they had no renown yet, Chun Yu believed a group's honor and prestige must be upheld at all times. Luffy's voice grew softer. Shut up. I know what to do without you telling me. Chen Yu, in the first mate. Luffy, you'll regret this. As they bickered, the marine battleship suddenly fired. Just as Luffy was about to intercept the cannonball, Chun Yu shoved him aside. Let me show you how to defend our crew's honor. With that, he shot into the air, and with a palm coated in armament Haki, slapped the cannonball back. Pong. The marine battleship struck. Hedon was already half crippled. Clearly the cannonball Chun Yu sent back carried several times the force. But he wasn't done. He intended to annihilate the entire marine force. Before acting, Chun Yu called out to Nami and the others, ready to step onto the world stage. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, every member of the Straw Hats clenched their fists, even Nami, who held Arlong's wanted poster. Not one of them flinched. This crew was already vastly different from the original. Courage and strength go hand in hand. Excellent. Chen Yu was pleased with their reaction. He then fixed his gaze back on the marine battleship and roared, Flame Emperor. Instantly a torrent of flames erupted from Chun Yu, coalescing in the air into a Flame Emperor whose movements mirrored Chun Yu's own. Fire Fist, Chun Yu silently intoned. The next second, two fists of fire, one large, one small, hurtled toward the marine battleship. The Marines on board turned ashen-faced. They had already begun their countdown to sailing around the world. Boom. Bang. The two fire fists struck the warship, and in an instant it turned to ash, vanishing into the air, not even a scream heard. Chen Yu was merciful, granting them a painless demise. Oh. X2 turning toward the sound, he saw the two simpletons with stars in their eyes muttering, Flame Emperor. Well, it was just a flashy move, essentially fire fist, but a magnificent one. Finally, we'll make a name for ourselves. Chun Yu murmured as he slowly descended. Yet a faint frown creased Chun Yu's brow and a shadow of gloom flickered across his face before vanishing like a gentle breeze, coming and going without a trace. The gum-gum fruit had turned into the Nika fruit, and the dream-chasing youth had become entangled in a battle of destiny. This deeply unsettled Chun Yu. Unknown enemies, the enigmatic Nika fruit. He couldn't even be sure if this fruit would change Luffy. The immense pressure weighed on Chun Yu like a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Yet Nami noticed all of this. She had long been observing Chun Yu's emotions. That fleeting moment of vulnerability he had just shown was precisely captured by her, and it displeased her greatly. She was utterly baffled, even a little angry. She had no idea what Chen Yu was hiding. Seeing him revert to his usual self, Nami's fury and confusion had no outlet. Come on, let's go taste the cuisine of this famous restaurant, Chen Yu said with a smile. X5 Chen Yu turned his gaze to Nami, who remained silent. Suddenly Chun Yu's pupils contracted. The worry in his eyes was impossible to conceal, for he saw the wanted poster in Nami's hand. Seeing those eyes brimming with concern and care, the anger within Nami instantly dissipated. She herself couldn't explain why she had been so angry, but knowing that Chun Yu was keeping secrets even from her, it infuriated her. It made her seethe. Now, though her primary concern was for Chun Yu, still she shot him a fierce glare before striding toward Baratie, without a word. Nami wasn't overly troubled by Arlong's presence, as she still wanted to try relying on herself, first partly to settle a long-standing obsession. Glared at by Nami, Chun Yu was completely baffled. He had no idea why he had angered her again. He followed behind her, scratching his head in utter frustration. Upon boarding Baratie, the group noticed Full Body and his female companion dining calmly inside, utterly unaware that their battleship had been destroyed. Perhaps the ship had been swallowed up by him, and his subordinates too. Blue. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Baratie, the floating restaurant on the sea. As the Straw Hat crew stepped into the establishment, a man with an extraordinarily peculiar face greeted them with a smile, rubbing his hands together. A big-mouthed monkey. Chen Yu muttered inwardly, but he didn't act too aloof. He replied calmly, 7 of us. Bring out all the signature dishes. Money is no issue. Seeing Chun Yu in his suit, the big-mouthed monkey Patty grew even more enthusiastic. In his eyes, money made anyone a lord. He quickly bowed, nodded, and led the group to a large dining table for them to sit. Young master, please wait a moment. Chen Yu stopped. Patty reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of berries, about 20 notes, handing them over. Patty looked puzzled at Chun Yu's gesture, remaining still. Esteemed guest, what is this for? A brat has crossed us, and he's dining in your restaurant. I need you to spill the details, Chen Yu said, pulling out a gold piece from his pocket and tossing it to Patty. Hearing this, Patty instantly grew excited and reached out to catch the gold piece. Bang! Suddenly, a blond young man in a suit carrying a glass of red wine kicked Patty flying. It was none other than Sanji. Everyone who eats in our restaurant is a guest of honor. Once they step out, their life and death are their own. We don't interfere. After kicking Patty, Sanji took a deep drag of his cigarette and explained. Is that so? Thanks for the clarification, Chun Yu said without irritation, pulling a cigar from his pocket and tossing it to Sanji. Their crew had come for Sanji in the first place. Out of respect for him, they had refrained from acting directly today. Otherwise, why would Chun Yu have wasted so many words? Chun Yu then pointed at Nami and said, My girlfriend, isn't she beautiful? Hearing this, Sanji noticed Nami beside Chun Yu, and for a moment, he was somewhat mesmerized. Even the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. He quickly stuffed the cigar Chun Yu had given him into his mouth and fumbled around his pockets. Whoosh! Chun Yu extended a finger, and a burst of flame erupted from its tip. As the fire appeared, the surrounding air warped and waves of heat rippled through the restaurant, drawing the attention of the patrons inside. Then the cigar in Sanji's mouth was silently lit. This display of power from Chun Yu clearly shocked many, even freezing Patty, who had been about to confront Sanji in his tracks. As chefs, they could tell the temperature of that flame was terrifying. Now Patty looked at Chun Yu's group with even more respect and fervor. Young master, bring my girlfriend a dessert first as a thanks, Chen Yu said, tossing another cigar to Sanji. He lit one for himself, turned away, and began puffing clouds of smoke, ignoring Sanji. Sanji wasn't beyond redemption, yet his lecherous impulses were selective. Unlike, say, the iron-fisted Captain Hobody. Sanji, carrying the wine, gave a slight bow, acknowledged the request, and then walked toward Hobody, showing no intention of harassing Nami. That bottle of wine had been ordered by Hobody, who had also hired a drinking companion. But unfortunately for him, it was Sanji who showed up. Watching Sanji's direction, Chen Yu observed with keen interest. The others waiting for their food also followed Chen Yu's gaze. Feeling a delicate touch on his palm, Chen Yu looked down. What met his eyes was a slightly shy Nami, who had taken the initiative to hold his hand. It was clear that Nami was a bit elated by Chun Yu's public acknowledgement of her as his girlfriend. But this left Chen Yu utterly bewildered. Wasn't this girl just angry at him moments ago? He quickly shook his head. This was not something to ask about. Best if she wasn't mad anymore. He still didn't know why Nami had been angry in the first place. Now he could just pretend nothing had happened. He quickly extended his hand, interlacing his fingers with Nami's, gently swaying her small hand. Then the group began to eat while enjoying the spectacle of Sanji dealing with Hobody. Chen Yu watched for a while, or rather he focused on the suit Hobody was wearing, lost in thought. He felt he had burned his ship too soon. The group slowly savored the dishes brought to them. Chen Yu occasionally fed cut-up meat to Nami's mouth, utterly content and oblivious to the world. No. Only Chun Yu and Nami were savoring slowly. The others had long started wolfing down their food, though Luffy had a few new lumps on his head. Of course, Chun Yu had no idea why. It was just that a big red rat had tried to steal food from him and Nami, and he had given it a thrashing. Luffy, how's the food? Chun Yu asked while carefully wiping Nami's mouth. Luffy mumble. Chun Yu, is that so? Is that so? Then how about we recruit that blonde young man? Luffy quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded excitedly at Chun Yu. Then you'll invite him later, and he'll go talk to their boss, okay? Luffy agreed naturally. He was used to following Chun Yu's arrangements and rarely bothered to think unless necessary. Zoro, keep an eye on that Hobody. If he steps through that door, you handle him. Chen Yu instructed Zoro briefly, then headed upstairs, searching room by room for Zeph. After a brief conversation, Chen Yu convinced Zeph, promising that if Krieg attacked, they would handle it. The experienced Zeph could clearly gauge the strength of Chun Yu's crew. He laughed with emotion and insisted that Chun Yu take Sanji with him to fulfill his dream. Descending the stairs, Chun Yu stood like a statue on the platform in front of the Baratie, gazing ahead, quietly feeling the sea breeze, as if waiting for someone. You bunch of nobodies. You have no idea what you've gotten yourselves into. I am Captain Hobody of the Marine Headquarters. Before Hobody could finish, Zoro swiftly cut him down with a single clean stroke. It was just too boring. Chun Yu murmured to himself. He was waiting for Hawkeye. After Zoro's challenge to Hawkeye, he planned to challenge him too. Not for the sake of swordsmanship, but for the method of Haki. Chen Yu had been preparing for this battle for a long time. Watching the fight between Luffy and Krieg below, Chun Yu shouted, "Luffy, finish it quickly. Don't wreck the place." Okay. Luffy's fight with Krieg was like child's play now. That so-called golden armor was shattered by a single punch from Luffy. Krieg, having taken a punch from Chun Yu, didn't immediately lose combatability. He spun around and pulled out an explosive gun from somewhere. After spinning in the air a few times and hurling some threats, he was blown up by Luffy again. Since Chun Yu had spoken, Luffy intended to end it swiftly. This time Krieg didn't even have a chance to release his poison gas bombs. He was sent flying far away by a single-armed rocket launcher. Watching the direction Krieg had flown, Chun Yu suddenly slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten something. He immediately flew out and soon returned. The demon Jin soon fell as well. Watching Sanji's fight, Chun Yu felt that Sanji's strength was truly impressive. Without even mastering armament Haki, he could block steel with his kicks. Once he mastered armament Haki, his power would definitely reach new heights. Some called him Zoro's new flame. That analogy was quite fitting. Unlike Luffy's flawless victory, Sanji had taken a beating and was now sitting against the wall, smoking and recovering his strength. Are you here to recruit me too? As Chen Yu sat down beside him, Sanji tossed him a cigarette and spoke. Chen Yu wasn't surprised. Is that not allowed? Taking a deep drag, Sanji replied. I'm honored you'd invite me, but I have reasons I can't leave. It's clear that both you and that green-haired guy are strong. Honestly, I was almost tempted. Somewhere Zoro, wiping his sword, suddenly shivered. But I'm sorry. Also, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. With that, Sanji stood up, tapped his shoes, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. Chen Yu, thanks. A few seconds later he added, our crew all have seemingly impossible dreams. It's because of these dreams mocked by the world that we've come together. After speaking, Chun Yu decisively stood up and walked off in another direction. Do you know about All Blue? Hearing this, Sanji froze in place, then spun around and shouted. But when he turned, Chun Yu was already gone. On the other side, Chun Yu was once again lost in deep confusion. He didn't know what he wanted. Initially, he had only sought to join this crew, and now he had succeeded. But what about the future? He had never aspired to be the world's greatest swordsman, nor to draw sea charts, and certainly not to become the pirate king. Chen Yu, whose gaze had grown increasingly dazed, suddenly regained his senses. In the faint observation Haki he had just awakened, he detected a strange, yet powerful aura. Hawkeye. It was undoubtedly him. Chen Yu forcefully pushed off the ground with his right hand, using the momentum to stand up straight, simultaneously adjusting his aura to its optimal state. After completing these actions, Chen Yu quickly walked towards Zoro. Since this time, Chun Yu had sent Luffy to deal with Kuro, it was only natural for Hawkeye to arrive riding on his coffin, and he did not deviate from his course upon Chun Yu's arrival. Zoro, did you feel it? That aura like a sharp blade. Chen Yu suddenly appeared beside Zoro, speaking in a serious tone. Seeing that Chen Yu had come specifically to find him, Zoro's expression turned serious. Could it be? Chen Yu, go. To test the results of your training since going out to sea. Just don't die. Rest assured I won't be disembarking here. With that, Zoro sheathed the well-maintained sword in his hand, his tone very serious. Zoro stood on the still intact battlefield, feeling an immense excitement within. He had witnessed Hawkeye's strength firsthand. Having seen Hawkeye cleave through Kuro's massive ship, Zoro was drenched in cold sweat from the shock. He felt no fear. Even if it meant death, he wanted to challenge Hawkeye with a sword. Watching the approaching coffin, Zoro's face grew increasingly serious, his gaze resolute, as he suddenly spoke to Hawkeye. Hawkeye, Mihawk. I set out to sea for you. Hawkeye merely glanced at Zoro indifferently. For what purpose? Zoro fiercely tore off the bandana tied around his arm, binding it around his forehead, slowly drawing 3 swords, stating firmly, to be the strongest. Hearing this, Hawkeye smirked disdainfully. What a foolish guy. Zoro, undeterred, smiled, and issued another duel invitation, then entered a combat state, wrapping the limited armament Haki around his 3 swords, his gaze fixed intently on Hawkeye. Oh, interesting. Truly interesting. I never expected to witness Haki in this weakest sea. Then as you wish. Seeing that Zoro could use Haki, Hawkeye was clearly taken aback. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the words of his friend Shanks. But at this moment, he was even more eager to see how much strength this young swordsman possessed. He immediately planted his feet on the ground, his figure flashing beside Zoro, swiftly drawing the black sword, Yuru, from his back. Once Hawkeye drew his sword, he was a completely different person compared to just moments before. An invisible aura erupted around him. Zoro facing Hawkeye looked even more solemn. After his defeat at Chun Yu's hands last time, Zoro had identified many of his own issues and attempted to improve. Today was the time to test his results. Zoro did not attack immediately. Instead, he crossed the two swords in his hands, then swung them simultaneously, raising his momentum to a new level, having opened his observation Haki to its utmost. Onigiri. With a sudden stomp of his feet, Zoro shot forward rapidly, his body slightly curled, bending at the waist, crossing his swords in front of him, aligned with the technique of Wado Ikemanji, and fiercely slashing at Hawkeye. The three slashes aimed at Hawkeye targeted his weak points simultaneously. Zoro was fully confident in this move. Even if Hawkeye completely dodged, he would not fall into a passive position, as he could quickly adjust once he landed again. However, Hawkeye felt only admiration for this move, experiencing no sense of pressure. He merely positioned Yuru in front of him at a specific angle and made no other movements. Clang! A sound of swords clashing erupted. Indeed, only one sound. Hawkeye effortlessly blocked Zoro's three swords simultaneously. Zoro's onigiri was instantly shattered. A wave of energy exploded from the two adversaries, and the previously calm sea surface was suddenly stirred into rippling waves. Then Hawkeye suddenly exerted force like a baseball bat, striking a ball instantly, sending Zoro flying. Such strength! Zoro, Luffy, and Chun Yu exclaimed simultaneously. Even Sanji and Zeph were left speechless in shock. Sanji had too many questions. What is Haki? So that green-haired guy is the infamous bounty hunter. Kong Long, Zoro struck back by a single blow, swiftly rolled, and stood up, immediately balancing his body, slightly leaning forward to counteract the terrifying force. His feet firmly pressed against the wooden planks below. Two streaks were quickly etched into the surface, and by the time Zoro finally stopped, the marks extended for an astonishing 10 meters. As Zoro halted, his hands trembled slightly, his chest heaving heavily, breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted from Zoro's mouth, flowing from the corners of his lips down to his chest, instantly soaking his clothes. Yet Zoro's gaze grew even more frenzied, blood vessels visible in his eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. He simply could not believe that the gap between himself and Hawkeye was so vast. Clearly, Chun Yu had already taught them the two-color Haki. He had pointed out Zoro's issues, he had made improvements, he had trained day and night, so why was there still such a huge gap? In his perception, Hawkeye hadn't even used Haki. He refused to accept it. How could this distance from the heavens be so far from him? Suddenly, Zoro recalled Kuina. They had clearly made a pact that one of them would become the world's greatest swordsman. But Kuina was gone, and he had sworn an oath. He vowed to make his name resound in the heavens. He swore to become the world's greatest swordsman. Yet today's outcome dealt a heavy blow to him. As Zoro was about to lose his fighting spirit, Luffy and Chen Yu shouted Zoro. Even Chen Yu did not expect that raising Zoro's strength in advance would instead strike him harder. Zoro. The sudden voice rang in Zoro's ears, and he abruptly came to his senses, half kneeling on the ground, as if exhausted, his breathing chaotic and rapid. At that moment, he not only heard Kuina's voice, but also clearly heard Chen Yu and Luffy's calls. How can you fall here? Gritting his teeth, Zoro rose to his feet, roaring in desperation. Why not surrender? Hawkeye, observing everything, fixed his serious gaze on Zoro, as if trying to see through him completely. I don't know, I myself don't know why. I just feel that if I take a step back here, even half a step, then everything I have cherished, my oaths and promises, will vanish into thin air. Zoro clenched Wado Ikemanji, speaking with difficulty. Hearing this, Hawkeye replied solemnly, indeed. This is what defeat means. Then I absolutely cannot retreat. Hawkeye, are you willing to risk death? That suits me just fine. What a resolute heart. Would you rather die than face defeat? Hawkeye was internally shaken. How many years has it been? A long-lost strong opponent. Kid, state your name. Rorinoa Zoro. Immediately, Zoro unleashed all his power. It was also his final strength. Zoro had resolved to settle the outcome with Hawkeye in one blow, even if it meant death. Upon realizing Zoro's decision, Luffy and Chun Yu's eyes widened, gritting their teeth, their hands clenched tightly. At this point, Chen Yu could no longer influence the battle. Their dialogue was similar to that of their past lives, hoping the outcome would be similar too. At this moment, Chen Yu could not intervene, nor could Luffy. If they intervened, it would undoubtedly cause Zoro more pain than death. The two gritted their teeth, forcing their eyes wide open to capture the final clash in their sight. Good name. Then I shall offer the highest honor of a swordsman, using all my strength to bury you in the sea. That would be greatly appreciated. With that, Zoro began to spin the two swords in his hands. Three-sword style ultimate technique. 3,000 worlds. After chanting, Zoro bent slightly, taking a forward step. He charged out suddenly. Hawkeye basic attack. After a brief clash, the two swords in Zoro's hands shattered, and a burst of blood erupted from his chest. Even though he had learned Haki. Thoroughly lost. Zoro, gripping the sword hilt, laid down the two short swords, sheathing Wado Ikemonji. Staring at Wado Ikemonji in his hand, Zoro's gaze was resolute. He abruptly turned, spreading his arms, waiting for Hawkeye to fulfill their agreement. What do you mean by this? The scars on my back are a swordsman's shame. Zoro fixed his blazing gaze on Hawkeye, his expression firm, smiling as he spoke. Wonderful. And Hawkeye no longer hesitated, swinging the black sword, yours, striking Zoro across the chest. Not far away, Luffy and Chun Yu, who were forcefully restraining Johnny and Joseph, could no longer hold back, each using their abilities to fly to Zoro's side. Fortunately, the battlefield remained intact, and Zoro did not fall into the sea. Chen Yu immediately noticed that Zoro was still alive and rushed to carry him back to the Baratie, urging Zeph and Nami to handle Zoro's injuries urgently. Then, without looking back, he flew towards Hawkeye. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chun Yu turn to leave. No one knew that Chen Yu was also challenging Hawkeye today. At that moment, Zoro abruptly regained consciousness, swiftly drew Wado Ikemonji, and pointed it straight at the heavens. Hey, Luffy, Chen Yu, can you hear me? Chen Yu remained silent while Luffy sat on the ground with an ecstatic expression and replied, Zoro, I'm here. Did I make you worry? If I don't become the world's greatest swordsman, you'll be troubled too, won't you? As he spoke, Zoro coughed up another mouthful of blood and continued, I won't lose again. Any objections? Pirate King, do you have any objections? No objections. Zoro. Luffy suddenly raised both hands and shouted. Mihawk turned to look at the duo before him and couldn't help but praise. Thank you for maintaining this battle. A fine group. You have a splendid swordsman. Hearing this, Luffy firmly pressed the straw hat onto his head and leaped up joyfully. Nami, who had just finished bandaging Zoro's wounds, saw the bandages soaked with blood again and twisted her face in fury. She immediately slapped Zoro across the face, and he, still gasping for breath, instantly passed out. He lay still and obediently rested. The once enraged bounty duo, seeing that it was Nami who had acted, quickly extinguished their anger, not daring to utter a single peep. On the other side, Chen Yu called out to Mihawk, who was about to leave. Warlord of the Sea, Dracula Mihawk, Chen Yu said with a resolute expression and a stern face. I also intend to challenge you. Hearing this, Mihawk didn't take it seriously and merely replied indifferently. I've had my fill of fun today. I'm going back to sleep. Unsurprised by this response, Chun Yu immediately said, You're Dracula Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, aren't you? Are you afraid of losing to a nobody like me? Chun Yu's words stunned everyone present. It was already a mercy that Mihawk had spared Zoro. And now, by provoking Mihawk like this, Chun Yu would surely die if he lost. Even Luffy was astounded. Nami, terrified, collapsed to her knees and said to Chun Yu in despair, What are you doing? Chun Yu, please, I beg you. Come back. You'll really die. As she spoke, Nami burst into tears, her voice choked with sobs, her delicate frame trembling incessantly. Having witnessed Mihawk's overwhelming power, even Nami, who had great faith in Chun Yu, didn't believe he could defeat him. Hearing this, Sanji's cigarette fell from his lips, his face frozen in shock that lingered long. He simply couldn't comprehend the actions of the Straw Hat crew. One after another, would it kill them to step back? Wasn't life the most important thing? Isn't there hope only if you live? Everyone, including Mihawk, failed to understand Chun Yu's motives. And the Straw Hat crew didn't believe he was acting out because Zoro had lost. Even if it were to uphold the crew's honor, that wouldn't justify it. Zoro, having survived, would astonish the world, and the crew would gain fame across the seas. Strictly speaking, Zoro had already earned enough honor for the crew. In Nami's eyes, Chun Yu was acting very strangely today, nothing like his usual composed self. Luffy wiped the smile off his face, pulled his straw hat down low, and stared at Chun Yu with a determined gaze, asking seriously, Need any help? No need, Captain. Go to Nama first. Luffy merely nodded slightly without replying, stretched his arm, and flew back. Interesting. This scene piqued Mihawk's interest, but that didn't mean the matter was settled today. Challenging the authority of a pirate crew was no trivial affair, even if that crew consisted of just one person. This was the choice Chun Yu had made after careful deliberation. He was uncertain of the power gap between himself and Mihawk. He knew that doing so might very well get him killed by Mihawk. He also knew that even if he didn't obtain the Haki mastery method from Mihawk, he could get it from Garp's ship at Water 7, or later from Rayleigh at Sabaody Archipelago. He could have avoided this risk entirely. Yet after crossing over, he was truly happy. The time spent with Nami was the happiest of his 2 lifetimes. As the pressure from the future mounted, Chun Yu became prone to overthinking. In his past life, he had lived a mundane existence. Mediocre grades, mediocre abilities, a mediocre upbringing. Even with such ordinariness, he hadn't been happy or content. not only from societal pressure, but also from family pressure. Since childhood, Chen Yu had been forced to do things he disliked. Reluctantly attending elementary school, middle school, high school, and reluctantly choosing a major he didn't like. Even so, Chun Yu felt there was still hope in life. And studying was truly important. He believed his parents wouldn't harm him. But after graduation, his family still insisted he take the job he least wanted simply because they believed it was stable. In his past life, he had considered ignoring his family and pursuing a career he loved. Yet doing so would invite reproach from relatives for being ungrateful and subtle persuasion from his parents. From then on, he lost all expectation and longing for life and ceased to care about the work he once loved. After all, his own preferences were useless. But through a twist of fate, he was transported here. Though reluctant at first, once here, he did everything he loved and met someone he cherished. During this time, he was very satisfied. And he was truly happy. Even if he had won a huge lottery before the car accident in his past life, he wouldn't want to go back. He didn't need to imagine how that lottery money would be spent. It would be used to buy 2 apartments in the family city, one for him, one for his younger brother. The remaining sum would be meager, saved for future marriage as a bride price. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share with his brother. On the contrary, he had a good relationship with his brother and had no objection to buying him a house. But even after buying the house for his brother, the remaining money wasn't his to control. He still couldn't choose the job he loved, couldn't spend the money on things he liked, and couldn't settle down in a city he desired. So ever since he truly accepted the Straw Hat crew as his group, he felt genuinely happy inside. And this seemed to be the first time he had ever made a decision entirely on his own. On the ship, there was also the person he loved. He desperately wanted to protect all of this. Hence, mastering Haki was indispensable. The reason he acted today was, what if Garp's ship didn't have the method? Then he'd have to wait until Baratie Archipelago. What if by then Luffy punched a celestial dragon again and Akainu showed up instead? What if Kuma couldn't intervene in time? Then he would lose this beloved group forever and the person he cherished most. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. If he succeeded today, it would be a win-win. But if he failed, only he would die. After his death, Nami would still be safe. Because without his interference, Luffy was destined to inherit Joy Boy's will. As long as Luffy inherited that will, Nami would be safe. If he miraculously survived, he could intervene, and he certainly would. He didn't care about Joy Boy. Given enough time, he could burn through even the sky. He just wanted Luffy to pursue his original dream peacefully. He only wanted everyone on the ship to fulfill their aspirations completely. Besides, he had no ambitions of his own. For now, he merely wished to protect Nama and this crew. This too aligned with his earlier thoughts. He considered it his own indulgence. Haven't I always pursued freedom? Haven't I always wanted to act recklessly just once? Today is for the Straw Hat crew, for myself, and for the future. Chun Yu's gaze grew increasingly resolute as he looked at Hawkeye with a fierce fighting spirit. Then, come on, Hawkeye. Interesting. Truly fascinating. No wonder Shanks likes to wander around the East Sea. Witnessing the change in Chun Yu's expression, Hawkeye suddenly burst into laughter. What an interesting group. Kid, tell me, what are you really after? Hawkeye drew his long sword, once more swirling it with a flourish as his sharp gaze turned towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu calmly replied, the Haki activation method. At that moment, a clear look of astonishment appeared on Hawkeye's face. To think someone from the weakest sea, the East Sea, could awaken Haki by themselves was already impressive to him. He knows about the Haki activation method. It's worth noting that due to Carp's cleansing, there haven't been any decent pirates rising in the East Sea for many years. Could it be that red-haired guy? Hawkeye's sharp gaze shifted towards Luffy as he murmured, no, that doesn't seem to fit his character. Unable to figure it out, Hawkeye chose not to dwell on it. Today he planned to have a good time. If this kid could provide him with that enjoyment, then why not indulge him? It would also serve as a favor to Shanks. He could later ask him for a few jars of fine wine. Let's see how he can refuse. Otherwise, this kid will pay the price for his ignorance and recklessness. With this thought, Hawkeye's gaze towards Chun Yu shifted once again, and those watching felt as if their skin had been cut by a knife. Luffy looked at Chun Yu with a serious expression, tightly holding on to Nami's hands, preventing her from entering the battlefield. Chun Yu acted decisively. He grasped with his right hand the infinite, appearing. Fighting against Hawkeye was not like fighting anyone else. In terms of both strength and speed, Hawkeye was superior. Naturally, he couldn't reveal his strength step by step like a fool. He would strike with all his might. Chun Yu, holding the infinite, bent his legs slightly and leaned forward. Bang! In an instant, Chun Yu's feet exploded with power, launching him forward. The surface beneath him collapsed instantly, and the surrounding wooden boards cracked like a spider's web. This was to achieve a higher initial speed. Then his lower body elementalized further, increasing his speed to a new level. Gathering the Haki within him onto the infinite, he twisted his waist and combined it with the force from his arms, striking fiercely at Hawkeye. King! Clang! A sound of metal clashing echoed through the sky. The heavens did not split apart dramatically. However, a shockwave erupted from the two as the center, causing many chefs at Baratie to stagger back. The only ones remaining still were the Straw Hat crew, Zeph and Sanji. This group is not simple. Zeph remarked, glancing at Chun Yu confronting Hawkeye, then turning to observe the Straw Hat crew with a sigh. Sanji beside him nodded in agreement. Then with a contemplative look he took out a cigarette, lit it, inhaled, and exhaled. Good burst power and judgment. Hawkeye praised. Chun Yu remained silent. He was not merely sparring with Hawkeye in swordsmanship, so he would use all means necessary. Seeing Hawkeye about to unleash his power, Chun Yu instantly elementalized, swiftly retreating until he stopped in the air away from Baratie. Hawkeye basic attack slash. Hearing the name of Hawkeye's technique, Yes, I twitched sky-breaking round dance slash. The two techniques erupted simultaneously as they swung their swords. The former was a genuine slash. The latter was an application of his fruit ability, a rapidly spinning ring of flames. However, this ring of fire visibly consisted of 3 layers. The innermost layer was a terrifying crimson, the widest. The middle layer was a gradient of red to orange, slightly narrower. The outermost layer was an orange-yellow gradient, the narrowest. After the two techniques collided, they did not directly clash, as everyone imagined, determining a victor. The sky-breaking round dance slash had a 4th layer beyond the 3 that clashed with Hawkeye's slash. A nearly invisible pale yellow transparent layer. This was the terrifying aspect of Chun Yu's technique. Those observant enough could see that the space around the sky-breaking round dance slash appeared distorted, with the space where the outermost transparent layer resided being the most severely warped. This was the heat layer generated from high-speed rotation and full combustion. It was hot enough to burn the heavens and sharp enough to sever mountains. Truly terrifying. Furthermore, the outer layer would not disappear until the internal flames were exhausted. This horrifying move dissipated within moments of colliding with Hawkeye's slash, and the energy generated by the dissipation immediately stirred up a fierce wind and colossal waves expanding outward from the point of eruption. From above, one could see a ring-like tsunami spreading outwards. Phew. One move for one basic attack. Chun Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, murmuring, "A beautiful move." Upon witnessing this scene, even Hawkeye couldn't help but exclaim. Even though he merely executed a basic attack, how many in this world could withstand his basic attack? Let alone the younger generation. Bring it on. Hawkeye set aside his playful demeanor, and his fighting spirit surged suddenly. Be careful. Seeing Hawkeye being so generous made Chun Yu's heart feel somewhat uneasy, but he still spoke sternly. Everything that just transpired was within Chun Yu's expectations, including Hawkeye's earlier reaction. But he never expected that Hawkeye would become so serious at this moment. This was simply life-threatening. The best solution now was to prevent Hawkeye from taking the initiative while he bombarded him with attacks. Otherwise, he was uncertain whether he could withstand Hawkeye's initiative. If he couldn't dodge, would this uncle become displeased and not enjoy himself? Before Hawkeye's eyes, Chun Yu gradually ascended into the sky. He decided to go for a concentrated barrage. He could bombard for a long time without using Haki, but if he added Haki, he would only have one shot at best. With the limited amount of Haki he possessed, being able to launch even one attack would be a testament to his strong physique. Standing in midair with his feet treading on flames, Chun Yu formed sword fingers, and the fire dragon reappeared on his fingertips. At the same time, countless dazzling fire swords condensed above Chun Yu's head, and these flying swords continued to solidify. To ensure Hawkeye had a good time, he could only keep compressing the flames, compressing them to the extreme for stability. Moments later, the sky above Baratie was dyed orange-red with the terrifying fire swords hovering above everyone's heads. Now, not only the chefs were shocked, even the members of the Straw Hat crew were stunned. They had never seen this move before. At this moment, Nami's emotions had completely calmed down. She no longer rushed into the arena, merely looking at Chun Yu's direction with concern, continuously praying for him. Rain curtain. A resonant voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Accompanying it were lines of fiery threads shooting towards Hawkeye. These long lines of fire were merely the afterglow left by the rapidly moving flying swords, but the spectacle was extremely magnificent. Countless flying swords trailed fiery tails resembling a hole in the sky where innumerable raindrops poured down, heading straight for Hawkeye. Incredible. Truly astonishing. Even relying on fruit abilities, Hawkeye got into a charging stance, affirming this move would be explosive enough even in the new world. Even if it couldn't harm a true Haki master, this move was stylish. Moreover, if this move were unleashed in the territory of the 4 emperors, none of the current 4 emperors could stop it. After charging his power, Hawkeye's expression hardened, and then countless flying slashes were unleashed. With both hands gripping his sword, Hawkeye's blade swings were already too fast for ordinary people to see clearly. With each swing, a small slash shot out. The constantly swinging black blade created sword flowers in midair resembling a black and gold imperial chrysanthemum that kept changing. How terrifying. Simply terrifying. This warlord's strength was somewhat beyond measure. Chun Yu's earlier move had not shocked the awakening Zoro, but Hawkeye's flurry of slashes had deeply impacted him. With both hands tightly gripping the sword hilt, his gaze grew increasingly fervent. The relentless slashes met the rain-like barrage of fiery flying swords. Each collision between the flying swords and the slashes erupted in violent explosions. The sharp slashes clashed against the furious flying swords, a scene that played out repeatedly in the skies above Baratie. Boom! X and the onlookers below were transfixed, watching the sparks that erupted in the air. An endless wave of heat washed over the sea. As the collisions continued, the surrounding temperature soared the scorching air, forcing the chefs to jump into the sea one by one like dumplings being tossed into boiling water to escape the deadly heat. The explosions in the sky persisted. Even a powerhouse like Eagle Eye was starting to sweat as he was surrounded by the flames erupting around him. Luffy hurriedly coated his straw hat with a layer of armament Haki. He then gripped the sides of the brim tightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he watched the battle below. Luffy's emotions were a roller coaster today. He had feared losing Zoro, then worried about losing Chun Yu, but now he was filled with fighting spirit. With a first mate capable of clashing with Eagle Eye aboard his ship, he felt immense pride and satisfaction, which only fueled his competitive spirit. He was acutely aware that at this moment, he was far inferior to Chun Yu. In the past, Luffy might have felt this way, but Chun Yu had never fought with full strength, preventing him from truly grasping the gap. And today, the impact of this battle was not limited to Luffy alone. It included the Straw Hat crew, especially Usopp, whose jaw nearly dropped to the ground in shock. Having just boarded the ship, Usopp only knew that Chun Yu was strong, but that knowledge had been limited to hearsay. He once thought Chun Yu's strength was like that displayed when he struck a Navy warship, which already seemed impressive in his eyes. But witnessing this battle firsthand today thoroughly schooled him. His perception of strength was utterly shattered and reshaped. Sanji could no longer remember how many cigarettes he had dropped today. He trembled as he held an empty cigarette box, repeatedly checking it. Even Zeph, formidable as he was, had never observed a battle between two individuals of such strength as the seven warlords at such close range. He kept reminding Sanji, keep your eyes wide open. Everything you witnessed today will benefit you for a lifetime. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, someone was secretly recording everything with a den mushy. Suddenly, the explosive sounds in the sky ceased, and both Chun Yu and Eagle Eye halted their attacks. They exchanged glances. In the next moment, Chun Yu shot through the air like a meteor, followed by 10 agile, vibrant eels. Compared to the previous fiery flying swords, these 10 eels were more agile, radiating energy fluctuations that the flying swords could not match. Aiming at the rapidly moving Chun Yu, Eagle Eye unleashed another wave of flying slashes targeting Chun Yu's face. Seeing this, Chun Yu remained unfazed, skillfully dodging the slashes with his sword. Eagle Eye achieved his desired outcome and immediately shifted his target, unleashing a series of flying slashes directly at the 10 eels. Chun Yu had no intention of letting Eagle Eye succeed. He quickly controlled 3 of the eels, deftly avoiding the incoming slashes as they charged straight for Eagle Eye. The remaining 7 took to the skies. These 10 eels were not mere distractions. Each had consumed a significant amount of stamina. Within the range of Chun Yu's observation, Haki 10 was his absolute limit. Of course, this control referred to precise manipulation. Seeing that the flying slashes could not land a hit, Eagle Eye no longer hesitated. He sprang up, confronting the charging eels directly. With a single slash, he declared a serious slash. This slash indeed cleaved through the eels. Even though Chun Yu had condensed the eel's skin to the maximum extent possible, they were still effortlessly cut apart by Eagle Eye. Seeing the eels being sliced around Eagle Eye with 3 of them cut apart, Luffy clenched his fists nervously, his expression turning grim. Usopp's reaction was quite exaggerated, covering his ears and shouting, Chun Yu is going to lose. Chun Yu is going to lose. Nami, unable to bear it any longer, leaped up and struck Usopp down to the ground with 2 quick punches. Shut up. Watch carefully. Yet the corners of Chun Yu's mouth curled slightly. Why did he need to thicken the skin of the eels? Why must he control them with precision? Every goal was aimed at delivering the eels right next to Eagle Eye. The 3 eels just sliced did not explode as Eagle Eye had anticipated. Instead, they continuously spewed forth bright yellow flames tinged with a hint of green. This flame was the hottest flame Chun Yu could currently produce, mixed with Haki. As for the temperature, Chun Yu was certain it had surpassed the 2,000-degree threshold. Sensing the warnings from his observation, Haki, Eagle Eye decisively enveloped himself in a massive amount of Haki. The overwhelming aura of death rushing at him forced Eagle Eye to act with utmost caution. A temperature of over 2,000 degrees and flames over 2,000 degrees were not the same concept. The center of this flame soared to over 2,000 degrees, but the edges of the flames were far beyond that. The terrifying flames quickly engulfed Eagle Eye like a tidal wave. Observing that the 3 eels had achieved their intended purpose, Chun Yu immediately controlled the remaining 7 and charged them toward Eagle Eye with force. He did not believe that Eagle Eye would handle this so easily. But next, Eagle Eye was surely going to unleash his full power against him. Who knows if Kuro was really a witness to Eagle Eye using his sword to row a boat. However, if it were true, burning his clothes might be somewhat satisfying. Watching as the 10 eels fulfilled their mission, Chen Yu instantly retreated, pausing midair to recover his stamina while remaining vigilant. Kid, your potential is far beyond this. Next move, if you survive, will give you what you want. So you're called Chen Yu, huh? Don't die too quickly. As the flames dissipated, Eagle Eye's clothes were tattered, but his body was unharmed, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Yu with clear intentions. However, the previously intact battlefield had completely vanished, leaving only a small piece of wood beneath Eagle Eye's feet to stand upon. The previous barrage of attacks, coupled with the recent flames of death, had left Baratie miraculously intact, a result of both of their deliberate control. Eagle Eye felt that if this battle continued like this, it would not be enough for his thrill. Moreover, with his clothes burned, he was eager to finish up and get back for a nap before heading to find Shanks for a drink. Chen Yu had no choice. Eagle Eye no longer wished to play, and he could only keep pace, survive, and continue living. Or not. Let's talk about it. For the final move, Chun Yu planned to use all of his Haki. In the sky, Chun Yu furrowed his brow, veins protruding on his forehead, his palms facing each other as he assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, furious flames gathering in his palms. Compressing, refining, repeating rapidly. In just a few breaths, an energy sphere the size of a football formed in Chun Yu's palms, its color a deep green, and the surrounding air distorted beyond transparency. To the former world, East Wind series, Mushroom Bomb. Chun Yu lowered his head, his eyes fixated on the small mushroom in his hand. He was terrified of this thing. He truly feared that it would go berserk and end up killing him. By the way, can the small mushroom wrapped around my aura explode and kill the elemental version of myself? Seeking help online. It's urgent. Then Chun Yu glanced at the crowd below, swallowing hard as he hoped they would be safe. It's all Eagle Eye's fault. Chun Yu took a few deep breaths, adjusting his mindset, and nervously glanced at Eagle Eye before pointing his sword. Eagle Eye, take this. With a loud shout, Chun Yu threw another fake mushroom he had secretly condensed towards Eagle Eye. This fake mushroom only resembled the real one. In terms of power, it was merely 2 or 3 times stronger than a flying sword. Super serious slash. Eagle Eye muttered. An enormous pale blue slash swiftly flew out and collided with the small mushroom thrown by Chun Yu. The collision was not as evenly matched as one might have imagined. The mushroom was instantly cleaved in half as easily as cutting vegetables. Bang! The mushroom exploded, producing a massive blaze, yet its power and temperature were far inferior to the enthusiastic eel. Eagle Eye, Luffy, Jifu, everyone, gazing at the enormous slash flying further away, all fell into contemplation. However, obscured by the flames, Chun Yu moved his fingers again. He waved his sword and shot out another mushroom, which flew directly towards Eagle Eye. At this moment, Eagle Eye wore a disdainful expression. How could he have expected this? This boy had disappointed him. Should he not use his aura manipulation technique on him? Or should he not? Just as Eagle Eye was feeling disappointed, his still-active Kinbunshiku Haki suddenly sent a warning. A warning so strong that it hadn't been felt in years. Eagle Eye, his eagle-like eyes widened instantly. The serious yet slightly disdainful expression on Eagle Eye's face changed dramatically. Then Chen Yu, who was secretly observing from the shadows, saw Eagle Eye make the most correct move in an instant. First, he unleashed several enormous slashes to seal and obliterate the mushroom, while he quickly retreated, covering himself with armed Haki, and without any hesitation positioned his black blade Yoro in front of him. Unfortunately, before he could run very far, the mushroom exploded. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud over 150 meters suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Then came a wave of heat that swept across. It stirred up a series of circular tsunamis. The explosion of the mushroom stunned everyone. They had never imagined that the same technique could suddenly be so powerful. As they were still in shock and had not regained their senses, the tsunami caused by the explosion was already crashing towards them. If they were hit by this massive wave, Baratie would surely be obliterated. Forced back to reality by the shock, the crowd saw the gigantic wave, and their expressions gradually froze before once again plunging into astonishment. And it was that kind of astonishment where tears were flowing. Fortunately, Chen Yu flew over just in time. He had anticipated this situation and quickly squeezed out the last bit of his strength to create a gap in the tsunami. Even with Chun Yu holding it back, the surging water caused by the tsunami was enough for the people below to be overwhelmed. Since Chun Yu had intentionally led the battle far from the crowd, they were spared from being directly affected by the small boy's actions. Realizing they had narrowly escaped with their lives, the crowd shed tears of regret. The world is too dangerous. Be cautious in observing. After the tsunami, there were still the residual waves from the mushroom. A wave of heat suddenly tormented the weeping crowd. Even Baratie caught fire. Chen Yu had no strength for anything else, but extinguishing a fire was still easy for him. For everyone on the ground, the mushroom cloud that had just blossomed was truly unforgettable. Even until they grew old, they would remember it vividly. Be careful in choosing friends, stay away from old six. Meanwhile, Chun Yu slumped on the deck of Baratie, looked heavily at the person before him, holding the black blade Yoro. Until just now Chun Yu had not realized that Eagle Eye, who had been fighting him for so long, could actually use moonwalk. Just as he finished extinguishing the fire, Chun Yu was about to sit down to regain strength when he heard a sound of air bursting beside him. Looking towards the sound, what was happening? Eagle Eye, whose clothes had been blasted off, was stepping on the air filled with murderous intent as he charged at Chun Yu. This is bad. Eagle Eye can't possibly have an image to maintain, right? Chun Yu constantly wailed in his heart. Even if Chun Yu was usually calm at this moment, seeing Eagle Eye made him uneasy. What if Eagle Eye was pursuing Kurozumi just because he saw him using the big sword to paddle? Then today he would be sliced to pieces. Danger. I was still too naive. No wonder he is the renowned warlord of the sea. I bow down. After saying this, he cupped his fists and continued, you can kill or slice as you please. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Eagle Eye, eyes unblinking. Chen Yu, constantly thinking of a strategy, ultimately chose to face him head-on. He guessed that Eagle Eye would likely fall for this tactic. Moreover, Chun Yu's words were implicitly conveying that as a newcomer, he challenged this senior, and now he had merely blown up his clothes. If he was incapable, he would concede today. If he was angry, then come at him. If I frown today, I will take your surname. Before Eagle Eye could speak, the Straw Hat crew all rushed over, including Sanji, without a hint of hesitation, standing in front of Chen Yu facing Eagle Eye. What are you doing? This is my battle. Are you humiliating me? Zoro, Luffy. Especially you guys. Do you want me to die without closing my eyes? Seeing the Straw Hat crew blocking him, Chun Yu felt an immense warmth in his heart, deeply comforted. But he had to scold them to step aside. On one hand, he didn't dare to gamble with a group of lives on Eagle Eye's temper. On the other hand, he wanted to tell Eagle Eye that this was just between him and Eagle Eye and had nothing to do with them. Ultimately, Eagle Eye, the great swordsman, surely appreciated the hard-headedness of Zoro. Yet he could be both soft and tough. The still red-skinned Eagle Eye gave Chun Yu a meaningful glance. In that moment, Chun Yu did not understand Eagle Eye's intention, unsure if he comprehended the many implications in his words. But he didn't dare to gamble. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to stand up, grabbing Luffy and Zoro by their collars, his bloodshot eyes fixed on them. Leave immediately. This is the first mate's order. After saying this, he swept his gaze towards the rest, including the yet-adjoined Sanji. Seeing such a Chun Yu, Zoro clenched his fist around Sandai Kitetsu, every joint cracking. While Luffy hesitated in the end with a grim face, he led the others away, including Nami, who was crying and shouting. Zoro gritted his teeth and followed Luffy away. Sanji handed a cigarette to Chun Yu, lit it for him, and then left with a gloomy expression, hands in his pockets. He simply couldn't understand why this crew behaved this way. Is the so-called ideal really that important? But what Sanji didn't know was that in his past life, he had also become like this after joining them, although his all blue had turned into two. After finally standing up, Chun Yu finished the last cigarette slowly before speaking in a flat tone, sorry to keep you waiting, I don't have any extra cigarettes on me. Eagle Eye did not respond, but instead with a mocking expression said something that made Chun Yu shudder. Kid, you're quite good at pretending. Upon hearing Eagle Eye's words, Chun Yu did not show any signs of panic, but instead looked at Eagle Eye with a dark expression, saying to lose is to lose. Are you insulting me? The bolder the man, the greater the land. As long as you have no evidence, Chun Yu will never admit it, even if he is beaten to death. Then fine, I acknowledge you. Since you are so eager to die, I will honor you with the highest etiquette of a swordsman and let you be buried in the sea, even if you are not a swordsman. After saying this, Eagle Eye slowly raised his black blade knight, as if he was about to strike. Wait, why does what Eagle Eye say sound so strange? When he was cutting Zoro, he didn't say since you were so eager to die. Why is he saying this now? Chun Yu thought to himself, feeling very confused. Suddenly Chun Yu understood the profound meaning behind Eagle Eye's gaze. Now he comprehended what Eagle Eye was trying to convey. No wonder he even added, even if you are not a swordsman. This is quite awkward. Chun Yu thought inwardly. Seeing Eagle Eye's slow swinging of the sword, Chun Yu immediately changed his tone and flattered, I never intended to die. Uncle, look at what you're saying. Hearing this, a sarcastic expression appeared on Eagle Eye's face. Did you not say I was insulting you? Chun Yu replied, how could that be? Even if you wanted to insult me, feel free to do so. I have no other hobbies, or I just love to hear people insult me. I've always liked it. In fact, when Eagle Eye saw the Straw Hat crew blocking in front of him, he had already decided to let Chun Yu go. He had grown increasingly fond of this group. Seeing them made him, who had been a lone wolf for many years, start to feel something unusual. Eagle Eye chose to ignore this somewhat reserved kid, decisively lowering his black blade knight, and turned his gaze towards the distance. At this moment, Chun Yu did not act out. Strictly speaking, he was a bit reserved, but he was not foolish. He could tell at a glance that Eagle Eye was reminiscing about something. Was interrupting him, asking for trouble. After about 10 minutes of silence, Eagle Eye slowly spoke. The Haki operation method is in the pocket of my coat. Chun Yu's face first brightened, then instantly stiffened. Chun Yu. Chun Yu. Chun Yu. He felt he had never been so speechless in his life. It seemed that this slightly clever kid had amused Eagle Eye, as a rare smile appeared on his serious face. I will memorize it and write it for you later. However, I must make it clear that I acknowledge you, but only you. Although he had understood Eagle Eye seemed to enjoy speaking in riddles. Chun Yu internally cursed. If Eagle Eye could hear the thoughts of others, he would definitely raise his Black Blade Knight again and strike Chun Yu down. Eagle Eye stated, if it weren't for you speaking in riddles would I be like this. Throughout my conversation with Zoro, which words were not straightforward. You always speaking in riddles, if I hadn't reacted quickly, I wouldn't have realized you were mocking me and belittling me. Since Eagle Eye was so straightforward, Chun Yu certainly wouldn't remain silent. After all, he now represented the Straw Hat crew. We owe you a favor. As long as it doesn't violate our principles, we will never back down. Chun Yu looked at Eagle Eye with a sincere expression, his tone firm. Then Chun Yu added, you know we have this potential. Hearing this, Eagle Eye showed no reaction, but did not deny it either. After a while, Eagle Eye looked at Chun Yu seriously and said, what if I want the head of a celestial dragon? That doesn't violate my principles. If you want, I will go and get it for you. Chun Yu said this without any joking tone, still firm. Upon hearing this, Eagle Eye laughed. Not in mockery, but a genuine laugh from the heart. Ha ha ha. You really are a very interesting group. Kid, remember what you promised today? After saying this, Eagle Eye directly walked towards the Baratie, asking for paper and a pen, and then wrote 2 full pages in a flourish. He solemnly handed these pages to Chun Yu, his expression extremely serious. Strong individuals often have some inheritance. The current 4 emperors each have their own legacies, with red-haired Shanks inheriting from Roger, while the other 3 emperors inherit from Rocks. Although the operation methods are not rare in the New World, they are limited to basic cultivation methods, and the deeper applications are treasures held by each family. I do not wish for this method to fall into the hands of others. Seeing how serious Eagle Eye was, Chun Yu couldn't help but straighten up like a student and solemnly receive the papers with both hands. I guarantee it with our pirate flag. Eagle Eye decided to leave, but Chun Yu was not someone with low emotional intelligence. He asked Sanji for a clean set of clothes and a pack of cigarettes, then brought the Straw Hat crew to bid farewell to Eagle Eye. Watching Eagle Eye, who had already sailed a distance, Chun Yu accurately tossed the clothes onto Eagle Eye's ship, followed by tossing over a cigarette. Eagle Eye simply accepted the cigarette, then turned and sat down, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Everyone watched Eagle Eye leave until his ship was no longer in sight. Looking at Eagle Eye leaving, Chun Yu was just about to happily share the good news with his crew. However, when he turned around, he only had time to see an orange figure rushing towards him. Suddenly, Chun Yu was sent flying by a punch, followed by an orange-haired girl leaping onto him, sitting on Chun Yu without holding back and delivering punch after punch to his face. Chun Yu could feel the power behind the punches to his face growing weaker until they completely stopped. Splash tears fell like pearls from a broken string, landing on Chun Yu's face and flowing into his heart. Chun Yu did not speak. His gaze remained fixed on the girl, whose eyes were already red and swollen from crying. He noticed the blood on her fingertips and nails. He saw the 8 arc-shaped little wounds lined up in the palms of the girl's hands, and because she had just been punching forcefully, the already clotted wounds began to bleed again. He saw that the girl's chest was already soaked through. He saw the blood still lingering at the corners of her mouth and between her teeth. He saw that the girl was trembling all over. He saw so much. Clearly he was the one fighting Eagle Eye, yet he was completely unharmed, only exhausted of his strength and Haki. Clearly the girl did not participate in any battle, yet why was she covered in wounds? Chun Yu knew, he had always known. Whether during the fight or when the crew faced Eagle Eye, he had seen the girl. Yet he always consciously avoided looking at this pitiful girl. Chun Yu had planned for a long time for these 2 pages of paper, even betting his life on it. But why was he not as happy as he had imagined? Shouldn't he be cheering and feel joy at accomplishing something he had long plotted? Instead, he felt deeply sad. His body did not hurt. Even after being punched so many times, he didn't feel any pain at all. But his heart ached terribly. It was as if the punches had struck his heart instead of his face. Chun Yu could no longer restrain himself. He quickly opened his arms and tightly embraced the girl who was crying on top of him. Bang! The girl being hugged fell heavily onto Chun Yu. Let go of me. The girl in Chun Yu's arms struggled, incessantly mumbling something. But how could Chun Yu fulfill her wishes? His hands remained tightly wrapped around her, as if he were holding onto his most cherished treasure, fearing to lose it. The girl in his arms struggled a few more times, and seeing that she couldn't break free, she obediently lay down, resting on the chest of the bad guy she had always worried about. The girl's hands shifted from struggling to embracing tightly, holding onto the person beneath her, afraid this was just a dream. Seeing this scene, the onlookers who were secretly observing from a distance couldn't help but smile, resembling a certain relative. Even Sanji was no exception. The Straw Hat crew revealed smiles of relief. But what they were even more grateful for was that their vice-captain had returned safely. As Luffy turned around, he had already made up his mind if things went awry, he would charge at Hawkeye without hesitation. How could he speak of ambition when he couldn't even protect someone who was wholeheartedly considering his own family? What kind of grand ambitions could he have? What right did he have to be the captain? Luffy had made a resolution when he set sail to become the freest person on the seas and to become the pirate king. If he couldn't protect his own vice-captain, how could he speak of freedom? Without Chen Yu, he couldn't become the pirate king. Without Zoro, he couldn't become the pirate king either. Similarly, without the Straw Hat crew, he would undoubtedly be unable to become the pirate king. He wasn't sure what Zoro was thinking, but he knew that Zoro's gaze was exceptionally resolute. Zoro trusted Chun Yu just as much as he did, and like him, Zoro had entrusted his life to Chen Yu long ago. Now that Chen Yu had returned safely, everything was progressing in a positive direction. Thinking of this, Luffy sat down on the ground with a sense of relief, pulling down the sides of his straw hat with both hands, staring intently into the distance. He felt that he was one step closer to becoming the Pirate King. Meanwhile, Nami's restless heart finally settled down at this moment. Seeing Nami's expression of grievance and stubbornness in his arms, Chun Yu felt a mix of unease and great satisfaction. In this unfamiliar world, he, like a rootless floating weed, had finally found a home, both physically and emotionally. Thinking of how Nami had just publicly hit him, he suddenly felt quite embarrassed. He had to regain his honor. He had to assert his dominance. He needed to show everyone that he was the one in charge. With that, he lifted Nami by her armpits and forcefully dragged her to a place where he could reach her with his lips. Just as Nami's mood had calmed down, she felt the sudden tug, causing her to gasp in fright. However, the gasp was abruptly cut off. After lifting Nami, he lowered his head and sealed her small mouth tightly, his tongue invading incessantly, causing Nami's eyes to widen. Hearing the gasps, the others looked over. The seasoned chefs began to whistle, their expressions filled with amusement. Zeph said, "Being young is great. Damn it, I really envy Chen Yu," Sanji muttered as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly pounding on the floor. Nami, biting her lip in frustration, quickly got up and broke free from Chun Yu's grasp, but not before biting his tongue hard. She ignored the others, lowering her head to hide her expression as she ran back to the Going Merry without looking back. With a heavy sound of the door slamming shut, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Yu then got up, completely unconcerned about what had just happened. Was it just a bit of blood from his tongue? What? You're asking if I'm embarrassed? Embarrassed my ass. I was showing off. Zeph, I sincerely apologize. I almost ruined your hard work, Chen Yu said respectfully to Zeph. Ha! Kid, you've shown us chefs 3 spectacular battles, and more importantly, you've let me witness the most precious things in this world. Zeph smiled nostalgically. The other chefs chimed in, yes. That was an incredible battle. An amazing crew. Now that your battle is over, our battle is just beginning. That's right. You all should rest well. I heard you eat a lot, we've prepared plenty of delicious food for you. Exactly. We are the chefs of the Baratie. I'm fired up. Chen Yu smiled and thanked the chefs as they rolled up their sleeves, eager to get started. Sanji, I want to eat dompa pork, Chen Yu called out to Sanji, who was turning to head to the kitchen. Dompa pork? Chen Yu replied, what? Are there dishes that the chefs of a sea restaurant can't make? This is a dish from my hometown, I haven't eaten it in a long time. Chen Yu made a mocking expression and cheekily said, so can the South chef who only dares to stay in East Blue fulfill my small wish. Damn shrimp ball. Don't underestimate the sea chefs. Sanji rolled up his sleeves, biting on his cigarette angrily. After briefly explaining how to make dompa pork, Chen Yu sat at the nearby dining table patiently waiting. He was so hungry that he had no strength left, even though he still mastered the art of life restoration. You better wait. The dompa pork I make will be so delicious you'll swallow your tongue. With that, Sanji swiftly walked towards the kitchen, eyes blazing with fire. Ears sharp, Luffy, hearing delicious, transformed into a rubber snake, extending his head. Sanji. I want some too. Me. I Captain Usopp wants some too. Hearing this, Sanji made an okay gesture and coolly turned to leave. So he's the chef, what do you think? Chen Yu looked at Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy wore an expression of distress because Sanji had already refused him. But, there's no but. Do you want it or not? Chen Yu interrupted, ignoring Luffy's hesitation. Chen Yu, do you have a plan? Luffy's face changed in an instant, turning from distress to eager anticipation. Just wait. He'll join our ship. Calculating it was almost time for the dishes to be served, Chen Yu quickly finished the 2 fruits in his hands, standing up and heading towards the Going Merry. Chen Yu tried to find a kin, but unfortunately he didn't see him, and otherwise Chen Yu quite admired that guy and would have trained him to be a team leader under him. Sighing softly, Chen Yu felt neither disappointment nor regret. Arriving in front of Nami's room, he pushed the door open directly. Upon entering, he saw a pair of agile feet rhythmically tapping the blanket. Nami was lying on the bed, burying her face deep in the pillow, swaying side to side. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu smiled, genuinely happy. Noticing that Nami seemed unaware of his arrival, he quietly exited the room and gently closed the door. After a couple of breaths, Chun Yu lightly knocked on the door and softly called out, Nami, it's time to eat. If you don't come out soon, those boys will eat everything. After calling, he stood at the door, quietly waiting until a soft response came from inside. I'm coming. Bang, bang, bang. Several sounds of light footfalls approached slowly, and then the door opened. Chen Yu had already tidied his appearance and was waiting for a long time. Seeing Nami come out, he looked at her with delight. She wore a green floral dress and sandals, and Chun Yu was once again captivated, especially by the sight of her thighs exposed in the dress. "Where are you looking?" A shy whisper came from her. Chen Yu then lightly cleared his throat and shamelessly said, "Just admiring my wife. It's not illegal, not illegal." "What, you perv? Who said I'd be your wife?" Nami glared at Chen Yu, a bit shy yet proud. With a huff, she walked past him towards Baratie. Of course, Chen Yu followed quickly, naturally taking Nami's delicate hand. Although that little hand could deliver a powerful slap, Chen Yu just liked it. When Chun Yu and Nami arrived at the restaurant, everyone was already gathered. Upon entering, they saw 2 large tables, 8 meters long and 2 meters wide, pushed together, filled with an array of food, while 5 large barrels of wine stood beside the tables as everyone waited for Chun Yu and Nami to arrive. Before entering, Nami had already freed herself from Chun Yu's grasp, so even when the seasoned veterans tried to signal her frantically and whistled, she remained oblivious and naturally took her seat. "Nami, I'm not afraid of you guys now." Originally, Sanji wanted to wait until everyone was present before starting the meal. He was eager to see the moment Chen Yu tasted his dompa pork and dropped his jaw in surprise. However, beside him, Luffy occasionally stretched his arm, taking advantage of Sanji's distraction to sneak food into his mouth. After the first and second times, during the third attempt, Sanji could no longer tolerate it. He grabbed a butcher's knife and held it against Luffy's neck, scaring Luffy to the point of sweating profusely and trembling all over. Thus, upon entering, Chun Yu was greeted by a lively atmosphere. He truly enjoyed this ambience. He immediately took a seat next to Nami and looked at everyone, saying, "Chefs, let's start the meal." "Woo. XN. Hey guys, you must try the fish I made. It's so fresh and beautiful." "Nonsense. The dishes I made are the most delicious. Eat the lotus root." A group of chefs were competing to showcase their skills, creating an uproar. Luffy, who quickly finished all the food on his plate, turned to snatch Usopp's food, only to be chased off by a spicy pepper from Usopp, causing him to inadvertently bump into Nami, who was sipping juice, making her choke and cough persistently. Chen Yu, who was patting Nami's back, saw that she was feeling better, then snatched the butcher's knife from Sanji's hand and chased after Luffy, swinging the knife fiercely. Sanji also followed behind, carrying the dompa pork, wanting Chun Yu to taste what he had made. After chasing for a while, without catching up, Sanji's forehead bulged with veins from anger. Then he unexpectedly pulled out an axe, chasing after Chun Yu, swinging it as he shouted, "Ew, not eating after making me cook." Several chefs who were already drinking beside Nami noticed she was drinking juice alone and blushed as they invited her to drink together. Nami, who was invited, initially intended to refuse, but seeing that Chun Yu was busy, she also went to join in. Soon, several chefs who had just invited Nami, their faces red, warned the chef who had invited her, pointing at Chun Yu, who was wielding a knife, saying in unison, "Do you dare to provoke the brothers, woman?" The blushing chef instantly broke into a cold sweat. He never expected that he, a renowned chef, would become drunk so quickly and even wake up from being scared. Indeed, he must have been drunk just now, or the big brother wouldn't hold it against him. At this moment, someone told the blushing chef, "Did you see the straw hat guy being chased in front? He merely bumped into the sister, yet the big brother chased him for so long." The blushing chef turned pale, continuously shouting, "Dad, Mom, I am an unfilial son." Meanwhile, Nami, who was already drinking with other chefs, continued to drink cup after cup, knocking down several of them, completely unaware of the chef, who was starting to draft his will. After beating Luffy, Chun Yu hurried back to comfort Sanji. After all, it wouldn't be fair if he didn't eat. After tasting a piece of the red braised meat, Chun Yu's eyes truly lit up. This soft and tender texture, rich, yet not greasy. Chun Yu had one plate after another. Seeing that Chun Yu was conquered by his culinary skills, Sanji squinted his crescent eyes, raised an eyebrow, and presented his improved red braised meat along with red braised salmon and red braised sea king meat. Sanji, mastering a new cooking method, unlocked the achievement of red braising everything. He fed Chun Yu until he was completely full. Suddenly, Chun Yu's gaze locked onto the direction where Nami was, a subtle killing intent seeping from his eyes. He didn't even notice that the pork belly in his hand had been stealthily stolen by Luffy, as he focused entirely on releasing his killing intent. Sanji followed Chun Yu's gaze and wore a look of schadenfreude. TSK. These kids are bold enough, even I wouldn't dare mess with that beauty. Watching the chefs, who were getting overly familiar with Nami, preparing to throw their arms around her shoulder, Chun Yu couldn't hold back anymore. In an instant, he shot out, colliding with Usopp, who was singing loudly. A few punches later, several chefs had big bumps on their heads, dazed and confused, mumbling, "Chef Zeph, why does this wine get you drunk so quickly? Did we buy fake wine?" Looking at the chef, who had collapsed on the ground, it turned out to be someone he usually didn't get along with. Sanji couldn't help but launch a sneak attack from behind, constantly looking left and right, but his feet never stopped kicking the chef repeatedly while cackling. Soon the table of ingredients was cleaned out, and everyone was basically drunk and dreaming. Gently picking up the drunk Nami, Chun Yu greeted Sanji and carried her back to the Mary, his gaze fixated on the neckline that he had accidentally lifted. With a loud bang, he closed the door to Nami's room, and after that Chun Yu never came out again. Of course, Chun Yu was very honest. They merely slept together, just holding each other, while sleeping, preserving the last boundary of simply sleeping together. With slightly sore palms, Chun Yu peacefully fell asleep beside Nami. The next day, a surprise scream came from Nami's room, followed by the sound of someone getting beaten, which lasted for a while. When Nami finally got tired of beating, Chun Yu hurriedly explained, "I did nothing yesterday." "Nami, how come your hand is in my clothes?" "Chun Yu, I am a person with principles. I uphold my principles." "Nami, how come your hand is in my clothes?" "Chun Yu, do you not trust me either?" "Nami, I just want to know how your hand ended up in my clothes." "Chun Yu, let it be destroyed." Dang. Then with a look of tragic resignation, Chun Yu said, "Don't blame your brother for being bad, blame your sister for being too cute." And then there was no more. As Chun Yu planned to leave the room, he couldn't even get past the door. Don't ask. Just ask if he bought too many bags. In the restaurant, the delighted Sanji pushed a cart filled with breakfast out along with a pot of soup. Sanji, waiting for everyone to praise him, wore a smile and looked forward. Today's soup was his new invention, and he was full of confidence. Unfortunately, what awaited him was merciless humiliation. Even Zeph, whom Sanji greatly respected, after finishing the soup, smashed the bowl and directly criticized what he had made. Simply a waste of food. Nearby, Luffy and the other Straw Hats, after Sanji stormed out in anger, also served themselves a bowl of soup. "It's clearly delicious." All the chefs, "Of course we know it's delicious." We all acknowledge Sanji's skills. "Zeph, but he doesn't belong here. He should pursue his dreams and seek each of yours as well." All the chefs, "We've all noticed that when that guy talks about all blue, he shines with genuine happiness." Zeph, you young people should strive to pursue your dreams. While everyone was discussing, Sanji, who had just chatted with Chun Yu for a few minutes, sat weakly at the door, muttering to himself, "Little brats. Who told you to decide for me? And you old man who will take care of you if I leave?" After saying that, Sanji lit a cigarette for himself and silently fell into thought. At this moment, Sanji's mind still echoed Chun Yu's words to him. "Sanji, you are destined to be our ship's cook. All blue, huh? A very good dream. Isn't it only natural for the cook on the future Pirate King's ship to have such dreams? That Chen Yu is such a bastard shrimp ball." After finishing one cigarette, Sanji lit another. He then tossed one to Chun Yu, who had suddenly appeared beside him, but never glanced at that bastard. "Are you saying that I'm destined to agree with you?" Chun Yu shrugged casually, saying, "You have the same glint in your eyes as Luffy and the others, you just haven't realized it yet." "Then what about you?" Chun Yu looked confused for a moment, then seriously replied, "I'm searching. For now, I don't have anything specific I want to do, but I want to help a few guys on the ship realize their dreams." "Is that so? Then I wish you find it soon." After a long pause, Sanji continued, "I'll just accompany you guys to stir things up at sea. After all, a few bastards inside are already planning how to kick me out. As for the cook on your ship, I'll take over. If after eating my food you still can't realize your dreams, then it means I misjudged you, and you're just that." After saying that, Sanji stood up, dusted off his pants, leaned against the railing of Baratie, and gazed thoughtfully at the horizon. Chun Yu smiled from the heart. Straw Hats won. At the same time, he was constantly pondering what exactly he wanted to do. Could it be that he came here just to be a street punk? Could it be that he came here just to be a street punk? "Sanji, don't catch a cold," Zeph's hoarse voice called out. As Sanji, who had been forcing a stern expression to suppress his emotions, heard Zeph's aged voice, tears burst forth like a flood, overwhelming a dam. After a moment of silence, Sanji suddenly spun around, knelt heavily, and thumped his head against the deck with a resounding knock. His voice choked with sobs. He said, "Pops Zeph, thank you for all your care over the years. This great kindness I will never forget." He then knocked his head twice more with force, kneeling for a long time as tears soaked his hair and spread across the deck. Witnessing Sanji's reaction, even the stoic Zeph couldn't help but shed tears. "Damn brat, I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you so much. Damn it." All the chefs covered their eyes and wept. Even the two who usually despised him the most broke down crying. "Well, miss you. Well, really miss you, you damn brat. What a bunch of fools. A real man should say goodbye in silence," Zeph said, wiping his tears as he smiled. Sanji looked up, tears streaming down his face, and smiled back at the crew of the Baratie. Then Sanji stood up and walked toward the Going Merry, continuously wiping his tears with his sleeve. "See you later, you bastards." Having barely dried his tears, Sanji broke down again, sobbing as he waved both hands toward the Baratie. He didn't lower his hands until the restaurant was completely out of sight. Seeing this, the others on the ship all smiled with relief. Nami and Usopp also shed empathetic tears, though Nami had Chun Yu to comfort her. Once her emotions had settled, Nami took Chun Yu's right hand in both of hers and coquettishly said, "Hey Chun Yu, I'm going to rest for a bit. I'm a little tired. You're not allowed to disturb me, okay? Don't come in." Seeing Chun Yu's reluctance, Nami, like a delicate woman, shook his hand, pouted, and let out soft kitten-like whimpers. In the end, unable to resist Nami's persistence, Chun Yu relented. Nami joyfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, kissed Chun Yu on the cheek, and then skipped into the room, locking the door behind her. Sanji, who had been kneeling on the ground cursing Chun Yu, suddenly noticed Chun Yu's face darken to the point where it could drip water. He quickly got up and asked Chun Yu what had happened. Chun Yu forced a stiff smile at Sanji, then told him to gather the others at the bow of the Going Merry. He had something to say. Soon Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji formed a semicircle around Chun Yu, their faces grim, waiting for him to speak. Joseph and Johnny stood behind Zoro, one hand on their cheek and the other across their chest, looking serious. Do you remember Arlong? The wanted poster of Arlong that Joseph and Johnny showed us. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, Johnny quickly pulled out a stack of wanted posters, singled out Arlong's, and slapped it onto the deck. A mere scumbag worth 20 million made our navigator cry. Ever since Nami saw Arlong's wanted poster that day, she's been distracted. No matter how much I asked, she refused to tell me. As he said this, Chun Yu couldn't suppress the fierce, killing intent erupting from him. We're heading to Nami's hometown next. But I've already confirmed with Joseph, Arlong's turf is in the same direction. After speaking, Chen Yu turned to Luffy and Zoro and asked, do you remember what Nami was doing before she came aboard? Both nodded and explained to the others. I couldn't understand why a young girl needed so much money. It wasn't until last night that I finally pieced it all together. Last night Nami was talking in her sleep. She kept muttering that she had already saved up 100 million and could soon buy back the village so everyone would be saved. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, the sharper-minded Usopp and Sanji immediately grasped his meaning. Seeing Chun Yu's grim expression and apparent reluctance to continue, Usopp turned and explained the situation in detail to Luffy and Zoro. Having understood the full story, everyone fell silent. Luffy was truly angry. After a brief moment, Chun Yu spoke again. We've been with Nami for so long, and she's never been like this today. She's hiding something from us. I think Nami wants to handle this herself. So when the time comes, let's all play along and let her try first. But if it comes down to it, even if I have to go to Fishman Island, I'll slice that fish into pieces. Chun Yu's aura intensified once more, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot and fierce. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Chun Yu told Luffy and Zoro to train on their own, while he personally taught Joseph, Johnny, and Sanji Haki. Chen Yu first glanced at Joseph and Johnny. Are you two coming with us to the New World? If you decide to stay in the East Blue, they'll only teach you the basics of Haki. I won't teach you Hawkeye's technique. The two pondered in silence for a long while, exchanged a glance, and then spoke simultaneously. Chen Yu and Nikki, we know our limits, but before we had no choice. Now we want to get stronger too. Please let us stay on the ship. Even if it's just to do odd jobs, we're willing. The enemy's well-faced from now on are monstrously strong, even the world government. He'll ask you one last time, are you truly willing? Johnny said, Brother Chen Yu, ever since I saw your and Zoro's battle with Hawkeye, I've been thinking for a long time. I don't want to drift through life aimlessly anymore. Even if I die, I want to die standing like a man. Joseph added, Brother Chen Yu, same for me. Chen Yu said solemnly, good. Then as the first mate, I approve you're joining the Straw Hat Pirates. If you ever betray us in the future, I'll kill you myself. Remember that. If we betray, I'll cut my own throat with this knife in front of Brother Zoro. Brother Chen, you won't need to lift a finger. Johnny and Joseph simultaneously raised their machetes and swore by the pirate flag. Hearing this, Chun Yu nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Sanji. Sanji didn't answer Chun Yu directly. Instead, he took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and said in a resolute tone, You bastard, who do you think you're looking down on? Seeing this, Chun Yu smiled knowingly. This was the result he had hoped for. In his eyes, if Joseph and Johnny fought hard enough, they could become new mainstays, otherwise they'd just be errand boys for the Straw Hats. How could the ship of the future Pirate King not have messengers to relay orders? I've already told you what Haki is. Now I'll let you feel it. Try to comprehend it on your own for 3 days. If you can't figure it out, I'll give you some extra training. With that, Chen Yu looked at Sanji. Zoro figured it out in 2 days. How long will it take you? Seeing the fiery determination in Sanji's eyes, Chen Yu felt reassured. Chen Yu had been puzzled in recent days by the lack of bickering between the two. Now he understood. They just hadn't had the chance. He certainly couldn't let them become too friendly. Otherwise, there would be no competitive spirit. He himself found an open space to keep watch over the ship while studying the Haki circulation technique. He planned to learn it himself first, and if all went well, teach it to the others. He had no choice but to learn it first. Luffy and Zoro were somewhat illiterate, and Sanji's Haki foundation wasn't solid yet. The others were even less suitable. Their physical fitness wasn't up to par. For them, improving their physique was the priority, especially for the men. Another major project. Chen Yu sighed wearily. Then rallying himself, he thought, just do it for my little Nami. Chen Yu took some time to memorize the Haki operation method, and after finishing, he already felt confident. Hawkeye had definitely not held anything back. Chen Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This favor was truly immense. The Haki operation method, besides recording how to mobilize the Haki within the body, mainly included Haki tempering techniques and Haki application techniques. The Haki tempering method was similar in principle to what was recorded in Buggy's notes. There was no special skill involved. It relied on hard training, much like physical fitness, which could increase the upper limit of Haki, though this limit also depended on one's physique. The Haki mobilization method could fully activate the Haki within the body, solving Chun Yu's current problem of having too little Haki to sustain him. Previously, he could only call upon the overflowing portion, while most of the Haki remained dormant and unused. This method could help master Haki, aiding Nami and Usopp in grasping armament Haki. The Haki application technique involved more profound uses of Haki. The applications recorded by Hawkeye were all related to swords, such as using Haki to enhance the sharpness of slashes and strengthen the blade's durability. This was perfect for Zoro. It was also applicable to others. If Usopp used this technique, it should allow his bullets to have greater penetrating power. The Haki application method of Amazon Lily leaned toward instantaneous explosive power, while Garp seemed more inclined toward penetrating power or internal destruction. Chen Yu continuously organized the essence of the Haki operation method. Only by clarifying it could he master it better and also teach others more effectively. For Chen Yu, who had already sensed and initially grasped Haki, the mobilization method was easy to learn after a few glances. He extended his right hand, which was not the usual flesh color, but pitch black and shimmering with silver light. Finally, I'm not a 3-second man anymore, Chen Yu exclaimed excitedly. If he were to fight Hawkeye again, now he could make him even more disheveled. But he still couldn't defeat Hawkeye. Sigh. Once Nami's matter is settled, I need to start training my physique. After organizing his thoughts, Chen Yu got up to call Nami because an island had appeared ahead. He gently knocked on Nami's door and whispered, "Nami, I see an island." Immediately after, Chun Yu heard a series of hurried footsteps, and the door swung open, revealing a young girl with a somewhat haggard face. Chen Yu hadn't expected that in just half a day Nami would seem like a different person. The fatigue in her eyes was impossible to hide no matter how she tried to avoid his gaze. Her eyes were slightly sunken and her lips were not as rosy as usual. This sight made Chun Yu's heart bleed. He didn't know what Nami had been through during this time, and at this moment all he could do was support her. Nami had to say goodbye to the past and settle accounts with Arlong, otherwise this matter would forever remain like a needle deeply buried in her heart, both dangerous and painful. Chen Yu didn't say anything extra. He cupped Nami's face with both hands, holding it steadily. When he saw Nami about to struggle, he glared at her sternly and without hesitation leaned down to kiss her. This time Chen Yu didn't savor the moment. He just wanted Nami to feel at ease and to tell her that he was there for her. "If you feel wronged, you must come back to us. We're all waiting for you on the ship." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone stepped forward looking serious. Seeing this, Nami could no longer hold back her tears. She smiled and hummed in agreement, then carried a large bag and disembarked without daring to look back. Everyone stood at the bow watching Nami leave. Standing at the sheep's head of the Going Merry, Chun Yu gazed at the sea ahead, silent for a long time. Luffy on the sheep's head accompanied Chun Yu as he looked at the seascape. Luffy didn't know why Chun Yu had called him alone, but he didn't ask, even though his stomach was already growling with hunger. This time Chun Yu really had something to discuss with Luffy, but he didn't know how to bring it up. To be honest, knowing too much about the future was not a good thing. The more you knew, the more responsibility you bore. In the future, Ace would die before Luffy's eyes. Chun Yu couldn't tell Luffy this. He had truly come to see Luffy as a brother, so he wouldn't stand idly by regarding the brother Luffy cherished. But the paramount war was inevitable. Without Whitebeard's death, the balance of power at sea would never change. If the situation at sea remained unchanged, chaos wouldn't ensue, and their Straw Hat crew would be in even greater danger. Currently, Chun Yu didn't know how to deal with nor how to protect the crew from the world government's siege. He had already come to see this place as his home. This was a freedom he had never experienced before, a trust he had never possessed. The few people on the ship followed his suggestions without question, which made him increasingly hesitant and indecisive before giving any instructions. It was precisely this conflict and emotion that made him somewhat anxious. Chun Yu remained silent. "Hey, Luffy." Upon hearing this, Luffy hummed and turned to look at Chun Yu. "What if we meet very, very strong opponents in the future and they try every means to kill us? What should we do?" Luffy didn't hesitate for a moment. He simply adjusted his hat and looked into the distance, saying seriously, "They'll become stronger than them." Chun Yu had expected this answer, because this was Luffy. After setting sail, he had staked his life, and even if he died for it, he had no regrets. Luffy could be said to fear nothing because he wasn't afraid of losing his life. But he was also a very timid person. He feared not fulfilling his promise with Shanks, he feared losing the only brother he had, and he feared losing his companions. In the past, he had only enjoyed One Piece as entertainment, never thinking about what he would do if he were Luffy or the Straw Hat crew. Now that he was in that position, he had to act accordingly. They would soon enter the new world, and their bounties would be issued after this battle. "What do you think we should do next?" Chen Yu chose to skip the unresolved problems and asked. "Let's find a musician. Pirates need to sing and have banquets." Luffy propped his hands on his throne, looking excited. This seemed to be a topic Luffy was very interested in. His pursuit of a musician had never ceased. Chen Yu didn't answer. A musician would come, but not now, so there was no need to dampen Luffy's spirits. Besides a musician, Chen Yu continued, Luffy is ship doctor. We also need a ship doctor. How can a pirate ship be without a ship doctor? Ha 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 ha, is that so, is that so? Hearing this, Chen Yu laughed heartily. He seemed to understand the difference between himself and Luffy. He always thought too complicated, always took things on himself, always felt that because he knew some information in advance, he had to bear extra responsibility, for no reason shackling himself. Luffy never thought about these things. He trusted his companions. He just wanted to gather them first, then face and overcome difficulties together. Since Haki could be trained step by step, aside from training harder, any other planning was useless. Wasn't the current start already very smooth? He couldn't do better, so why worry all day and torment himself? And if he himself didn't rely on his companions or ask for their help with problems, why did he expect Nami to do so? It wasn't that the companions weren't good enough or reliable, it was that she also wanted to bear it herself first, or she still had hope for the 100 million berry bet she had held on to since she was 8. If she gave Arlong the 100 million berries, maybe he would leave her hometown out of happiness. That way she could save her village without putting her companions at risk. Arlong wasn't strong, but he was Nami's childhood nightmare. Chun Yu was the same. He always wanted to devise a perfect plan so that everyone he cherished could get through each day safely and achieve their goals smoothly. He always wanted others to follow the path he had laid out, just because he knew something in advance. Chen Yu felt that if he continued like this, he would drift further and further away from the group. True companions rely on and help each other, don't they? Chen Yu was completely relieved. No one asked him to bear everything alone. He only knew the general direction. When problems arose, they could discuss them together and find solutions. Wasn't that the perfect plan? Moreover, arrogantly planning the future direction for them was in itself a selfish and irresponsible act. He really didn't have to live so tired. If there were problems, they could discuss them. If there were none, that was best, so he could cuddle with Nami. Chen Yu turned to look at Luffy again, showing a relieved smile. Living in the present was the most important thing. Once Nami's matter is settled, we can prepare to head to the Grand Line. Then we'll have a ship doctor and a musician. Hearing Chun Yu's words, Luffy excitedly took off his hat and stared firmly at the straw hat in his hand. Entering the Grand Line meant he was one step closer to his dream. The sea wind continued to howl, but the straw hat pirate flag stood like a guardian soldier, never yielding. The continuous flapping sound of the flag was the most powerful proof. Returning to her home, Nami took out the last of her savings, 7 million berries worth of gold, and knelt before a small orange orchard. The weariness and hope in her eyes could not be concealed. Finally, I've gathered 100 million. Looking at the large chest of wealth before her, Nami lay back in the shade of the orange tree, her right hand naturally curling palm, facing out to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight filtering through the leaves. Belmare, Nozigo, and everyone in Kakoja village. We can finally break free from Arlong's rule. Nami murmured, her eyes becoming moist despite her best efforts. She had lost count of how many times she had cried. However, she believed that once today was over, the villagers and herself would be liberated, and she would travel the world with the Straw Hat crew to fulfill her childhood dream. With this thought, Nami felt an inexhaustible strength surge within her. After covering the treasure again, she set off towards the domain of the dragon. It's Namikan. It's little Nami. The people of Kakoja spotted Nami from afar and began murmuring. However, as Nami approached, they scattered into their homes like they were avoiding a plague, shutting their doors and windows tightly. Nami, witnessing it all, showed no reaction, as she had long grown accustomed to it over the years. Even though they did not understand her or the sacrifices she made, she willingly endured it all without regret. Once Nami was far away, the villagers gradually emerged, gathering together as if discussing something important. A few of the older men became increasingly agitated, running into their homes to grab hoes as if preparing for a fight. The women wiped their eyes repeatedly, their sorrow and anger no less than that of the older men. This scene had continued for 8 long years. Meanwhile, Nami, having reached the entrance of Arlong Park, donned a cold demeanor, her eyes shadowed with darkness, and a grim smile crept onto her lips as she forcefully pushed open the doors of Arlong Park, completely ignoring the startled fishmen within. Arlong, you said you were the most trustworthy person, right? Nami stepped forward gracefully, closing in on Arlong. Hearing this, Arlong was slightly confused, but laughed as usual, his revolting laughter echoing, shark, ha ha, shark, ha ha. That's right. I, Arlong, am the most trustworthy. I keep my word. Well then, I've gathered the money, so sell me the village. You promised, didn't you? Nami showed no signs of joy, her expression still cold. At this, Arlong stood up in shock from his throne, his eyes wide and pupils constricted, his face contorting like a truly bloodthirsty shark. Then he sat back down, looking at Nami before bursting into laughter again. I, Arlong, am the most trustworthy. How about this? You go prepare, and tomorrow I'll check the amount, as long as it's sufficient, I'll immediately grant you and your village freedom. After regaining his composure, Arlong glanced towards a distant part of the sea and spoke. Hearing Arlong's promise, Nami felt a sigh of relief in her heart and left Arlong's territory directly. However, the moment the door closed, endless laughter erupted from within Arlong Park, like a chaotic dance of demons deafening. Nami did not think much of it, assuming they were simply celebrating the acquisition of 100 million berries. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Nami, who had fallen asleep at the table, suddenly heard some strange noises and instantly sprang up, cautiously unfolding her 3-section staff and stepping outside. On this final day, she dared not let her guard down. Moreover, usually no one would come here. As soon as she stepped outside, Nami saw a few Navy soldiers rummaging about with shovels, and an ominous premonition surged within her. "What are you doing?" Nami shouted angrily at the foremost Navy soldier, who resembled a rat. Seeing such an impudent Nami, Captain Mouse was not angry. He stroked his beard and spoke. "Based on reports from informants, the little thief cat Nami has repeatedly stolen pirate property amounting to 100 million. You must be Nami, right? Don't be nervous. We Navy uphold justice, and as long as you surrender the stolen money, we won't make things difficult for you." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Captain Mouse continued to laugh incessantly. 100 million. How do you know it's 100 million? At this point, Nami was already furious. Only a few people in Arlong Park knew about this matter, and even the dullest person could piece together the cause and effect. You Navy ignore the harm caused by Arlong, and come to catch me, a little thief. Don't you feel ashamed? Hearing Nami's words, Captain Mouse was neither angry nor willing to engage in that topic. "Little girl, I the captain show mercy and forgive your crime. Do you intend to obstruct the Navy from doing their duty?" At this moment, Nami was so enraged that she began to tremble. No wonder the villagers had sought help from the Navy for years in vain. It turned out the so-called Navy had colluded with the pirates to oppress the people. In Nami's perception, she suddenly sensed someone approaching her precious orange orchard. Her eyes widened as she swung her staff, knocking away the Navy soldier who attempted to ruin the orchard. But fists alone could not compete with the strength of many. Under Captain Mouse's orders, everyone marched towards the orange orchard, and the already crumbling Nami could no longer stop the soldiers trying to dig up the orchard. Thud! The sound of a shovel hitting wood was especially jarring at that moment. But this sound excited Captain Mouse, who immediately snatched the shovel and dug vigorously. Watching her years of effort about to be taken away, Nami's heart gradually shattered, and she sank to the ground, looking dazed, allowing Captain Mouse to seize her treasure. Moments later, Nami's previously dazed gaze began to solidify, eventually transforming into endless hatred. She loathed Arlong's deceit, despised the Navy for not only being inactive, but also colluding with pirates to exploit the common folk, and she hated the Arlong Pirates tattoo on her body. Nami's neck twisted towards her shoulder, gazing at her tattooed shoulder with a mix of anger and madness. She suddenly pulled out a dagger and fiercely stabbed it into the tattoo again and again, gritting her teeth, wishing she could kill Arlong and drink his blood. But suddenly Nami seemed to remember something, stopping her actions, decisively dropping the dagger and walking towards the sea while covering her shoulder. She remembered that she had companions, a reliable group of friends who cared for her. She had no intention of confronting Arlong by herself, not even a little. Now she was filled with a desire to kill those Navy soldiers and the fishmen in Arlong's domain. She had never felt such anger before. Something quietly occurred, even she herself did not notice it. Her hand, tightly gripping her shoulder, was now enveloped in Haki. Although it was not much at this moment, it still remained, not dissipating. Seated by the shore, Chun Yu, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all opened their eyes at once. A chilling, murderous intent radiated from Chun Yu, causing Sanji and Johnny, who were oblivious to the situation, to turn and stare at the menacing figure awaiting an explanation. Sanji glanced at Zoro and Usopp, then lit another cigarette with a hint of frustration. What irritated him more was that his lighter refused to spark, making his veins bulge with rage, of fury with no outlet. Sanji knew it was their observation Haki that had detected something. Realizing he was the last to join the crew and had yet to master Haki, he couldn't help but pout. He was not one to lag behind. As Nami approached the group step by step, Chun Yu's murderous intent grew more intense. Only when she stood before them did he rise, walk toward her as she clutched her shoulder and gently pull her into an embrace. "Let go of your hand, let me see," he said, looking at her haggard face, forcing himself to suppress his anger and speak softly. Back among her companions, Nami visibly relaxed. Biting back the searing pain, she unclenched her tightly held palm. In the next instant, Chun Yu's murderous intent intensified, and a powerful aura erupted from his brow. Johnny and Joseph, standing nearby, instantly lost consciousness, while Usopp gasped for breath, struggling to withstand the pressure. The others, except Nami, merely felt a formidable presence sweep over them without much reaction. They all recognized this aura, but the current priority lay elsewhere. Nami, closest to Chun Yu, sensed nothing. She only knew he was angry, and it was the first time she had seen him so furious. Seeing his bloodshot eyes and clenched, trembling fists, all her grievances melted away. Ignoring the agonizing pain in her shoulder, she held his fists to her chest, watching him with concern. Feeling her gesture, warmth flooded Chun Yu's heart, but the coldness in his eyes deepened. Forcing a gentle expression, he asked stiffly, "Who was it? What happened during this time?" The conscious ones gathered around. Nami, no longer holding back, recounted everything from beginning to end. After hearing Nami's story, the Straw Hat crew wore frosty expressions, veins bulging on their foreheads and necks revealing their fury. It wasn't that Chun Yu didn't want to pull Nami into his arms earlier, he couldn't. At this moment, he was first the vice captain, then her boyfriend. In the brief span from sensing Nami to her appearance before them, no one knew how furious Chen Yu truly was. But he had to restrain himself. They had agreed let Nami handle it herself first, and if she couldn't, she would ask for help, and then they would step in. So he had to wait until Nami came to them for help before making a decision. Chen Yu didn't want her to be seen merely as his girlfriend. He wanted everyone to know she was always a member of the Straw Hat crew. They helped Nami not because of him, but because she was their navigator, and they chose to act. Therefore, in collective matters, he had to be the vice captain first, then the boyfriend. All for that elusive sense of unity. At that moment, Chen Yu knew what he truly wanted: to take care of Nami, to stay with her forever, and once everyone's dreams were realized, to retire with her like Rayleigh. That was his simple, unadorned dream. Whoever stood in the way of his dream, Chun Yu would utterly destroy them. Be it him or anyone else, no one could stop him. His dream was incredibly simple. If anyone obstructed it, he would annihilate their entire family without hesitation. Seeing the uncontrollable fury in everyone's eyes, Chun Yu wasted no time. He waved his hand, summoning a cloud of flame to carry them all toward Nami's village. With Chun Yu's growing power, the flame cloud moved faster, reaching the village in mere breaths. The group rushed toward the direction Nami pointed and soon found the gathered villagers. Having learned of Nami's ordeal from Nojiko, the villagers could no longer hold back. Determined to fight, even if it meant certain death, they resolved to stand up for Nami and for the village's long-suffering people. As the villagers mobilized, they spotted Nami and the others descending on the flame cloud from afar, gripping their tools warily. After Nami, held in Chun Yu's arms, quickly introduced them, Chun Yu got straight to the point, asking the village doctor to treat Nami's wounds and the unconscious Johnny and Joseph. Jinzo was still reeling from the shock and sorrow of Nami having a boyfriend. "Sanji, can fishmen be eaten?" Chun Yu asked, calmly, a smile on his face. He casually lit Sanji's cigarette for him. If not for the veins bulging on Chun Yu's forehead, one might think he was no longer angry. Sanji took a drag to calm his fury, then explained in a flat, leisurely tone, "This type of muscular fish can be sliced into transparent pieces, quickly chilled with ice, and eaten with soy sauce and wasabi. Or cut into thick chunks, braised or stewed. The meat is too sinewy, stir-frying makes it too tough, so I don't recommend it." Why was Sanji so knowledgeable about fishmen? While waiting by the shore, a few foolish fishmen had come to provoke them, and Sanji naturally learned how to cook such fish. As for where those fish went, no need to ask. They were assumed to have embarked on a global journey. Hearing their chilling exchange, the villagers felt a shiver of fear, but also immense anticipation for these young people who had come to avenge Nami. After Nami's wounds were treated, the group headed toward her house. No sooner had they set off than they encountered Nezumi and his men laden with bags, seemingly preparing to leave. Seeing the group blocking his path, especially Nami among them, Nezumi instantly grasped their intent, but he showed no fear. He was a Marine captain after all. "Cat burglar, the Marines showed you mercy, yet you repeatedly obstruct our operations. Do you wish to be an enemy of the Marines? Do you wish to be an enemy of the world government?" Hearing this, Nami showed no reaction, gazing at Nezumi as if he were already dead. Though Nami was unmoved, the villagers behind her were enraged, brandishing hoes and sickles, unafraid of the Marines. They had long been ready to die. A few Marines wouldn't make them back down. This was 8 years of pent-up fury. "You rebellious subjects, do you dare challenge the Marines' authority?" Seeing that these villagers were unlike the cowering people of other villages, Nezumi stumbled back in fear. He knew well how he had earned his captaincy. He couldn't handle these rebels. "He'll remember you lot. Once I return to the base, he'll muster troops and flatten Kokoyashi village. As for Arlong, money can settle him." Nezumi thought bitterly. Despite his threats, no one stepped back and no one showed fear. Their faces were fierce, ready to strike. Jinzo suddenly roared, "Villagers, it's time for revenge. Kokoyashi village has no cowards. Kokoyashi village has no cowards, XN." As Jinzo prepared to charge at Nezumi, Chun Yu raised his hand to stop him. "Uncle, let us handle this. We don't consider mere Marines a threat." Nami also gave Jinzo a knowing look. She didn't want these kind people to face retribution later. She would soon set sail for the Grand Line, and with her monstrous crewmates, she had nothing to fear. But the villagers were different. They couldn't escape the Marines' pursuit. Chen Yu pulled Nami behind him, positioning her in front of the villagers. He stepped forward, standing before the cowering Nezumi, but didn't look at him. Instead, he turned to the Straw Hats. "I want this one. You can divide the people from Arlong Park. Any objections?" Luffy and the others agreed readily. After all, they had no desire to lay a hand on scum like Nezumi. Seeing Chun Yu dismiss him so blatantly, Nezumi trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Chun Yu and shrieking, you lowly pirates. I am a marine captain. Do you know who you're about to oppose? Who? Chen Yu replied flatly, giving Nezumi a cold glance. He was contemplating how to make the rat's final moments doubly enjoyable. Lowly pirates are just lowly pirates. You can't even fathom the Marine's might. The Navy has captured countless scum like you. But if you hand over Nami and those rebels, I'll ensure you're spared. Nezumi's finger still pointed at Chun Yu's head as he threatened. Hearing this, Nojiko, who had just warmly embraced Nami, quickly stepped in front of her, wary of Chun Yu and his crew. But Nami pulled her back. Chun Yu and the others would never hand us over, Nami said, holding Nojiko's hand to ease her and the villagers' tension, a playful note in her voice. Nami trusted the Straw Hats completely, but the others did not. Having suffered under pirates, they were not quick to trust pirates. The villagers still gripped their tools tightly. Nami had just learned from Nojiko that the villagers had long known about her deal with Arlong. They had worried about her all these years but chose to pretend and endure so as not to affect her. Now with the villagers' care and protection, Nami's heart was filled with warmth, making her feel that her years of sacrifice had not been in vain. Did I ever say I don't like people pointing at me, eh? Chen Yu ignored Nezumi's blather, once more looking at him with a smile. Chen Yu had already figured out how to double Nezumi's misery. A truly brilliant idea. You lowly pirate. Do you even know who you're facing? Behind us Marines stands the world government. Do you dare oppose the world government? Having been ignored by Chun Yu repeatedly, Nezumi was at his limit. He decided that once he returned, he would immediately bring troops to wipe out these lowly pirates and rebels. I do know, but you seem to enjoy pointing at me. I just said I don't like it. Oh well, who am I to refuse helping others? With that, ignoring Nezumi's reaction, Chen Yu conjured several ropes of fire in the air, immobilizing the rat exactly in his pointing pose. After securing Nezumi, Chun Yu extended his index finger, summoning a 3-centimeter flame at the tip, just a few hundred degrees, and used it to sear the finger Nezumi had pointed at him. To prevent Nezumi's screams from startling himself, Chun Yu clamped the rat's mouth shut with his other hand, forcing him to breathe only through his nose. As the flame began to burn his finger, mucus gushed from Nezumi's snorting nose. Quick as lightning, Chun Yu conjured a flame barrier over his hand to prevent it from being defiled by the rat. The agony made Nezumi not only gasp, but with his mouth sealed, emit a continuous guttural roar from his throat, which could only escape through his nasal passages. The sound was not one of pain, but rather like a cow's moo, a rhythmic moo 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 that brought genuine satisfaction to Chen Yu's heart. Meanwhile, Nezumi watched helplessly as his finger turned red and swollen, then shrank, turned white, and finally became a withered, blackened stump. Of course, the mooing never stopped throughout the process. Watching the fishman imitate a cow so enthusiastically, Chun Yu saw no reason to hold back. Burn one finger, and 9 more remained. No, 19. No, 20. He had just seared his right index finger, now he ignited his left thumb. After a few moments of persistent mumamoo bleeding, the fishman collapsed unconscious. He'd only burned 4 fingers, alternating between hands, and already fainted. Chun Yu stared speechless. This was absurdly fragile endurance. For a novice, Chun Yu truly underperformed. Instantly losing interest, he unleashed a single blaze that reduced the fishman, and every other marine present, to ash. As the corrupt marines fell one by one, villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. Indeed, the wall collapses and all rush to push. Even if you are a marine, even if you spent your entire life doing good, if you ever betray me, then in my eyes you are the vilest creature beneath heaven. Having dispatched the fishman, Chun Yu wasted no time lingering. With Straw Hat crew in tow, he soared toward Arlong Park, this time without the villagers, a decision approved by Nami. Even Nami, who trusted her comrades deeply, felt her pulse quicken as they approached Arlong Park's gates. This place, these structures that pirate flagged, they were etched into Nami's memory like scars. Only utter annihilation could erase their haunting presence from her soul. Chen Yu began assigning roles. This time he claimed no opponent for himself. As before, Luffy faced Arlong, Zoro confronted Hachin, Usopp dueled Chu, and Sanji engaged Blackfin. But this battle carried new conditions. Luffy and Zoro were to subdue their foes within 10 minutes. Usopp must defeat Chu outright face-to-face. Sanji received no specific directive. After all, Sanji had yet to master Haki. Victory alone would suffice. Meanwhile, the 2 swordsmen were to eliminate the remaining 2 lackeys by any means necessary. Hearing Chun Yu demand Zoro's victory within 10 minutes, Sanji refused to yield, shouting he'd do the same. Chen Yu offered no reply, letting the challenge stand. Watching Luffy shatter Arlong Park's stone gate with a single punch, Chen Yu sighed inwardly. His presence had undeniably forged this crew into something far greater. Take that very gate. Once Luffy needed several frantic attempts to pry it open. Now one blow shattered it utterly. A quiet pride swelled within him. His foolish beloved son had finally grown. As others rushed off to engage their opponents, Chun Yu remained active, flicking his fingers to summon over a dozen flying swords hovering above Arlong Park, then unleashing them like rain. 2 lackeys survived, the rest perished in a single devastating wave. Having completed that, Chun Yu strode calmly into Arlong Park. Unimpeded, for those who might have barred his path had already been stopped. He held no interest in the rest of the compound. His sole destination was the top-floor chart room, Nami's chamber. Yet flying straight there would be too abrupt. He meant to surprise her, not terrify her. So he walked deliberately, ignoring all treasure, for none was needed. He would simply ask Nami later. "Nami, do you truly betray us for these lowly beings?" Arlong roared at her, standing across from Luffy. Clearly Chun Yu's swift slaughter of so many underlings had driven Arlong into unbridled fury. His gaze locked onto Nami, murderous intent blazing unmasked and raw. Lying dead on the ground were his own kin, slain by inferior creatures. Only Nami's irreplaceable skill had kept her alive until now. Yet now even this wretched being dared defy him. Hearing Arlong's words, Luffy stiffened, suddenly remembering Chen Yu's warning. "Luffy, if Arlong utters a single word to upset Nami, you won't taste meat for 3 days." That threat never failed. Trembling, Luffy instantly wrapped his arms in Haki, stretched them outward, and launched a rocket fist directly at Arlong. The impact sent Arlong reeling, spitting blood, eyes bulging. Zoro, wielding blades taken from Morgan, unleashed his 3-sword-style black rope, Great Tornado, obliterating Hachon in an instant. Yet Zoro, already grievously wounded, immediately lost control. Fresh crimson welled from his reopened gashes. Staggering to a nearby wall, he slumped sideways unconscious. Sanji's combat, meanwhile, improved markedly. Freed from the underwater rescue mission, he remained unscathed, exchanging fierce, exhilarating blows with Blackfin in pure martial contest. Climbing steadily toward the final floor, Chun Yu halted before the target chamber. His rage, already simmering, now surged beyond restraint. Blood stained the door handle. Clenching his teeth, Chun Yu pushed the door open, only for the metal handle he touched to instantly melt, dripping onto the floor as molten crimson iron. Inside, charts rose in towering stacks, neatly arranged, covering every inch of the walls. He stepped to the desk, picked up the pen resting atop it, and at last his fury exploded. He had never seen a filthier writing instrument, a steel pen soaked in dried blood. Indeed, since entering, not a single piece of furniture or tool had escaped the taint of gore. Chart making was Nami's deepest passion, yet these maps bore no trace of her dreams or joy. They carried only coercion and despair. Nothing here would remain in this world. Chun Yu unleashed his wrath. A scorching shockwave erupted from the room. Charts fluttered out through the shattered windows, then azure flames flooded the chamber, consuming maps and furnishings alike in an instant. The ceiling and walls began to liquefy. As the fire deepened in hue, the melting accelerated, relentless, inevitable. When Nami saw the window explode, she understood instantly. Then she watched, her childhood room erupting in sapphire fire, followed by the entire upper floor dissolving into molten ruin. She watched too as Chun Yu, still unsatisfied, leapt skyward, then drove a colossal azure fire fist downward, incinerating the entire fortress until not a trace remained. To hell with treasure. Nami wept uncontrollably, muffling sobs as she cried Chun Yu's name again and again. Hearing her, he raced to her side in an instant. Before he could speak, she lunged forward, clutching him tightly, refusing to let go. They stood thus silent. In that stillness, his anger dissolved, because for Chun Yu nothing mattered more than Nami. Still holding Nami, Chun Yu glanced toward Usopp, realizing his directive for Usopp to defeat Chu Hedon had indeed been daunting. Yet he believed Usopp, now mastering Kenbunchika Haki, possessed a genuine chance against Chu. Seeing Chu, a fishman painted with rouge, lips puckered in disdain, approach, Usopp's legs trembled violently. The more he shook, the more confident Chun Yu felt. In desperation, Usopp had never failed. Bound by Chun Yu's order not to leave Arlong Park, Usopp circled the swimming pool, dodging while firing lead stars at Chu. Guided by Kenbunchika Haki, he struck Chu at least once within 3 shots. The other 2 missed only because his body lagged behind his perception. Struck at close range, Chu's hide yielded, but barely. The lead slug embedded shallowly, then was casually squeezed out. Witnessing such terrifying resilience, Usopp faltered anew. Enraged, Chu lunged onto the pool's edge, gulped a massive mouthful of water, and unleashed a rapid-fire stream. Useless as Usopp evaded effortlessly. In Chun Yu's assessment, had Chu possessed multiple mouths, Usopp would have been helpless. His wide, exaggerated dodges revealed an inability to maneuver precisely. Any broader assault would have sealed his fate. Fortunately, Usopp's Haushiko Haki luck held. He'd never faced an opponent beyond his limits. Seeing mutual stalemate, Usopp grinned triumphantly, while Chu flushed crimson with fury. Usopp's strikes weren't fatal, but they hurt. Worse, he periodically fired alcohol stars and chili stars, sending Chu into shrieking agony. Unable to catch him, unable to land a blow, Chu finally crumpled beneath a heavy hammerstar strike, his skull ringing for minutes. Usopp seized the opening, drawing another hammer from his pack. He vaulted high and struck Chu down unconscious. Seeing Usopp's spare Chu's life, Chun Yu amiably produced a 40-meter sword pressing its edge against Usopp's throat. One of us leaves here alive today. Only Hachon would survive the massacre, by prior agreement between Chun Yu and Nami. Hachon retained limited utility, and frankly possessed less wit than a giant fish whose entire anatomy brimmed with holes save one, his heart. Most crucially, Hachon had never slain anyone from Kokoyashi village. Had he done so, even his future usefulness would not have spared him. Under Chen Yu's threat, Usopp finally drove a dagger into Chu's heart. Chen Yu told the dispirited Usopp this was the trial every courageous sea warrior must endure. Had you mastered Busashoku Haki sooner, he added, a foe like Chu would fall with a single strike. No exaggeration. Usopp's resolve blazed anew. Usopp's victory owed much to Kenbunshika Haki, a near-unfair advantage in the East Blue bordering on divine intervention. No fishman mourned Chu's death, except Hachin, for all the others lay dead. Sanji meanwhile sat sulking in a corner puffing a cigarette, frustrated at failing to win within 10 minutes. The two swordsmen, bound by years of seamless synergy, defeated the remaining lackeys, at the cost of broken bones apiece. Villagers arriving late beheld the ravaged ruins of Arlong Park, and wept tears of overwhelming joy, embracing one another tightly. Villagers arriving late beheld the ravaged ruins of Arlong Park, and wept tears of overwhelming joy, embracing one another tightly. Witnessing the villagers' jubilant cheers, the Straw Hat crew broke into heartfelt smiles. Chen Yu was not idle either. During the time Nami spent reuniting with the villagers, he eradicated all traces of the Arlong Pirates emblem from the vicinity, leaving only the unconscious Hachi and a pool of molten magma in the Arlong domain. The crimson glow of the magma mirrored the sunset's dying rays on the horizon, stirring a wave of profound emotions within Chen Yu. Soon after, they were invited to Kokoyashi village as guests, where every villager felt nothing but gratitude toward the Straw Hats. Elsewhere, in a certain location on the Grand Line, a grave meeting was underway. "We shall now convene a conference regarding the Straw Hat Pirates," announced a burly leading officer clad in the Marine uniform. IXN. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, hails from the East Blue and is a user of the Gum Gum fruit. According to investigations, he shares a close bond with one of the four emperors' red-haired Shanks, posing an extreme threat to this world. He is suspected to be the grandson of Marine hero Garp. Since setting sail, the Straw Hat crew has thrown the East Blue into chaos within mere days. First, they defeated Alvida, then overthrew Marine Branch Captain Morgan, and continued their relentless advance, besting Buggy the Clown Don Krieg, and now the Arlong Pirates. Based on gathered intelligence, it can be inferred that Marine Branch Captain Nezumi also fell to this crew, and is currently missing, fate unknown. In the East Blue, where the average bounty barely exceeds 3 million, this crew has successively defeated several pirates with bounties over 10 million. This is hardly good news. We must take this matter with utmost seriousness. Such seeds of evil must be eradicated early. That is to say, no single branch can handle this crew alone anymore, interjected another officer with a grim expression. Hearing this, the leading officer nodded and added, "And this is only the surface-level intelligence. According to intelligence from our spies, the threat of the Straw Hats goes far beyond this." Roronoa Zoro, combatant of the Straw Hat crew, hails from the East Blue. At the Baratie, he fought against Shichibukai Dracula Mihawk. Though defeated by the Hawkeye, he earned the latter's recognition. How many years has it been? The Hawkeye has never held a young man in such high regard. This man's potential threat is no less than his captain's. IXN. Not only that, but the Straw Hat's vice-captain Chen Yu, whose origins are unknown, is an even greater thorn in the side of the Marines and the world government. His battle record is even more illustrious than the captain's. At the Baratie, he also challenged the Hawkeye. He is suspected to have control over flames, a power similar to that of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Commander Fire Fist Ace. The sheer scale of Chun Yu's challenge against the Hawkeye cost our intelligence operatives their lives, but it also brought us crucial combat data. With that, the leading officer played a video recording of the battle between Chun Yu and Mihawk. Chun Yu's technique of summoning countless fire swords from the sky poses a massive threat to our Marines. Apart from the intervention of an admiral, it seems no one can fully block such an attack, and we have no further intelligence on his capabilities. According to post-battle analysis, the fight between Chun Yu and the Hawkeye ended in a draw. The East Blue producing one Fire Fist Ace was already a great disgrace to the Marines. We must not allow him to become a second Fire Fist. Such a threat must be nipped in the bud. To uphold the honor of the Marines. IXN. Plan 1 set the bounty for Straw Hat Vice Captain Chen Yu at 300 million, the leading officer stated, glancing downward. IXN 1. No, the bounty is fine, but do you believe the world government will approve such an exorbitantly high bounty? Especially for a first-time bounty, one officer remarked. This sparked a flurry of discussion below, but ultimately all conceded the point, for such was the nature of the world government. IXN 1. In that case, we shall adopt Plan 2, issue bounties for the entire Straw Hat crew, lowering Chen Yu's bounty, while raising those of the other members, the leading officer continued. After a period of deliberation, the officers below gradually agreed. This is the most reasonable plan for now, but we must clearly mark Chen Yu's danger level within the forces lest our marine heroes sacrifice themselves in vain. One officer added, IXN1. Very well, let us now finalize the bounties for the Straw Hat crew. I propose Captain Monkey D. Luffy 60 million berries, of Vice Captain Chen Yu 90 million berries, Combatant Roronoa Zoro 45 million berries, Cook Sanji 30 million berries, Navigator Cat Burglar Nami 20 million berries, Sniper Usopp 20 million berries, proposed the leading officer. IXN. And the two new combatants whose strength is yet unclear, Joseph and Johnny. Though records show they were once unknown bounty hunters in the East Blue, they were somehow recognized by Vice Captain Chen Yu and recruited into the crew. Even a man like Chen Yu respectfully calls them the Sword God Duo. I ask you all to deliberate on their bounties. The leading officer posed another question. After a period of discussion, the bounties for the two were set at 17.5 million berries, each bringing the crew's total bounty to 300 million berries. This was the Straw Hat Pirates' first bounty issuance. Unprecedented. Hopefully this will sow discord between the captain and vice captain, one officer remarked calmly while puffing on a pipe. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew, still celebrating, remained oblivious, having accepted an invitation to a 3-day banquet. Upon learning there would be 3 days of meat, Luffy eagerly begged Chen Yu to agree. Hearing of the many beautiful women awaiting his rescue, Sanji also joined the plea. Zoro watched with a sneer, but said nothing, leaving Chun Yu somewhat disappointed that no conflict had erupted between the two. Later, when he heard the banquet would also feature fine sake, Zoro blushed and joined the plea as well, yet Chun Yu still did not respond. It was only when Nami finally expressed her wish to stay for a few days to bid farewell to the villagers that Chun Yu nodded in agreement. Chun Yu thought, what's there to hesitate about? Upon learning of Chun Yu's approval, the others rushed into the fray. Usopp began an impromptu performance while Chun Yu was called aside by Jin for a man-to-man talk, which he treated with great respect. In modern terms, Jin was practically his father-in-law. Meanwhile, the wanted posters were already being printed in haste. By the next day, as the news coup carried them to every corner of the world, the entire world erupted in shock. The oblivious Straw Hat crew continued their revelry. Sanji had already forgotten his vow to awaken Haki 2 days prior, thoroughly indulging in the festivities without a care. Time slipped away like a fleeting steed glimpsed through a crack, 3 days vanishing in the blink of an eye. On the shore, the villagers gazed at the pile of wallets surrounding Nami aboard the merry-go, their faces a mix of indignation and barely suppressed smiles. Nami, remember to visit us when you have time. That's right. This place will always be your home. Take care, little Nami. Amidst the reluctant farewells, Nami raised her arms high, cheerfully waving goodbye to the villagers on the shore, a stark contrast to that curly-browed fellow whose heart was clearly elsewhere. Kid, remember our promise. Ajan called out from the shore, waving at Chun Yu. Acknowledging Ajan's greeting, Chun Yu waved back with solemnity, replying, of course. Rest assured, I've got everything covered. Hearing this cryptic exchange, Nami was puzzled. Her mischievous eyes darted in thought as if struck by a sudden realization. She tugged Chun Yu back to their room, gently closing the door behind them. Back in the room, Nami pouted, her cheeks puffing out. Her cunning bright eyes blinked incessantly as she stared fixedly at Chun Yu, saying nothing. This was a trick Nami had discovered. Chun Yu seemed utterly susceptible to it. Whenever she put on such a display before making a request, he would almost always agree. So far she had yet to fail. Seeing Nami in this delicate, coquettish state, Chun Yu felt deeply troubled. He too had realized he was powerless to resist her like this. How could he refuse? Nami knew how to act cute. How could anyone bear to say no? Before Nami could speak, Chun Yu interjected, I spoke with Uncle Ajan. Since we've already done everything we discuss the matters of marriage. With that, Chun Yu shrugged, his expression one of indifferent defiance. Huh, women. So what if she could act cute? He simply wouldn't give her the chance. You. Nami was so stunned by Chun Yu's words that she couldn't form a sentence. Her face flushed crimson, and her trembling finger pointed at Chun Yu's nose as she backed away. How could you say such things? Who did everything they should with you? Cornered against the wall, Nami defended herself, her voice tinged with shyness and indignation. She was still an innocent maiden. How could he spread such baseless rumors? Seeing Nami in this state, Chun Yu was thrilled. He clasped his hands behind his back, tilted his head slightly, and stepped toward her. Gazing at the handsome face, drawing ever closer, Nami was overcome with nervousness. Her hands fluttered about aimlessly, unsure where to place them. One moment her fingers intertwined, the next they clenched into fists, then grasped the hem of her clothes. Her once lively and cunning eyes now held only panic. Chun Yu gradually cornered Nami against the wall, but he didn't resort to any flashy wall slam tactics. Instead, he extended his right hand palm down, his fingers relaxed and slightly drooping. He gently lifted his index and middle fingers, pressing their nails against Nami's chin, then slowly slid them upward until they reached just below her ear. Spreading his index and middle fingers into a V shape, he lightly pinched Nami's earlobe. Feeling the strange sensation on her ear, Nami's earlobe, already a delicate pink against her fair skin, flushed an even deeper red. Her eyes squeezed shut in tension, her eyelids trembling, her long curled lashes quivering in unison. Seeing this, Chun Yu's playful spirit soared. He lowered his head, pursed his lips, and gently blew a cool breath near her neck. The cool air brushed against her skin, causing Nami's delicate frame to shudder. An involuntary soft moan escaped, her lips warm and tender, and her ears reddened even further. Chen Yu didn't stop there. He brought his mouth close to her ear and whispered softly, "So, what do you think? We haven't done yet." Hearing his whispered words so close, Nami's face turned as red as a ripe peach, her lips trembling erratically. Chen Yu found it immensely amusing and wanted to continue, but Nami, her shyness transforming into fury, lashed out. She raised her fist and delivered 2 solid thumps to Chun Yu's head. Then she flung open the door and kicked Chun Yu out. Outside, a somewhat dejected Sanji, seeing Chun Yu's fate, immediately perked up, gleefully mocking him from the sidelines. Chun Yu, already feeling a pang of regret, was now inexplicably ridiculed by Sanji. How could he tolerate this? He scrambled to his feet, covering his mouth, and said pitifully, "Nami just bit my tongue so hard it hurts." "Sanji, tell me, did I make her angry?" "Sanji, are you even speaking human language?" When it came to verbal sparring, Sanji had never gotten the better of Chun Yu, and this time was no exception. Chun Yu's comment about his sword tongue sent Sanji into a state of silent despair. Without a word, his face full of dejection, Sanji staggered away from the scene. In another corner of the deck, Sanji was furiously slapping his own face. A belated realization dawned on Chun Yu, and he too dropped to his knees, slapping himself. What had he just done in that room? Chun Yu didn't want to know what he had missed. A dwelling on it would only deepen his regret. Yet the bitterness and remorse kept gnawing at his nerves, leaving him listlessly drawing circles on the deck floor. Of course, such a setback would only trouble Chun Yu for a moment. He would surely try again next time. Regaining his composure, Chun Yu walked over to Sanji, hands in his pockets, and bent down to look at the dejected cook squatting on the deck. Zoro mastered Haki in 2 days. Today I plan to teach him the Haki circulation method. Sanji, it's been 4 days now. Have you mastered Haki? I recall someone telling me they'd master it in 2 days. I wonder who that was. Chun Yu stared intently at Sanji, carefully observing his expression. The bitterness on Sanji's face vanished, instantly replaced by fury and passion. Watching Sanji's instant reboot, Chun Yu couldn't help but muse, truly Zoro is the true love, everything else is just a side dish. With that, Chun Yu paid Sanji no further mind. Instead, he gathered Usopp, Nami, Luffy, and Zoro. Today, he was going to teach them the Haki circulation method. Usopp and Nami had already mastered observation Haki and had a basic understanding of it. Teaching them the circulation method should enable them to figure out armament Haki on their own. Chun Yu wasn't sure about Usopp, but he had no doubts about Nami. Lately, it seemed as if Nami had undergone a transformation. Whenever she wanted to hit him, she could cover his head with bruises. Nami's constitution must be something extraordinary. After teaching Nami and Usopp the circulation method and insights, Chun Yu led Luffy and Zoro into the training room. Talking theory to these two was utterly useless. They had to learn through beatings. Of course, he didn't teach them the application methods within the circulation technique. That would have to wait. It was a tough nut to crack, and Chun Yu himself hadn't mastered it yet. A few simple blows to Luffy and Zoro, followed by an explanation of how to channel Haki, what it felt like, and how to exert force, then another round of beatings. That was enough. Every time Chun Yu taught them this way, they either mastered it on the spot or suddenly used it one day. Teaching them was becoming easier and easier for him. After all, with a license to beat people up, how could there be any pressure? Having finished with the two, Chun Yu went over to Sanji and said, "Sanji, Zoro has already learned the circulation method." With that, Chun Yu turned and left. He didn't need to imagine what Sanji's expression looked like at that moment. Having arranged everything, Chun Yu was basking alone in the sun when he saw Luffy coming out with a fishing rod. He fell into deep thought. Could he really be a master teacher? It was only because Luffy had nothing better to do that he went fishing. I am indeed a master teacher. A satisfied Chun Yu closed his eyes again, enjoying his sunbath. What? You ask why Nami isn't sunbathing with me? Ridiculous. What's so great about a mere woman? Sure, she has long legs, fair skin, won't let me in the door, has a nice figure, and is a bit pretty. So what? What's the big deal? It's not even dark yet. I, Chun Yu, am a man of iron will. After sailing on for about 4 more hours, they arrived at Loguetown. Newspaper Seagull. 1 paper. Aboard the Dread Foss, a robust, middle-aged man with a single ponytail armed with a pistol flicked a coin into the air and called out to the sky. Seeing the seagull drop a newspaper, the gunman casually tossed the coin skyward. However, the seagull that caught the coin did not leave, but perched on the Dread Foss, squawking incessantly. The middle-aged man immediately understood the seagull's meaning. not enough money. Having navigated these seas for so long, Ben Beckman naturally knew today's paper was special, bearing major news. Realizing this, Ben Beckman didn't trouble the news seagull, but fished out another coin and tossed it to the bird. The seagull, having received its payment, saluted and flew off in a certain direction. As he unfolded the paper, he saw a small stack of wanted posters, but paid them no mind. Such things were common on the seas. As the first mate, Ben Beckman made it a habit to stay abreast of current events, casually noting the new pirates. He was no absentee captain like Shanks. He managed all the ship's affairs, big and small. That the first wanted poster wasn't the captain's was unusual, but not unheard of, and this time it was so. The Marines racked their brains, employing every trick to stir internal conflict among pirates. Typically, the captain topped the list, followed by the first mate, with the rest arranged arbitrarily. This time they placed Chun Yu's wanted poster first, revealing the Marines' insidious scheme. However, they seemed to overestimate Luffy's cunning. It was a clever tactic that might have worked wonders on other pirate crews, but applied to the Straw Hat Pirates, the Marines would simply have to try harder. A pirate crew that could get the news seagulls to distribute wanted posters worldwide must have something to offer. Otherwise, if every small fry was featured, how would Morgans make his profit? Beckman read the paper word by word. His usually calm demeanor stirred violently upon spotting the words Straw Hat Luffy from the East Blue. Seeing his rare reaction, the crew burst into exclamations. Beckman, what news got you so worked up? Fat Lucky Roo, clutching his favorite meat leg, bounced over, curiosity piqued. It's here. It's here. Finally. Ignoring Lucky Roo, Beckman strode quickly toward Shanks' quarters, paper in hand. Lucky Roo pouted in dissatisfaction. That bastard can't even speak clearly. What's here? He'll add some spice to his dinner tonight. Sharp-eyed Yasopp spotted the stack of wanted posters on the floor and, out of sheer boredom, began flipping through them one by one. Hey, it's here. It's really here. Turning to the second page, Yasopp saw a cheerful Straw Hat youth and exclaimed with excitement. Lucky Roo, who had just turned away, snapped. None of you can speak clearly. Just it's here, it's here. Irritated, he snatched the posters from Yasopp's hand. Seeing the radiant smile on the wanted poster, Lucky Roo's eyes widened, and his plump body let out a sharp scream. Holy crap. It's here. It's really here. As Lucky Roo stood in shock, two people rushed out of the cabin. Beckman, who had just entered, and a red-haired, one-armed man with a look of pure joy. Finally here. Luffy, we've been waiting for you. With those words, Shanks snatched the poster from Yasopp and studied it intently. He looks happy, that kid. A first bounty this high. Just as I expected from the one I've set my sights on, ha. Looking at Luffy's bounty of 60 million berries, Shanks threw his head back and laughed. It was clear that the young emperor was genuinely delighted. Beckman took the other wanted posters from Shanks and flipped through them one by one. Unlike the simple-minded Shanks, since this was Luffy's crew, he needed to scrutinize them thoroughly. Flame Fist Chen Yu, 90 million berries. And the first mate. Beckman frowned, staring at Chun Yu's wanted poster. Beckman quickly saw through the ploy. Were the Marines trying to stir conflict between the Straw Hats and Whitebeard? Still, this kid must be strong. A first bounty higher than Luffy's. Worth noting. Muttering to himself, Beckman continued flipping. The others seemed unremarkable until he reached Usopp's poster, and his composure shattered once more. Yasopp. Usopp, it's Usopp. Isn't your son named Usopp? Beckman shouted excitedly at Yasopp. Beckman felt he had been far too unsettled today, losing his cool twice. Had need to be more careful. What a... Let me see. Let me see. Hearing Beckman's words, Yasopp leaped up, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement, and snatched Usopp's wanted poster. So that's it. So that's it. You've set sail too. That's right. A man should stand tall and do as he pleases. Go chase your dreams. Yasopp's eyes reddened as he gazed at a face so reminiscent of his wife's. He had been neither a good husband nor a good father. Seeing his son grow up healthy and take to the seas like him filled him with genuine joy. Good lad. Stick with Luffy and make your mark. A man's place is the world. Fighting back tears, Yasopp spoke with fervor. Ha ha ha. Crew, let's throw a party. To celebrate Luffy setting sail, we'll feast for 3 days straight. Drink till we drop. Shanks declared with a grand sweep of his arm. Beckman mused, so that first mate and the green-haired kid are the interesting ones Hawkeye mentioned, huh? Meanwhile, back in Windmill Village. Everyone, a toast to our Luffy. Cheers. Cheers. To our village producing a great pirate. Cheers. Cheers. This is outrageous. He's a scoundrel, a disgrace to our village, the aged mayor grumbled, leaning on his cane. Cheers. In Shimatsuki Village. Master, is that pirate hunter Zoro really our senior? That's awesome. Hey master. Teach us to be pirates. That's so cool. Yeah. I want to learn too. I want to be a pirate. Me too. Looking at the excited children, Koshiro sighed helplessly. He is indeed your senior, but I never taught him how to be a pirate, you know. With that, Koshiro gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself, Zoro, seeing news of you again makes me happy. In your eyes I see no hesitation. A pirate. Then follow your heart, and walk your path steadfastly. Pursue your swordsmanship. In Kokoyashi village, the Marines have gone too far, putting such a cute, timid, and well-behaved girl on a wanted poster with such a high bounty. Filing a complaint. Jin slapped the wall where he had deliberately enlarged and displayed the wanted poster, fuming indignantly. Nojiko rolled her eyes. Uncle Jin, you're clearly happy and proud. After calming down, Jin gazed in the direction the Straw Hats had sailed. His heart was far from calm. Kid, I'm entrusting Nami to you. I believe you can protect her and keep her smile safe. Captain Buggy, look. Captain Kuro, today's fresh wanted posters. The entire world was in an uproar that day. The Straw Hat crew, having disembarked, remained oblivious to all that had transpired at sea. Chen Yu gave Luffy 500 to buy meat, Usopp 2. 1 million for new gear and materials, and everyone else a mere 100 berries. Finally, Chun Yu's gaze settled on Zoro. Though Zoro was not lacking in swords at the moment, aside from Wado, Ikemonji, the rest were nothing but junk, utterly useless. Zoro, want to replace your swords? You should be well aware that the other 2 blades in your hands will soon fail to keep pace with your growing strength. How about acquiring 2 new ones on this island? I've heard there are some fine blades in the weapon shops on this island. Rumors speak of a Sandai Kitetsu, a truly remarkable sword. So how about it? Want to go buy it? Chen Yu coaxed, watching Zoro's still calm demeanor. Hearing this, Nami narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe that scoundrel was merely giving Zoro a kind reminder. He surely had some ulterior motive. But I only have 100 berries. Zoro hesitated after a moment of thought. I'm just asking if you want it. If you're short on cash, I can lend it to you. Chen Yu replied, his expression unchanging. Then lend me some. They'll pay you back. Zoro finally grew excited, eagerly anticipating his new swords. I can lend it to you, but we'll have to make a pact. They'll give you 1 million, more than enough. But no matter how much you spend, you must agree to 3 conditions. Don't worry, they won't violate your principles. Chen Yu continued his persuasion, looking at Zoro. Strike while the iron is hot. At these words, Nami instantly felt satisfied. This is the real Chen Yu, never making a move without a sure gain. After a long inner struggle, Zoro finally agreed to this unequal treaty. Not only would he have to repay the money, but also fulfill 3 conditions for Chen Yu. A guaranteed profit. No, a massive profit. The more Zoro thought about it, the more uneasy he felt clutching the money. But he had a good habit. If he couldn't figure it out, he simply stopped thinking. He knew his limits, just like how he never recognized roads and wandered by instinct. In the end, someone always came to find him. Chun Yu watched Zoro leave with a gleeful expression. 3 conditions. How should he play this? Nami, who was also present, looked at Chun Yu with a cunning smile. I want 1 million berries too. Otherwise, he'll tell Zoro to borrow from me, and I won't ask for any conditions. Though Nami had left her savings in her village, she could still easily come up with 1 million. Hearing her excited words, Chun Yu felt utterly speechless. This woman was far too greedy, asking for 1 million right off the bat. But Chun Yu didn't refuse. It was just pocket change. Usually the crew wasn't keen on looting, so he and Nami quietly skimmed off the top. Since giving 1 million or 2 million made no difference, Chun Yu generously handed Nami 3 million, then affectionately cupped her face and planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. Hey, race 3 million. Don't say your man is stingy. Spend it freely, boldly, buy whatever you want. Ask me for more when it's gone. The avaricious Nami accepted without any hesitation, happily pocketing the money. But having received such a boon, she wasn't about to show nothing in return. Sustainable development, she understood. Nami quickly walked over to Chun Yu, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lower lip before bouncing out the door to go shopping. None of them had seen the wanted posters, so they had no worries who would recognize them. As for Chun Yu, he naturally trailed Nami in secret, also buying some meat and a suit. He never expected Luffy to bring back any meat. Zoro strode down the street with a bow-legged gait in high spirits. The bag in his hand contained gold worth about 1 million berries plus 100 in spending money. With money came confidence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd ahead. A girl was reportedly being targeted by pirates seeking revenge. Zoro drew closer to observe, joining the onlookers. What met his eyes were several burly pirates raising their swords to strike a bespectacled young woman. Just as Zoro was about to intervene, the girl swung her hands, and a flash of sword light passed. Instantly, the pirates lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Alas, her moment of coolness lasted but a second. She stumbled and fell, and thus their fateful encounter began. The two bickered all the way, but Zoro was no match for Tashiji's tongue. Compensation. Out of the question. He hadn't meant to. Besides, his money was for buying swords. Had he ever seen a pirate honestly pay damages? Never. This woman was far too full of herself. Relying on a face that resembled his late wife's, she just kept nagging endlessly. She had already pulled out a new pair of glasses from her décolletage, yet still demanded he pay up. Wasn't that just ridiculous? Despite the rocky start, their bond was truly forged, and Zoro's gains far exceeded his expectations. A Yubashiri and a Sandai Kitetsu. Zoro had spent only 500 on the Kitetsu, The Yubashiri was entrusted to him by the shop owner. He tossed the remaining 100 at Tashigi and only breathed a sigh of relief when she left. Zoro, the henpecked husband, was a true embodiment of sweet surrender. Elsewhere, Usopp encountered an annoying blonde girl named Carol who vied with him for the same pair of goggles, sparking a dispute. Just then, Daddy, who had just collected his bounty from Smoker, quietly appeared behind Usopp. Upon learning that Daddy knew his father, Usopp no longer backed down and agreed to a duel. This Usopp was different. Ever since learning the method of Haki from Chun Yu, he had mastered armament Haki in a short time, even half a day faster than Nami. His genes were no joke. Though still timid, the now stronger Usopp was not one to shy away from a challenge. With both colors of Haki at his command, he felt no fear of Daddy. However, Usopp didn't use guns and had no interest in a traditional shootout. He pointed out that Daddy had a young daughter. What would happen to her if he lost? Long nose. Who says my dad will lose? My dad can't possibly lose to a weird uncle like you. Little Carol, hearing Usopp claim her father would lose, instantly revealed her bratty nature. But Usopp paid the little brat no mind. He made a bet with Daddy: if he won, the goggles were his; if he lost, so be it. They ultimately competed in long-range shooting with a distant signpost as the target. The range exceeded a gun's accurate reach. If Usopp could hit it, he would be declared the winner. Truth be told, Usopp was a bit nervous. Yet he had immense confidence in himself. Before entering Loguetown, Chun Yu had told him that he would be the sniper on the future Pirate King's ship. When it came to shooting, he was second to none. In the end, Usopp emerged victorious. By reinforcing his slingshot with armament Haki, its range far surpassed that of an ordinary pistol. Usopp finally got his coveted goggles, though the sight of Daddy and Carol embracing stung his heart. Hadn't he too yearned for a father's love? Usopp's feelings toward his father Yasopp were incredibly complex. He admired Yasopp for his mother had said he was an upright man. But he was hardly a qualified husband or father. A slightly forlorn Usopp shouldered his purchased supplies and headed back to the Going Merry. Yet this melancholy came and went quickly. The Going Merry, Kaya, and the Straw Hat Pirates were his true home. Besides, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Nami spent the entire journey trying on clothes, yet she bought none after trying them on, leaving the furious shopkeeper to utter a reluctant welcome back anytime. Chen Yu too had not been idle. His formerly casual attire had transformed into a dark blue pinstripe suit, dark sunglasses perched on his nose, and his hair cropped short, exuding an air of refined sophistication and efficiency. After his makeover, Chun Yu no longer bothered to hide. He openly tailed Nami a newspaper and a stack of wanted posters clutched in his hand. Tisk tisk tsk. So the Navy is that duplicitous, huh? Chen Yu mused, lounging with his legs crossed at the entrance of a clothing store, perusing the latest newspaper. A full-scale manhunt, is it? Chen Yu lifted his sunglasses, his gaze following the street to its end. Smoker was likely already planning to capture their crew. They needed to move quickly. At this stage, their group couldn't reveal overly extraordinary power. They still had to keep their abilities concealed. With this thought, Chun Yu folded the newspaper, cast one last glance at his own wanted poster, and curled his lip. Fire fist, huh? Looks like the Navy's calculations are off again. Stepping into the clothing store, Chun Yu searched for a long while, but couldn't find Nami. Surrounded by a constant stream of cool, scantily clad young women, he felt his composure being tested. Unable to locate Nami, he finally activated his observation Haki. He didn't believe anyone other than Smoker could catch their crew. Even the weakest members, Nami and Usopp, had already mastered both colors of Haki. How could they not be feared? After searching extensively, Chun Yu found Nami in a place he never would have expected, the men's section of the clothing store. Chen Yu instantly understood Nami's intentions, yet he felt no joy at all. He then strode forward with an arrogant, swaggering gait to find his Namikan. Before him, Nami held a white suit in one hand and a burgundy suit in the other, her eyes fixed intently on a third black suit with dark gold floral patterns on the lapels. Nami had originally intended to buy Chun Yu 2 suits and a casual outfit. But now, staring at the 3 suits, she was caught in a deep dilemma. She adored all 3. It wasn't that she was unwilling to buy all 3, it was that purchasing them would leave her unable to buy Chun Yu a casual outfit. Suits were exorbitantly expensive everywhere, and none of the 3 she fancied cost less than 300 berries. After agonizing over it, Nami decided to return her own clothes, as she had brought less than 1 million berries. She picked up the 3 suits and a casual outfit, walked to the cashier to pay, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Having witnessed the entire scene, Chun Yu felt his heart ache. How could he let Nami be so self-sacrificing? He immediately strode forward, tossing a bag of gold coins with his left hand, while draping his right arm over Nami's shoulder. Boss'll cover all of this young lad's expenses, including the clothes she just returned. Wrap them all up for me. My beautiful lady, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Chen Yu slightly altered his voice, producing a tone Nami had never heard before. Seeing Chun Yu's carefree, moneyed attitude, the shopkeeper's eyes crinkled into a smile. He rubbed his hands together and replied right away. Feeling the sudden physical contact, Nami first frowned, then instantly activated her observation Haki, her right hand reaching for the three-section staff tucked at her waist. Just as she was about to draw the staff, she recognized the person through her observation Haki and was momentarily stunned. Had this guy been following me this whole time? A warm feeling swelled in Nami's heart. She knew exactly why Chen Yu was following her, but she decided to teach this nosy, touchy-feely guy a lesson. Thanks for the offer, young sir, but my boyfriend might be nearby. If he isn't, I wouldn't mind having dinner with you, Nami said, trying to make her voice and posture as sultry and alluring as possible. Unfortunately, the Nami of now was not yet the Nami of 2 years hence. The future Nami exuded sexiness and charm in every smile and gesture. Hearing this, how could Chen Yu stand it? What? Say that again, you little minx. A bit frantic, Chen Yu spun Nami around. She had been facing away from him, but now he manually turned her to face him. As he turned her, Chen Yu saw the knowing smirk and the playful glint in her eyes. Chen Yu immediately realized she had known it was him all along. There was no way he would be embarrassed or angry. But seeing Nami's mischievous, begging for trouble expression, he promptly smacked her on her firm buttocks. Smack! The resounding slap echoed, and the sensation beneath his palm was intoxicatingly addictive. He could even feel the lingering vibrations after his hand had left. Everyone in the clothing store turned to look at Nami and Chun Yu. Some envied Nami, others envied Chun Yu. A few women stared intently at Nami's seemingly still quivering rear, their expressions complex and filled with longing. Some even turned to glance at their own derrieres in frustration. Seeing the jealous and envious looks from the men, Chun Yu puffed out his chest, holding his head high like a triumphant rooster. Nami felt the sting on her bottom, and her mind went blank. She knew where she was, but Chun Yu's slap had left her stunned. Her face gradually flushed, a delicate pink hue spreading across her cheeks, as if it might drip with moisture. After a moment of daze, Nami clenched her fists, ready to punch this guy who had no sense of place. Just as she raised her fist, she saw Chun Yu's proud, smug expression. Then she turned to look at the people around them with their strange gazes, especially the men glaring hatefully at Chun Yu. This instantly defused Nami's rising anger. She had never seen Chun Yu act like such a child. Forget it. He'll just spoil my own man. Nami shook her head helplessly, then dragged a Chun Yu laden with bags and parcels away from the scene. They entered a high-end restaurant hand in hand. As they sat down, Nami noticed Chun Yu still wore that proud expression, his chin held high, like a victorious rooster, exuding an air of arrogance. Seeing this, Nami was instantly amused. Why was Chun Yu so funny today? He was being so childish. Ha! As if recalling something amusing, Nami burst out laughing. Her laugh, as crisp as silver bells, rang out freely, not only catching Chun Yu's attention and making him lower his haughty chin, but also turning the heads of everyone in the restaurant. The restaurant was not very large, but it was filled with elegantly dressed nobles and dignitaries, people for whom money was no object. At the table behind Chun Yu, a blond young man was waving to a nearby waiter. The waiter immediately approached and bent down to listen. After a few moments, the waiter nodded respectfully several times, then rose his peripheral vision, covertly appraising Nami. He quickly averted his gaze and walked out the door without looking back. Just then, a woman with cherry pink hair entered the restaurant, brushing past the waiter as he left. The moment she stepped inside, all eyes were on her, and the entire restaurant fell silent. Chun Yu and Nami also turned curiously to look at the woman. Seeing everyone's gaze fixed upon her, the cherry-haired woman smiled sweetly, but from her pupils emanated an invisible wave that enveloped everyone in the restaurant, especially in Chun Yu's direction. What a beautiful woman, Nami thought to herself. Cherry pink hair, delicate willow-like brows, enchanting eyes that intoxicate the soul, tender pink lips that stir the heart. Full bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous hips, cool hot pants, long shapely legs, pink toenails peeking out of shiny black sandals, exquisitely tempting. What a stunning beauty. I wonder how many men will be driven mad for her. Curious, Nami looked at Chun Yu to see his reaction. Though the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, Nami was confident in her own looks and figure. Moreover, she trusted Chun Yu implicitly. In Nami's eyes, Chun Yu was not a shallow man. But Chun Yu's expression made Nami's face stiffen, the gentle smile on her lips freezing instantly. Chun Yu was staring at the cherry-haired woman with a smile, his eyes full of tenderness and longing, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, as if gazing upon a cherished treasure he had longed for. His eyes did not blink, and the love in them seemed like glue sticking firmly to the cherry-haired woman, so thick and intense it made Nami feel suffocated. Nami felt a strange unease. In the brief moment she had turned to observe the cherry-haired woman, Chun Yu seemed to have suddenly stopped recognizing her. Though there was no exchange of glances or words between them, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over Nami. It was like encountering a stranger on the street, someone who didn't know you, who even ignored you outright, a cold indifference that was palpable even without any interaction. She couldn't understand why the Chun Yu who usually looked at her every so often had suddenly vanished. Nami frowned deeply, her gaze fixed intently on Chun Yu as if trying to discern something from him. But she found nothing. All she saw was Chun Yu's tender gaze directed at the cherry-haired woman and the deep affection conveyed through that look. Something's wrong. Forget about what kind of person Chen Yu is. There has to be a limit to being fickle, right? In the blink of an eye he doesn't recognize me. Nami wondered inwardly, but her brow gradually relaxed, replaced by a look of grievance. Her peripheral vision discreetly flickered toward the cherry-haired woman at the front of the restaurant. I know what kind of man Chen Yu is. If the problem isn't with Chun Yu then. Nami noticed in her peripheral vision that the cherry-haired woman's attention was mostly on Chun Yu, though she would glance at Nami from time to time. Whenever the cherry-haired woman turned her head, Nami felt a sense of familiarity, as if she were looking in a mirror, and Chun Yu's gaze toward the cherry-haired woman would grow even more fervent. Seeing this, Nami clenched her fists, her heart shaken. What kind of ability was this? Was her target Chen Yu? What was her purpose? Why did her power feel even more unfathomable than Chen Yu's? How is that possible? A series of questions swirled in Nami's mind. However, she dared not show any sign of abnormality, controlling her expression with great effort to avoid revealing any cracks. This was easy for Nami. Thanks to Chun Yu's occasional explanations, her knowledge and horizons had broadened considerably, but this unfamiliar ability was something even Chun Yu had never encountered, let alone Nami. Thus, Nami could sense something was amiss, but didn't know how to handle it, let alone act rashly. After all, even someone as powerful as Chun Yu had fallen prey to it. I have to get out of here first. Whether Chen Yu can save himself or not, staying here will only make me a burden. Nami's eyes darted as she thought hard. Suddenly, an image of a green algae ball flashed through her mind, making her eyes light up. Zoro, right? I have to find Zoro first. With that thought, Nami looked up at Chen Yu again, her expression gradually turning to disappointment while she secretly plotted her escape. Nami knew she had to appear disappointed, even angry. Suddenly, a band walked in and began playing music just inside the restaurant entrance. A very serene yet elegant tune. As the music started, the young man from the nearby table slowly rose, holding a small glass of red wine. He supported the glass with 2 fingers on the bowl and 2 on the stem, and even swirled the wine in a practiced manner. The waiter who had glanced at Nami earlier appeared from somewhere with a large bouquet of roses and handed it to the young man. The young man took the flowers with his left hand, closed his eyes, and bent down to take a deep, lingering sniff. When he opened his eyes again, his face was one of utter intoxicated bliss. The people around him began to stir. Look at that young man with the long blonde hair. He's so elegant and handsome, isn't he? Not only is he handsome, he has such refined taste. He must have ordered this elegant music right. Hey sis, look at his clothes. They look like the attire of a noble. Are those patterns exclusive to nobility? It looks like he's planning to give flowers to someone. Yeah, I wonder who's lucky enough to receive flowers from a noble. If he gave them to me, I'd do anything. Oh, come off it. With your figure like a washboard with 2 spring onions, you're dreaming. With me around, you don't stand a chance. You little hussy. What did you say? The blonde young man took in all of this, but he was used to it. Used to being the center of attention wherever he went. Holding the bouquet, he stood still, his gaze shifting between Nami and the cherry-haired woman. Both are top tier. But I only have 1 bouquet now. Who should I give it to? The blonde young man rubbed his chin deep in thought. Though both are top tier, and I like them both, I prefer the one that hasn't been touched yet. That's the real gem. Having made his decision, the blonde young man no longer hesitated and walked forward, bouquet in hand. A golden-haired youth brushed past Chen Yu, clutching a bouquet of flowers, yet his gaze roamed over Nami seated opposite Chen Yu. What a prime piece of goods. What a pity. To think she'd be wasted on that lowborn. He'll have someone seize that orange-haired beauty and bring her to the palace later. As for that lowborn, he shall be executed by 1,000 cuts. Oomph. How dare he lay a finger on a beauty I fancy? He doesn't even deserve to be a slave. With that thought, the golden-haired youth cast an icy glare at Chun Yu before striding toward the cherry-haired woman standing at the restaurant's entrance. Chun Yu caught every move of the golden-haired youth from the corner of his eye. Yet Chen Yu couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Gazing at the cherry-haired woman before the restaurant, his eyes softened with affection and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He understood the golden-haired youth's look well enough, but since the youth coveted the unfamiliar woman across from him, not Nami, he simply couldn't care less. In truth, Chun Yu was somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, Nami had risen to pay the bill, yet this strange cherry-haired woman had brazenly taken a seat without a hint of shame. Though the cherry-haired woman was adorable, not every beauty caught his fancy. Besides, Nami was still watching him from ahead. In reality, Nami had remained seated all along, never stirring, while the cherry-haired woman stood motionless at the restaurant's front, never descending. But in Chun Yu's eyes, the images of Nami and the cherry-haired woman had swapped. The scene before him had deviated from reality. Time to go. Can't keep Nami waiting too long. After a brief pause, Chun Yu rose and murmured, then prepared to meet the cherry-haired woman at the restaurant's entrance. Though Chun Yu spoke softly, his words were clear to Nami across from him, who grew increasingly aggrieved. A flicker stirred in Nami's eyes. By now she could confirm her suspicions. Though still uncertain of the cherry-haired woman's methods, Nami was sure that Chun Yu had mistaken her for the cherry-haired woman. Oh, my heavens! How can such a stunning beauty exist in this world? The golden-haired youth approached the cherry-haired woman, raising his right hand to press 5 fingers against his forehead, eyes half-closed, left hand hiding the flowers behind his back. He bowed slightly and continued in self-admiration, "My sincerity must have moved the heavens. Destiny must be guiding our path. The gods must have blessed our encounter. For I am fortunate to meet you today." The golden-haired youth slowly raised his left hand, presenting the flowers to the cherry-haired woman, kneeling on one knee, his right hand pressed to his chest in a gesture of sincerity. His fingers spread wide, revealing the conspicuous noble insignia between them. This series of movements stirred the women in the restaurant once more. Wow, such an elegant gesture. Indeed. Sister, if a noble ever treated me like that, I'd die without regrets. I'm so envious of that cherry-haired vixen. She can leap straight into a life of luxury and marry into nobility. That's a noble, the highest of beings in this world. Why isn't it me? Hearing the commotion among the women around him, the golden-haired youth secretly gloated. Yes, 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 just like that. Nobles are the greatest. For a noble like me to stoop so low is your utmost honor. She must be overwhelmed with gratitude by now. No woman can resist my advances. You are no exception. The golden-haired youth raised an eyebrow, eyes still shut, his face brimming with confidence. Seeing Nami publicly courted, Chen Yu froze for a moment, then his face darkened instantly. Damn it. Other women do as you please. I've only 2 kidneys, I can't manage them all. But you dare covet my woman. You've got a death wish. Chun Yu's face grew darker, his gaze icy as he strode swiftly toward the golden-haired youth. Looks like the Marine's propaganda isn't strong enough. A mere noble dares to set his sights on my woman. Seems I need to give the nobles of this world a friendly reminder. Chen Yu muttered to himself as he walked, his voice growing colder by the second. Don't you think so? Huh, you bastard. Chen Yu reached the golden-haired youth, glanced down at him, then seized him by the throat, lifting him slowly. Speak up. You bastard. Weren't you just yapping away so boldly? Chun Yu suddenly tightened his grip, the muscles in his arm, straining, veins surfacing like tree roots. Ugh, ugh. The golden-haired youth whimpered in agony, eyes bulging, his face flushing crimson, then turning blue, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. His hands flailed against Chun Yu's arm, legs dangling in the air, kicking desperately in torment. The elegance of moments ago vanished, replaced by sheer terror of death and a craving for life. The golden-haired youth had no idea what had happened. One moment he awaited the cherry-haired woman's reply, the next a hand clamped his neck, hoisting him into the air. The agony of suffocation overwhelmed him. Staring at Chun Yu's ferocious face, fear mingled with a flicker of confusion in the golden-haired youth's mind. He had no dealings with this man. He hadn't touched that orange-haired beauty. His thoughts were just thoughts not yet acted upon. Why? The golden-haired youth's face was a mask of questions. Yet due to oxygen deprivation, his complexion grew redder than blue. Feeling the threat of death, the confusion that had just arisen in his heart dissipated, replaced by boundless terror. You scoundrel! How dare you, you insolent lowborn! Such treason! I warn you, you're in for it. Nearby, the golden-haired youth's lackey pointed at Chun Yu, threatening, let him go at once. Otherwise, not just you, but everyone connected to you will die a miserable death. Hearing the lackey's threat, Chun Yu didn't respond, but instead drove a fist hard into the golden-haired youth's abdomen. Bam! The golden-haired youth flew backward, eyes protruding, crashing heavily into the restaurant wall, before slumping to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he passed out completely. After sending the golden-haired youth flying with a single punch, Chun Yu turned slowly and walked toward the lackey. Stopping before him, Chun Yu suppressed the fury within, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, yet his face remained calm as he said, Is that so? I'm curious to see what happens to me and those around me. Seeing his master sent flying, the lackey's eyes nearly split with rage. He glared at Chun Yu and snarled, You lowborn. You? Before the lackey could finish, Chun Yu raised his left hand, pinching his chin to seal his mouth shut, while pressing his right index finger to his own nose and lips in a shushing gesture. Shoo. Don't use words. Chun Yu gazed at the lackey with tender affection, veins pulsing on his forehead, and continued, Let me experience firsthand what the consequences are. Otherwise, it'll make you taste the consequences of coveting my woman. Chun Yu's voice grew icier, his blood flowing faster, the veins on his forehead and neck writhing rapidly. Bam! Suddenly the sound of a table being slammed interrupted Chen Yu. Everyone in the restaurant turned toward the source of the noise. Nami stood with both hands on the table, her gaze fixed icily on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, what exactly do you want? Who is she? Forcing calm, she raised a finger and pointed at the cherry-haired woman, demanding an answer. Chen Yu glanced coldly at Nami and said flatly, Don't stir up trouble. If you're sick, get treated. With that, Chen Yu continued staring at the golden-haired youth's lackey, as if awaiting his reply. Chen Yu, you bastard. Nami flipped the table over, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks, then she bolted out the door. Even though Nami knew that in Chun Yu's eyes she was no longer herself, hearing him speak to her like that still filled her with immense grievance. Yet Nami understood this was no time for sentimentality. Once outside, she steadied herself, quickly wiped away her tears, and sprinted with all her might in a certain direction. Seeing Nami's sudden emotional outburst, Chen Yu found it even more baffling. Was this woman sick or something? Good thing I don't fool around. But why does that way of getting angry seem oddly familiar? After pondering for a moment, and still coming up empty, he decided to let it go. His patience with the golden-haired youth's lackey had worn thin. The lackey hadn't said a word, and Chen Yu no longer wanted to give him a chance. Though Chun Yu had sealed his mouth, couldn't he find a way to speak on his own? They were all adults. That was no excuse for his silence. Chun Yu dragged the lackey over to the golden-haired youth, stomping on the latter's chest to wake him. Watching the golden-haired youth clutch his chest and writhe in pain on the ground, the corners of Chun Yu's mouth curled up. Crack! A sound of bones breaking rang out. Oops! I just wanted to shake your hand. How did your right hand's bones shatter? I'm telling you. Don't try to frame me, or you'll call the Marines. Chun Yu amiably held the lackey's limp right hand, his tone filled with feigned excitement. By now the lackey was twisting in agony, whimpering through his sealed mouth. Hearing Chun Yu's words, the lackey's eyes shot wide open, bloodshot veins threading through them. His dangling legs kicked wildly, and his muffled cries grew more desperate. Not framing me. Then speak. What are the consequences of offending a noble? After a moment, the lackey still offered no response, only whimpering, which Chun Yu couldn't understand. He pressed on him. Why don't you say anything? I really don't know. After a while, Chun Yu still got no direct answer from the lackey. Fine. I salute your fortitude. With that, Chun Yu cracked and crushed both of the lackey's elbow joints. Whack! This time the lackey's body thrashed even harder, tears streaming from his eyes, his throat vibrating incessantly, yet he remained utterly silent. Oh ho! Impressive. Chun Yu tightened his left hand on the lackey's jaw. Tough guy. But I like tough guys like you. They've got spirit. Chun Yu moved his hand downward, crushing the lackey's leg bones inch by inch from the ankle. Crack! Whack! Crack! Whack! The lackey's throat vibrated violently, his eyes fully bloodshot, yet he still refused to utter a single word. After Chun Yu crushed all the bones in the lackey's legs, the whimpering ceased entirely. The lackey's body went limp, dangling from Chun Yu's hand, completely unconscious. I truly admire you more and more. Chun Yu slowly raised his right hand, gripping the lackey's two soft spots, and inquired, one last chance. Say something, or I'll crush them. Chun Yu stared at the lackey, warning him. But this time the lackey didn't even acknowledge him. No whimpering, his face calm, eerily silent. Fine, brother. He'll remember you for life. Chun Yu clenched his right hand, utterly crushing the lackey's soft spots. Why didn't I hear the sound of shells breaking? Puzzled, Chun Yu rubbed and squeezed with his palm. Oop. The previously unconscious lackey's eyes shot open again, his whimper piercingly sharp. Oh well, maybe his assets were too small, so there was no sound when crushed. They'll give him a dignified end instead. As Chun Yu's words fell, the lackey's head cracked into several pieces, scattering red and white matter across the floor. Chun Yu calmly shook his hand, flinging off the red and white residue. Seeming unsatisfied, he ignited a blazing flame in his left hand, meticulously disinfecting every inch of his skin. After finishing, Chun Yu tilted his head slightly, gazing at the sky through the doorway, and lamented, a pity we're enemies. But I keep my word. He'll remember you for life. Saying this, Chun Yu turned his head to look at the golden-haired youth still curled up on the ground, his smile widening. Witnessing Chun Yu's brutal methods, the faces of everyone in the restaurant turned deathly pale. Women covered their mouths, men their groins. They had only come to watch the excitement, never expecting Chun Yu to go so far. Like madmen, they surged toward the restaurant's exit. Chun Yu paid no heed to the others. He grabbed the golden-haired youth by the head and lifted him up. Your brother there was so tough. Don't let him down. You'd better be just as tough later, you hear. Chun Yu leaned down and whispered into the golden-haired youth's ear. At these words, the golden-haired youth shuddered all over. His crotch grew damp and a stench of urine wafted out. Spare me. Thinking of his lackey's fate, the golden-haired youth shuddered again, quickly pleading, tears and snot gushing out. Chun Yu glanced at the golden-haired youth with disdain, seemingly disappointed by his performance. Be good. Listen, begging isn't your role. Either shut up or say thank you. Chun Yu's voice grew colder, his grip on the golden-haired youth's head tightening. In his eyes, the golden-haired youth was already a dead man. Feeling the excruciating pain in his head, the golden-haired youth screamed in agony, his limbs thrashing and twisting. His cries were louder, his suffering more intense, his movements more violent than a pig being slaughtered. As a noble, even a minor scrape required the best physicians. How could he endure such torment? Just as Chun Yu was about to crush the golden-haired youth's head, the cherry-haired woman suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Chun Yu, let's go. The cherry-haired girl's soft, sweet voice reached Chun Yu's ears. Staring at the cherry-haired girl, so close his brow furrowed slightly, but immediately relaxed. He found today's Nami very strange. Nami knew of his possessive nature, and nobles who approached them usually met this fate. Though Nami sometimes felt uneasy about his methods, she had never stopped him. But now, Chen Yu repeatedly sensed Nami's aura with his observation Haki, yet found nothing amiss. How odd. Chen Yu shook the golden-haired youth in his hand, aimed him at the cherry-haired woman, and replied in confusion, but I haven't dealt with him yet. The cherry-haired woman tried to mimic Nami's gestures and tone, saying gently, this guy hasn't done anything. Let it go this time. Killing a noble on this island would be troublesome. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, but felt a jolt of alarm. No. Nami would never be that gentle. Both her posture and tone were different from before. Who is this person? Why does she carry Nami's aura? If she's not Nami, where is Nami? Chun Yu's heart grew anxious, but his expression remained unchanged, his eyes still soft as he looked at the cherry-haired girl. Let's go then. He's just trash. No loss not to kill him. Saying this, without waiting for the cherry-haired girl's response, Chun Yu flicked his sword fingers, conjuring a flame blade, and sliced the golden-haired youth into a limbless torso. The golden-haired youth's agonized screams echoed through the restaurant and spread outward, stirring a cacophony among the onlookers outside. Though Chun Yu faced the golden-haired youth, his peripheral vision remained fixed on Nami's micro-expressions. No, this is definitely not Nami. Nami doesn't stop me by choice, but that doesn't mean her kind heart accepts such acts. Noticing the cherry-haired girl's expression remained calm and gentle, Chun Yu's thoughts raced. Slap. A crisp sound suddenly echoed through the restaurant. Chun Yu's hand landed on the cherry-haired girl's rear, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Feeling the sting on her buttocks, the cherry-haired girl's body stiffened. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she jerked her head toward Chen Yu, then quickly turned away, leaving only the back of her head to him. What are you doing? We're an old married couple. Why such a big reaction? Though the elasticity isn't as good as before. Chen Yu stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the cherry-haired woman from behind. He lowered his head, burying it in her neck, and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, his hands moved in opposite directions, one upward, one downward, exploring simultaneously. By now, Chun Yu was certain the woman in his arms wasn't Nami. The cherry-haired girl had turned her head away in time, but he had still caught a glimpse of her face. Though her features were identical to Nami's, the blush on her face was vastly different. Having been intimate with Nami for so long, he knew exactly what her flushed face looked like. In such situations, Nami would blush from both shyness and anger, but the cherry-haired girl's face bore only the red of fury. Feeling Chun Yu's hands creeping toward her private areas, the cherry-haired girl's face reddened further with rage. Bastard! How dare he take liberties with me? If not for the cult leader's orders, I'd kill him right now. At this thought, her fury intensified, her body trembling with anger. Chen Yu, clean up the scene first. Don't leave traces. They'll head back to the ship. The cherry-haired girl pushed Chen Yu away, forcefully suppressing her rage, yet still spoke softly. With that, she dashed out the door without looking back. Only after the cherry-haired girl vanished from his sight did the tenderness on Chun Yu's face fade, replaced by coldness and wariness. He couldn't gauge the cherry-haired girl's depth. Since he began to suspect her, Chun Yu had also noticed the anomaly in her aura. Though identical to Nami's, it was like an abyss, seemingly harmless, yet unfathomably deep. At that moment, Chun Yu also recalled the unfamiliar woman who had sat across from him earlier, whose demeanor had felt so familiar, and who had flipped the table and fled in tears. The Nami who left in anger earlier must be the real one, and the cherry-haired girl who flipped the table and fled in tears might be Nami herself. Chun Yu's brow furrowed deeply, his face filled with caution. If his hunch was correct, then everything that had happened in the restaurant might be partly false or entirely false. If it were all fake, that would be fine, but a mix of truth and falsehood. What kind of ability is this? Chun Yu's heart grew heavy, his fists clenched tightly as he murmured to himself. No, I must find the real Nami first. After leaving the restaurant, Chun Yu swiftly activated his observation Haki, meticulously scanning the vicinity for Nami's presence within its range. Buggy had come for revenge. Originally, he lacked the courage to confront Chen Yu, but after spending a fortune on several high-concentration sea-stone cuffs, his vengeful hopes were reignited. Suddenly, Buggy spotted a long-armed monkey bouncing on the execution platform. After a moment of surprise, he was overwhelmed with uncontrollable glee. Aha! It's Straw Hat. Since Chun Yu's not here, I'll take my revenge on this brat first. Aha! Everyone! The Buggy Pirates' moment of revenge has arrived. As Luffy climbed onto the execution platform, Buggy used his Devil Fruit ability to pin him down. Luffy didn't put up a real fight, offering only slight resistance, so he wasn't immediately freed. This gave Kabaji, who had stealthily climbed up, the chance to lock 3 high-purity sea-stone cuffs onto Luffy. Thanks to Chun Yu's rigorous training, Luffy wasn't completely drained, but the 3 cuffs robbed him of the strength to break free from Buggy. Realizing he couldn't escape, Luffy's first thought was, oh no, I'm going to get scolded by Chun Yu. No meat for 3 days again. Luffy first recalled Chun Yu's warning, if you ever mess up, due to carelessness, no meat for 3 days. Only then did he realize he might actually die. Certain he was trapped, Luffy grinned at the crowd below and said, sorry, everyone, I'm going to die. Sorry, Chun Yu, for letting you down again. With that, Luffy smiled openly. Just as Buggy raised his blade for the strike, the sky darkened with storm clouds. As the sword neared Luffy's neck, a bolt of lightning struck down, collapsing the execution platform. Zoro immediately dashed to Luffy, hoisted him up, and forcefully wrenched the seastone cuffs off his wrists with a few swift moves. This was known to everyone on the ship. Chen Yu had instructed if Luffy ever found himself immobilized or defenseless, rescue him first if circumstances allowed. Given the captain's utter foolishness, Chun Yu had added numerous rules about Luffy to the ship's code, including acquire seastone whenever possible, it's highly useful, and other such regulations. Freed from his restraints, Luffy immediately panicked. He was about to be scolded by Chun Yu, whose reprimands could be terrifying. Garuru. Luffy's stomach growled, abruptly cutting through his brewing emotions. Well, he'll worry about that later. Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly and dashed toward a nearby restaurant. Zoro, utterly exasperated, shook his head and followed after him. Before leaving, Zoro looted all the money from Buggy's person. With Chun Yu and Nami absent, this task naturally fell to him. Count on Luffy. Huh. In a corner of Loguetown, a cherry-haired woman had changed clothes and stood on a high platform speaking into a den mushi. Beside her stood a muscular young man with a bowl cut. Below the platform, over a dozen figures cloaked in robes stood silently, without a word. I only made contact with 3 from the Straw Hat Pirates, the others I didn't get to. The cherry-haired woman said, her anger still palpable. Oh, swallowed gunpowder. Such a sharp tone. Was it truly not enough time, or unwillingness? A warm male voice slowly emerged from the den mushi. Not enough time. Just not enough. Really? Then it's fine. The den mushi shrugged, continuing. But how were those 3 you contacted? One swordsman has decent strength and a formidable will. He saw through my ability instantly. One is a damn degenerate. Utter trash. Both in strength and composure. A scumbag. Speaking of this, the cherry-haired woman seemed even more enraged, stomping her feet several times. And an orange-haired girl, quite sharp, but lacking in strength. That's all. I'm hanging up. Though she said shed hang up, she merely turned her head away, sulking. Your subjective bias is too strong, isn't it? The den mushi said with a hint of exasperation, then added, that degenerate is Chun Yu, right? Seems like you took a loss at his hands. Shut up. When have I ever lost? The cherry-haired woman snapped like a powder keg. But she didn't throw a further tantrum, instead, adding softly, objectively Chun Yu is indeed impressive. I used an aura illusion, yet he still saw through it. Ha ha, good. But their strength still falls short. Keep in touch. That's it for now, come back soon. With that, the den mushi hung up, immediately, not waiting for her reply. The cherry-haired woman, seemingly used to this, calmly stowed it away. Damn it. Where did I slip up? Was I not gentle enough? And am clearly Kavya right? With that thought, the cherry-haired woman glanced back at her own rear, her face full of indignation. This is really pissing me off. After prolonged thought with no answers, she grew angrier, and her pent-up fury exploded again. That bastard actually dared to. Damn it. He'll remember you. She never finished the sentence, stomped her feet in rage, then closed her eyes to compose herself. Watching her full chest rise and fall, the bowl-cut, muscular young man swallowed hard several times, then quickly puckered his rear, leaned forward, and averted his gaze. After a brief pause, he asked softly, Yeah, you, what exactly did Chun Yu? Before he could finish, the cherry-haired woman cut him off. Shut up. That's not for you to ask. And don't call me by my name. She glared at him, her expression instantly turning cold. Hearing this, the bowl-cut young man quickly lowered his head, a flicker of resentment in his eyes, but he replied promptly, Yes, Vice Leader. His calm tone showed this was not the first time. I ask you what happened to that noble from the flower country who hit on me last time. Her delicate face grew even colder as she stared at the bowed head. Reporting to Vice Leader, I don't know. Tell the truth. If you answer honestly, I won't blame you. I really don't know. She cast a cold glance at him and said impatiently, You'd better not know. And Chun Yu is personally chosen by the leader. I don't dare act against him lightly, so you'd better weigh your own abilities. With that, she pushed off with both legs and vanished instantly. The iron platform, unable to withstand her force, buckled and deformed on the spot. Watching the direction she had gone, the bowl-cut young man's expression twisted, his face darkening. Chun Yu, is it? He'll remember this. Elsewhere, Nami was running toward the execution platform. Zoro, where are you? She sprinted frantically, using her observation haki to sense Zoro's presence, her pretty face etched with anxiety. Found you. A flash of joy crossed her face as she dashed toward a nearby restaurant. Kicking open the door, she was about to speak when she heard Luffy's shout, Nami, over here. Nami looked over and saw Luffy waving excitedly at her while Zoro sat with a dark expression. But in her panic, she didn't notice Zoro's odd demeanor. Nami hurried closer, her eyes locked on Zoro. Only he could help Chun Yu now, oh no one else would do. Nami, where's Chun Yu? Luffy asked, munching on meat, looking utterly innocent. I came about him. Something terrible has happened. Chun Yu is. Her voice cut off abruptly. She stepped back twice, drew her 3-section staff, and eyed Luffy and Zoro warily. He'll explain later. For now, answer my question. Her gaze fixed on Zoro. Who was the third person to join our ship? Hearing this, Zoro's face darkened further. First Luffy, second Chun Yu, third is me. You know the rest. At that, Nami's guard gradually dropped. She also glanced at Luffy, but seeing his still innocent, brilliantly vacant look, she immediately abandoned the idea of testing him. Zoro suddenly stood up, staring intently at Nami with piercing eyes. Did you run into a strange woman? One who can take the form of others? Hearing his cold, urgent words, Nami's pupils contracted, her mind reeling. You encountered her too? Meanwhile, after fully unleashing his observation Haki-chun, you still couldn't sense Nami's presence. This was something he had never expected. He had even prepared for the worst, sensing two Nami's auras. Nothing. Why is there nothing? This doesn't make sense. What does that woman want? Going through all this trouble with no follow-up. Chen Yu frowned, but panic began to creep onto his face. Did something go wrong? Where's Nami? His eyes hardened as he analyzed further. No, I can't dawdle any longer. I have to consider the worst-case scenario. If Nami just wandered out of my observation Haki range, that's the best outcome. If something really happened to her, every wasted second increases the danger. Frantic, he began analyzing the worst possibilities. His observation Haki could cover half the town. Logically, Nami couldn't have left that range. And which faction did that strange woman belong to? Did she have accomplices? Or who on this island might threaten Nami? Those nobles from earlier? The world government? Bounty hunters? Or the Marines? Many thoughts flooded Chun Yu's mind, but he ruled out the world government first. Their target hadn't boarded yet. Next were high-level bounty hunters, possibly from the New World, though that was unlikely. Or the local nobles. After all, that fake Nami had stopped him from killing that blonde brat. But it was unlikely. Local nobles couldn't possibly command such a strong figure. And that fake Nami was most likely targeting me, otherwise with Nami's strength, she couldn't have escaped that restaurant. As for the celestial dragons, even less likely. The island was calm with no disturbances. They'd never come here. It only had an execution platform, and because of Smoker, not even slave traders were around. And if a powerful bounty hunter had captured Nami, they'd go to Smoker for the reward. In Chun Yu's view, the most likely scenario was that Nami had run into Smoker on patrol. Even with her mastery of both Haki types, she couldn't handle Smoker yet. And Smoker's Logia ability could easily capture Nami instantly. Regardless, he had to check on Smoker now. He hoped his reasoning was wrong. Suppressing his worry, Chun Yu flew in the opposite direction of the execution platform, having spotted the Marine branch there earlier. Not far from the execution platform, Sanji had just won the cooking competition and was hauling an elephant squid and a cart of ingredients toward the Mary. His route back passed by the platform, so he soon met up with the re-added Alive, Nami, Zoro, and Luffy. Seeing their grim expressions, he immediately asked what was wrong. After learning the situation, Sanji's face also darkened. Without even lighting a cigarette, he followed the others toward the earlier restaurant. They were about to set sail for the Grand Line, and already they'd encountered such a formidable foe. And they didn't even know which faction this person belonged to, weighing heavily on their spirits. Chun Yu immediately flew toward the Marine branch. A streak of flame flashed across the sky, drawing little attention. However, the fiery trail eventually hovered above the Marine base. Smoker! Chun Yu shouted from midair toward the Marine base below. At Chun Yu's roar, scouts hurriedly sounded the alarm. Marines in white uniforms poured out like a tide, forming ranks on the open ground below, fully armed and on high alert. Stay sharp, everyone. The one coming is the vice-captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Fire Fist Chen Yu. Behind us are the people we protect. Our justice will not allow us to retreat a single step. The enemy we face is overwhelmingly powerful. Our mission is to hold out until Captain Smoker arrives. Are you afraid? All for justice, the Marines roared in unison. Fighting may mean death, but we must show the enemy that even in death we will fight to the very end. Killing us only takes our lives, but the enemy can never take our conviction. All for justice. The Marines below kept bellowing. Chun Yu's patience had worn thin. He had expected Smoker to emerge, but instead he had to listen to their pre-battle rally. Without further hesitation, Chun Yu raised both hands high. Flames rapidly condensed in his palms, forming a miniature sun that hovered above him. From afar, Smoker, speeding toward the scene, saw the fireball forming above the Marine base. His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Chun Yu, how dare you? With that, Smoker's velocity surged even higher. Unsure if Nami was there, Chun Yu kept the temperature and power of his technique within a certain range. He was no butcher. He hadn't set sail to kill, especially with innocent civilians nearby. With a casual wave, a fireball hurtled toward the Marines below. White barrier. At that moment, Smoker arrived, just in time, transforming into a massive cloud of smoke to shield his men. The fireball exploded instantly, unleashing a scorching wave of heat from the Marine base outward, causing those on the streets to suffer greatly. But it was not lethal. As the heat wave swept through, it carried away dust and goods from the streets. The once invisible wave, now mixed with debris, became a tangible tsunami raging from one end of the street to the other before dissipating into the sea. Some Lightfoot individuals stumbled backward, others were lifted off the ground, flying a short distance before crashing heavily and wailing in pain. Chen Yu, seeing no casualties beneath him, Smoker roared furiously. Smoker, how dare you? Before Smoker could speak, Chen Yu bellowed back at him. Whether Smoker was involved or not, he had to be implicated now. He had to claim the moral high ground, useful regardless of its effect. For now, he was a man driven by passion, searching for his beloved wife. Smoker was stunned. Pirates now knew strategy and struck first. As a Marine captain, you dare kidnap a woman? Ignoring Smoker's reaction, Chen Yu roared again. Give my woman back. Bullshit. What does your woman have to do with me? Smoker, already furious, yelled back. My woman Nami. On this island, who else? But you could have taken her so silently. Before Smoker could respond, his soldiers nodded in agreement. Yeah, Captain, Smoker is unbeatable. But isn't Nami the cat burglar of the straw hats? Are you an idiot? The vice captain is here, so it's obviously her. That Nami is really tempting. Every time I see her, I get restless. She's a real gem. Do you think the captain is that kind of person? He's still our good captain. He just made a mistake any man would make. Yeah, right. The captain is such a sneak, hiding her away without even letting us have a look. So the captain likes that sort of thing. Hearing Chun Yu's baseless accusations about his woman and seeing his men believe it, Smoker was nearly driven mad. You idiots. I am a proud Marine captain. Smoker's face burned red with rage, his head full of exasperation. So the captain likes keeping a hidden beauty. A particularly clever Marine suddenly blurted out. This remark stunned everyone. Those nearby quickly distanced themselves from the fool, leaving him alone in the spotlight. Only then did the clever Marine realize the murderous glare Smoker was giving him. Oh no. His face turned ashen. Though the captain was strict, he usually cared deeply for his men. But today, at that thought, his legs gave way and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. The enemy's slander and his men's distrust ignited Smoker's fierce temper. He would deal with his men later, but first he had to take care of this insufferable brat. Surrender now? Your crew's journey ends here in Loguetown under my watch. Smoker's eyes were icy as he stared at Chen Yu. Seeing Smoker's reaction, Chen Yu had a hunch. Smoker was not one to lie. This matter was likely unrelated to him. But it was only a possibility. No one knew if Smoker's actions had been altered by his arrival. Only seeing Nami could clear Smoker's name. If Nami was here, he would have to fight Smoker. If she wasn't, the fight would still draw her out. So a fight with Smoker was inevitable. The more spectacular, the better. With that thought, Chun Yu's eyes flickered and he feigned fury. You scoundrel, Smoker. I admired you for your integrity. But now you plan to kill me and destroy the evidence. You still deny my woman is with you. The more you hide it, the more I'll expose you. If you don't return my woman, you'll stay in Loguetown forever. Chun Yu's face darkened. Hearing the false accusation, Smoker's face was as black as it could get. He didn't want to argue further. Once he arrested this guy, he would also capture that Nami and all rumors would be dispelled. Seeing Smoker offer no defense, the soldiers were astonished, as if discovering a new continent. It must be true. Even Tashiji, who had just arrived, believed it. In her eyes, the upright Captain Smoker had changed. White wave. Fire fist. Neither wanted to speak further. The priority was to fight. The overwhelming white smoke and blazing flames clashed violently. The smoke suppressed the fire while the flames made the smoke boil. Neither could overpower the other. Impossible, they both thought simultaneously. Their usually effective techniques were useless now. Shock filled their eyes, but their expressions remained defiant. Neither would yield. In truth, their abilities were similar. Smoke was impervious to fire and had no other damage, while the flame's heat couldn't affect the smoke. Of course, Chen Yu also held back, due to his concerns. Eventually, the vast flames and smoke canceled each other out, vanishing into the sky. The collision of smoke and flames created a massive shockwave that swept through the streets once more. Citizens still recovering from the earlier heat wave were lifted into the air again. This time the wave was not invisible heat, but scorching smoke. Thank you for warming the seasons. The crowd echoed in unison. Looking at the surrounding chaos, Smoker felt a headache coming on. He was not a pirate, he was the Navy colonel guarding Loguetown. Now, due to his battle with Chun Yu, the Navy branch and the surrounding houses had suffered extensive damage, not to mention the casualties. Damn brat. Smoker's anger boiled at the thought that all of this was caused by the Chun Yu in front of him. He wanted to take action, but feared causing further destruction. Yet if he did nothing, his anger would only grow. Today's destruction was not limited to the town's buildings, but also to his reputation. Meanwhile, Nami and the others, upon seeing the sudden collision of smoke and fire in the sky, immediately changed direction and headed towards the Navy branch. They could see Chun Yu and Smoker confronting each other from a distance. Luffy and the others were not worried about Chun Yu. They did not think he would lose. Both of them were from the Logia type, so Chun Yu had no reason to lose. Chun Yu also noticed the worry and reluctance in Smoker's eyes, but he felt no guilt. Nami was still missing and he could restrain his temper. Not unleashing widespread destruction was already merciful. He had been lingering here all this time, without seeing Nami. Unless Smoker could bring Kizaru over, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone else. If he couldn't win, he could just fly up and occasionally drop a few small mushrooms to see if the Navy was scared. Seeing that Smoker was not saying anything, Chun Yu felt that maintaining this stalemate was not beneficial for him either. Who knows, that old man Kizaru might sneak over and ambush him, an 18-year-old. Ignoring Smoker's complex expression, he directly said, "Smoker, I'll say this one last time, hand over my woman, or I will flatten Loguetown today." Chun Yu clenched his palm and a massive amount of azure flames erupted. The terrifying heat immediately caused the trees below to ignite spontaneously. The heat waves radiating from the flames ignited the clothing of multiple Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers who had just regained their morale were rolling on the ground in panic. Some of the quicker ones rushed to the water source without hesitation, soaking their clothes. The cleverer soldiers had already stripped off their clothes. Dasky was in disarray, not knowing whether to take off her clothes or not, and she couldn't get any water either. Moreover, surrounded by shirtless men, she could only cover her eyes and mutter incessantly. If someone got close, they would definitely hear her say, "Colonel Smoker, really?" As the one facing Chun Yu's terrifying flames, Smoker was already drenched in sweat. He could hardly imagine what would happen if Chun Yu truly threw such terrifying flames at Loguetown. As a Logia-type user, he was very aware of the coverage of natural abilities. If Chun Yu knew what Smoker was thinking, he would surely praise his wisdom. This was a flame infused with Haki. How could it be squandered like this? Moreover, as he developed his fruit ability further, the temperature achievable by his fruit alone had already surpassed 2,000 degrees. Was there a need to use Haki? The Straw Hats who were on their way reacted differently upon hearing Chun Yu's furious shout directed at Smoker. Luffy had no reaction, he just planned to watch the show. This was Chun Yu's battle. He did not intend to intervene unless Chun Yu asked for help. Zoro, however, was vigilantly observing the surroundings, especially the women along the way, particularly those with pink hair. On the way, Nami had already explained to a few people what happened in the restaurant. According to her speculation, those affected by the pink-haired woman's ability likely could not see her true appearance. Sanji then volunteered to return to the Going Merry to prepare for their departure. Hearing Chun Yu's words, the grievances hidden deep in Nami's heart completely dissipated. "Finally got a clue. I'll settle the score with you later." Nami's gaze was fixed on the anxious figure in the distance, her eyes flashing with a hint of gentleness despite the bitterness. "Luffy, Zoro, let's go. Chun Yu should be fine now. We need to gather the others. Oh, we need Chun Yu to hold Smoker back. Let him worry for a while longer, it's fine." Saying this, Nami directly changed direction and ran towards the Going Merry. Zoro glanced at Chun Yu, who was controlling the flames in the sky, shrugged helplessly, and chased after Nami while pinching Luffy's cheek. Dragged along by Zoro, Luffy's cheeks were stretched long, yet he still crossed his arms and seriously observed the battle between Chun Yu and Smoker. Hearing this woman's nonsensical claims again, Smoker's eyes turned bloodshot with anger, his fists cracking as he trembled slightly from rage. However, his sense of justice was always reminding him to restrain himself, or otherwise Loguetown would be destroyed. Chun Yu quickly activated his observation Haki, wanting to see if Nami was coming. Chun Yu suddenly exclaimed. He sensed Nami's presence on the Going Merry. Not only that everyone on the Merry was present, only he was missing, and Nami was waving to him from the lookout. Seeing this, Chun Yu raised an eyebrow and slightly smiled, then immediately turned to Smoker. It seemed he had misjudged Smoker. He was still a good Navy officer. But I'm not wrong, am I? As a law-abiding young man of the new era, it's quite normal and reasonable for me to seek help from the Navy when my wife is missing, right? If Smoker knew Chun Yu's thoughts, he would definitely curse. Utterly absurd. Simply outrageous. No, it's too much. This woman out of nowhere not only tarnished his reputation, but also intended to trap him in a situation of injustice. Such intentions are detestable. Chun Yu, do not go too far. If you want a woman, go find one elsewhere. This is the Navy branch, not a place for you to run wild. Smoker could no longer hold back. He was ready to fight, but held back due to concerns. Otherwise, keeping this anger in would lead to internal injuries. Stubborn fool. Chun Yu replied, sternly, intending to play this out to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Yu pointed his sword, and a sky full of fiery swords hung in the air. To be able to hurt Smoker, Chun Yu infused Haki into the sword's tip, raising its temperature even higher, glowing with a blue light. Smoker, I can't hold back with this move. If you truly uphold the justice behind you, hurry up and hand over Nami. Otherwise today, I will slaughter your entire branch. Chun Yu's expression was grim, his voice was calm, but the brutality within it pierced like a cold wind. Bastard. I Smoker have lived my life with integrity. Oh, I would never touch your woman. I have never even seen Nami. Smoker could no longer restrain himself. If a fight was to happen, then let it come. No one should be bullied like this. If it comes to it, I'll die here with everyone. Ew, I won't put up with this nonsense. Good. Good. Seeing Smoker so resolute, Chen Yu was furious. I never expected you, a dignified Navy colonel, to be so covetous of beauty. Since that's the case, then go to hell and repent for yourself. Face those Navy soldiers who died because of you alone. Chen Yu pointed his sword and countless flying swords fell directly piercing towards Smoker. Do you think I am who? Smoker roared, countless white fists meeting the flying swords, his momentum not weaker than Chen Yu's. The soldiers below had actually regained their composure long ago. They knew very well who Colonel Smoker was. He would never forcibly take a civilian woman. Moreover, Dasky, a hot-bodied beauty, was always by his side, yet he showed no interest. They all believed Chun Yu was just looking for trouble, possibly to raise his bounty, and this was not the first time. Dasky accepted this reasoning, as well as Smoker coveting women. Did she think the title of goddess was bought with money? Thus Dasky noticed that man from a distance, Roronoa Zoro. Without hesitation, she grabbed her sword and chased after him. Seeing this crazy woman coming over, Zoro signaled Nami to go first. He would cover the rear, then raised his sword, confronting Dasky. The flying swords in the sky easily pierced through the white fists. When Chun Yu got serious, he was simply not someone Smoker could contend with at this moment. The flying swords that passed through the fist shot towards Smoker, each flying in an unpredictable trajectory. Smoker, constantly dodging, was truly feeling the pressure. He realized he couldn't defeat Chun Yu. Moreover, Chun Yu's attacks seemed to threaten his very form. Smoker couldn't understand why Chun Yu could threaten him without using Sea Stone. Unfortunately, in this moment of distraction, Smoker was swiftly targeted by Chun Yu. A flying sword whoosh pierced into Smoker's abdomen. After successfully landing the hit, Chun Yu had no intention of lingering, transforming into flames and flying towards the Going Merry. The wind howled. It was time to retreat. Moreover, Chun Yu did not wish to kill Smoker. On one hand, Smoker had someone backing him. On the other hand, compared to the hawkish faction, Smoker was relatively more friendly towards their group. Meanwhile, at another port in Loguetown, dozens of individuals cloaked in black were gathering at the port. How's the progress? A pleasant female voice rang out at the port. The crowd stepped back, clearing a wide path in the center. A woman walked forward, her cloak adorned with 2 blood-red lines. As she moved, a few strands of cherry blossom-colored hair floated out from the cloak, her curvaceous figure unable to be concealed by it. Vice Leader. Dozens of people spoke in unison, bowing to the woman. The port was suddenly filled with a clamoring noise. However, although the voices were mixed, they were all filled with respect. Enough. I've said it before. We don't do these empty gestures. Everyone is born equal and power is limited by the masses. Have you forgotten the teachings of my sect? We dare not forget. They all spoke at once, their words laced with even more respect, with a hint of devotion seeping through. Don't make me slap you. Stop dragging your feet. Hurry up and board the ship. While someone is holding Smoker, we must set sail for the Grand Line. Yes, Vice Leader. The crowd responded, and orderly surged towards the massive sailboat at the shore. At this moment, a chubby figure in a cloak ran up to the woman, respectfully saying, reporting to the Vice Leader, we. Before the chubby figure could finish, the woman kicked him in the rear, sending him tumbling onto the deck. I've already seen it. Do you still need to report to me? Stop dragging your feet. After saying this, the woman exerted force with both legs, leaping up to the lookout of the sailboat. Set sail. Yes, Vice Leader, XN. As the sailboat departed from Loguetown's waters, the pink-haired woman jumped down from the lookout. Vice Leader, the new members recruited from the East Blue have assembled. A total of 14 people. The chubby figure clutching his rear limped toward the pink-haired woman to report. I've counted them myself. Do you still need to waste words? The pink-haired woman's face darkened as she slapped the chubby figure on the head, knocking him flat on the ground. Then she stomped heavily on the chubby figure's rear, twisting her foot. Feeling the sharp pain in his backside, the chubby figure squealed like a pig, flailing his arms and legs. As he struggled, the hood of his cloak slipped down, revealing a youthful face of about 15 or 16 years old. The others seemed to have long since gotten used to this. Without looking back at Smoker, Chun Yu directly transformed into flames and vanished from the spot. Near the Mary. After exchanging a few blows with Tashigi, Zoro struck her neck with the hilt of his sword, knocking her unconscious in one blow. He then ignored her, turned around, and ran toward where he remembered the Mary was. However, Chun Yu, standing behind Zoro, could not understand why Zoro was running toward the execution platform, and at such a fast pace. The Mary was clearly not far away, still visible in the distance. Zoro, where the hell are you going? The Mary is behind you. Can't your sense of direction have some limits? Chun Yu suddenly appeared before Zoro, looking at him helplessly, his heart full of speechlessness. Seeing Chun Yu's sudden appearance, Zoro slid to a halt, braking urgently. He was about to ask Chen Yu why he had come when he heard Chun Yu's complaint. The words he had just been about to say got stuck in his throat, his face reddening with embarrassment. Ahem. I'm just taking a walk. Yes, just a walk. Saying this, Zoro suppressed his awkwardness, turned sideways to bypass Chun Yu, and pretended to continue his stroll. Impressive. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, giving Zoro a thumbs up. Then, without caring whether Zoro agreed or not, he directly grabbed him by the collar and vanished from the spot. His role as vice captain was truly helpless at times, having to constantly keep an eye on the idiot, the directionally challenged, and the love-struck on the ship. The next moment, Chen Yu appeared beside the unconscious Tashigi, still holding Zoro. He had a brilliant idea. After picking up Tashigi, Chen Yu flew straight toward the Mary. On the Mary, Chen Yu set down Zoro and Tashigi, then immediately looked toward Nami. At that moment, Nami was also looking at him, a scrutinizing gaze in her eyes. Why did you come back alone? Where's that cherry blossom-haired vixen of yours? Hearing Nami's words dripping with jealousy, Chen Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. He quickly walked up to Nami, wrapped his arm around her waist, and said, jealous. Now let your man, Chen Yu, explain the whole story to you. Marine branch. Smoker slowly descended from the sky. Ever since the blazing longsword that struck him dissipated, his abdomen had been bleeding profusely. Seeing Smoker's injuries, his subordinates immediately called for a doctor to treat him. Smoker could not fathom why Chun Yu's sword had been able to pierce him. Why? Could it be that Chun Yu had eaten a sea prism stone fruit? A sharp hiss. Must report this immediately. Coming back to his senses, Smoker realized his wound had stopped bleeding and was already bandaged. A sharp hiss. How amazing. His mind somewhat overloaded. Smoker could not figure out how his wound had been dressed without his knowledge. It's bad, Captain Smoker. Little Tashigi has been taken hostage by the Straw Hat crew. What? Who took her? It was Chun Yu. No good. Tashigi is in danger. That Chun Yu must have ill intentions toward her. Rescue. Rescue her immediately. Smoker decided to rescue Tashigi first. As for the matter of the sea prism stone fruit, he would report it later. Chun Yu, what have you done to Tashigi? Outside, the merry Smoker's roar was particularly grating. If you're here to negotiate, then speak properly. I'm a pirate, not a philanthropist. If you keep yapping, I'll burn down Loguetown and sell Tashigi into slavery. Chun Yu, holding Nami, walked to the side of the Mary. His gaze fell entirely on Nami, his eyes full of tenderness and gratitude. He was grateful for Nami's trust in him. You damn brat. Where are you looking? Seeing Chun Yu and Nami being all lovey-dovey, veins bulged on Smoker's forehead as white smoke billowed from his body. Be good. I'm going to make a deal. Chun Yu patted Nami's head gently. I think that marine named Tashigi is quite something too. Hot figure and airhead. Can you bear to let her go? Chun Yu did not respond to Nami. Instead, under the gaze of everyone, he kissed Nami on the lips. A soft smack echoed as their lips parted. Though the sound was soft, it was jarringly conspicuous at that moment. What are you doing? Seeing Chun Yu licking his lips, still savoring the moment, Nami's pretty face flushed red to her ears. Shy yet furious, she pushed Chen Yu away and ran toward the cabin without looking back. Chen Yu. A furious roar suddenly interrupted Chun Yu's reminiscence of that wonderful sensation. At Loguetown's harbor, an overwhelming tide of white smoke burst forth. Smoker floated in midair, his face ashen, bulging veins writhing rapidly on his body. Hey, don't do anything rash. Chen Yu calmly walked over to Tashigi, placing Wuya against her neck, feigning fear. Smoking is harmful to health. Blowing out so much smoke. If I get scared and my hand slips, what do you think will happen to this tender little girl? As he spoke, Chen Yu even lit a cigar for himself. After taking a deep drag, he blew a thick cloud of smoke heavily toward Smoker. Seeing Chun Yu biting on a cigar while preaching that smoking was harmful to health, Smoker's face darkened with lines. For a moment, he didn't know what to think. Meanwhile, the sound of cups smashing came from inside the cabin. On the deck, veins bulged on Sanji's forehead. Although Chun Yu was his comrade, he could not tolerate Chen Yu treating a woman like this. Especially a busted beauty. Zoro, for no particular reason, inexplicably wanted to punch Chen Yu. Spit it out. What exactly do you want? Smoker's burly frame trembled violently. Suppressing the fury in his heart, he retracted the white smoke and said in a shaky voice, 50 boxes of cigars. Navy special supply. Chen Yu said calmly, raising 5 fingers at Smoker as if it were only natural. Pretty generous, right? 50 boxes of cigars in exchange for Tashigi. That's a friend's price. Hearing this, veins surfaced on Smoker's neck, arms, and even his ankles. His body trembled more and more. Friend, my ass. Now where the hell am I supposed to find you 50 boxes of cigars? And Navy special supply at that. Smoker's eyes instantly bulged bloodshot. 20 boxes. That's all I have, 20 boxes. Smoker clenched his fists tightly. This was all his savings. If Chun Yu still wasn't satisfied, he would have no choice but to fight Chen Yu to the death to save Tashigi. Deal. Chen Yu's face instantly brightened with joy. Smoker's cigars were far superior to any on the market. Besides, he hadn't expected Smoker to have so many. What more could he ask for? Release her first, then I'll give them to you. Don't worry, I won't stoop to defaulting. Smoker's expression was grim. This battle had cost him all his savings, and his heart was bleeding. Tisk tisk tsk. Chun Yu shook his head and clicked his tongue. Then Chun Yu snapped his fingers and a dense array of flaming flying swords covered the sky above. Chun Yu simply gazed calmly at Smoker, smiling without a word. Wait here. Smoker shot Chun Yu a vicious glare, let out a cold snort, and then panting heavily flew toward the marine branch. After exchanging for Tashiji, Smoker sat gloomily before a den mushy as if pondering something. Bring. Click. Old man, it's me. What? A sea prism stone fruit. Are you out of your mind? What were you thinking? Huh? How did your brain come up with such an absurd conclusion? Back in training you were always sleeping in class and never listened. After class, aside from basic physical training, you put all your effort into your devil fruit ability. Haki. That thing is called Haki. On the other end, Sengoku was so furious he was tearing his clothes off. Watching Garp laughing his head off, Sengoku erupted again. Garp. How dare you laugh? It's all your grandson's crew's doing. Ha ha ha. As expected of my grandson. After saying this, Garp even snuck a bite of Sengoku's senbei, crunching away. Garp. Those are my senbei. After the transaction concluded, Chun Yu waved his hand grandly, and the Mary set sail on a new journey. Around the main mast of the Mary, Chun Yu sat cross-legged on the deck. The others were scattered around, some sitting, some standing, all wearing grave expressions. Back then in the restaurant, I'm not sure when I fell under the spell. What I saw was Nami getting up, leaving her seat to pay the bill, but in reality Nami never left her seat at all. From what I can guess, that pink-haired woman's ability is most likely to create illusions capable of influencing others' memories, nerves, and even cognition. Chun Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. If Nami hadn't created an opening in time, he might never have detected anything wrong from start to finish. Just now Chun Yu said that the pink-haired woman could even disguise her aura, but there must be a condition or a process involved. Nami suddenly interjected, then turned her head to glance at Chun Yu, continuing with a hint of reproach. At first, when Chun Yu looked at the pink-haired woman, his gaze was calm, nothing special. But the pink-haired woman kept observing me, mimicking my mannerisms, movements, and even my personality. As her imitation deepened, Chun Yu's gaze toward her grew more intense, and in the end the affection in his eyes could practically stretch like silk. Nami grew angrier with each word, her voice clear yet laden with resentment. Hey, Nami, you can't do this. You promised you wouldn't be mad. Seeing Nami on the verge of losing her temper, Chun Yu panicked. Nami only let out a cold snort, then turned her head away, ignoring him. Watching Nami's stubbornness, Chun Yu twitched twice, but he didn't rush to soothe her. Instead he continued, so we don't need to be overly cautious. No ability is invincible. Everyone should pay more attention to each other's habits. If you notice anything unusual, just ask directly. More importantly, that pink-haired woman might have her eyes on us, but she hasn't shown any hostility. That's a silver lining in this misfortune. Otherwise, with her profound aura, not many of us would have made it back to the Mary. Alright, meeting adjourned. Inside Nami's room. If you want me to stop being mad, fine. Just tell me how you noticed something was wrong, and he'll drop it immediately. Nami leaned closer to Chun Yu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Logically, Chun Yu should have explained his method during the meeting, but he didn't, which only piqued her interest. Given Chun Yu's nature, if something was useful and could be said, he would have said it already. If he hadn't mentioned it, yet she was dying to know. Huh. Chun Yu's expression froze, caught off guard. Damn it. How was he supposed to say this? That the pink-haired woman had a perkier but than hers. That she was too gentle, unlike her. If he said that, would she really not get angry? He'd rather believe in light than trust her not to be mad. Spit it out. Nami frowned, annoyed by his hesitation. Because I cut down that blonde guy. In my memory, you would have felt sympathy. But that Nami was completely calm. So I noticed the anomaly. That's it. Just that, eh? Nami asked skeptically. Swear it. If you're lying, then. From now on you won't be able to rise to the occasion. Her gaze shifted from Chun Yu's face to his crotch, her pretty face deadly serious. I swear. Chun Yu raised 3 fingers, calm and composed. What I said is the reason I detected the anomaly. If I'm lying, may I never rise again. Seeing this, Nami's frown deepened. Chun Yu was too calm and decisive, making her even more suspicious that he was hiding something. No, say it again. If what you just said isn't the whole reason, then you won't rise either. Hurry. This time Chun Yu was completely stunned. Although swearing was just a way to appease a girl, he didn't dare risk that slim chance. The stakes were too high. He was only 18. Watching Chun Yu stammer, without swearing, Nami's frown gradually eased, but her face grew icy. Get out. She grabbed Chun Yu by the collar, kicked him out of the room, and slammed the door shut. She knew Chun Yu well enough to know he wouldn't speak today. After leaving Loguetown, the Mary wasn't as lively as usual. The trip to Loguetown hadn't involved intense battles, yet Chun Yu felt utterly exhausted, especially mentally. Chun Yu leaned against the railing by the bow and soon fell asleep. Then Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy stealthily gathered together, chattering about something. They even called Usopp over, and the 4 of them whispered animatedly. But when they mentioned something that terrified Usopp, he quickly backed away, keeping his distance from Luffy's group and the sleeping Chen Yu. Feeling the deck still unsafe, Usopp hurried to the stern with his supplies, focusing on his crafting. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji deeply scorned Usopp's retreat. Coward. Then Luffy crept up to Chun Yu, waved his hand in front of his face, and even poked his cheek when there was no response. Chun Yu remained still. Luffy's face lit up with excitement. Sanji and Zoro's faces darkened ominously. The three of them surrounded Chun Yu, all raising their fists, which gleamed with a metallic black luster. At the stern, Usopp couldn't resist peeking out, watching the four at the bow with eager anticipation. Bang! Thud! Boom! The three struck Chun Yu without hesitation. Having planned ahead, even when Chun Yu was jolted awake, he couldn't find a chance to fight back. Moreover, they had already locked 3 pairs of sea-stone handcuffs on him. He didn't see that coming. Chun Yu. We've got sea-stone handcuffs. They kept pounding Chun Yu for 10 minutes until they were all out of breath, with Luffy even sticking out his tongue to cool down. All 3 faces were filled with satisfaction, vengeance, and excitement. Seeing they had no strength left, Chun Yu leisurely got up. He also spotted Usopp at the stern, throwing shadow punches and kicks in the air. Chun Yu flashed him a sinisterly kind smile. To Usopp, Chun Yu, coated in armament Haki, looked utterly terrifying. His legs trembled like sieves, and he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Chun Yu released his armament Haki. Though not seriously injured, he had blackened eye sockets, a few small bumps on his head, and bruises all over. Since the handcuffs weren't too tight, Chun Yu easily slipped them off after standing up. Still, wearing 3 sea-stone handcuffs had significantly weakened him, rendering his devil fruit ability useless. Without his special seawater desensitization training, he would have been flat on the ground by now. In this world, only Kaido might have undergone such training, and even then it was accidental during his suicide attempts. Most people didn't seem aware that the effects of seastone or seawater could be overcome. From now on, he had to ensure all ability users on the ship underwent rigorous seawater desensitization training. And where did these seastone handcuffs come from? Chun Yu quickly shook his head, then flashed that sinisterly kind smile again, looking at the 3. Seeing Chun Yu's fists wrapped in thick armament Haki, Luffy broke out in a cold sweat, pursed his lips, and blinked at Sanji. Zoro also glanced at Sanji, sweating nervously. But before Sanji could make an excuse, Chun Yu lunged forward and gave all 3 a thorough beating. Usopp, who had gotten up and was focused on making shells, suddenly shivered. But he brushed it off. He hadn't participated, so why would Chun Yu bother him? No way, no way. He continued mixing gunpowder and testing bombs. At the stern, tap tap, Usopp heard footsteps and instinctively turned around. But what met his eyes was Chun Yu's beaten face. In an instant, Usopp's mind raced, even preparing his last words, his legs trembling again. Usually Chun Yu was easygoing, and they were all good brothers. But now Usopp felt guilty. Though he hadn't joined in, Chun Yu had caught him gloating. His excuses and topic shifting never worked on Chun Yu. If he was getting a beating, he wouldn't miss a single punch. Seeing Usopp like this, Chun Yu was amused. He wasn't a tyrant. If someone hadn't acted, he wouldn't punish them. So he wouldn't trouble Usopp. But a clever idea struck him. Sit still. Stop shaking. Chun Yu suddenly barked. Usopp, who had been quivering like jelly, instantly stiffened. He sat upright on the ground, looking like a perfect child. You didn't warn me, and you even gloated. So should I give you 1 beating, or 2? Hearing this, Usopp started trembling again. He couldn't help it. He was scared. Chun Yu's punches hurt badly. They left only minor injuries, but caused a week of pain. Sit still. Stop shaking. Chun Yu ordered again. Usopp went rigid. He'll give you a task. Make me a weapon, and we'll call it even. Deal. Deal. Usopp sprang up energetically. He trusted Chun Yu's word completely. He never doubted him. Chun Yu was pleased with Usopp's confidence. In the original story, Usopp didn't invent the climate act until they reached Alabasta. He only needed one of its functions, not the flashy extras, so it should be made sooner. Make me a staff divided into 3 sections. 1 produces cold air bubbles, 1 hot air bubbles, and the last generates a strong wind current, as powerful as possible. I only need these features, and it must be sturdy. It's for fighting. Make it fast. And don't hide it from you. I intend to give it to Nami, so base the length on her. With that, Chen Yu gave Usopp a confident glance and turned to leave. But he soon returned and added, if you finish it to my satisfaction, I'll give you another 2 million berries. Then he really left. Usopp, initially tense, jumped up in excitement at Chun Yu's last words. Well said. From now on you should speak more lines like that. But Usopp would keep that thought buried forever, never daring to voice it. The weapon Chun Yu described perfectly matched an idea in his head, but could it really be used as a weapon? He had imagined it as a magic wand for performances. Forget it. Head just follow Chun Yu's instructions, make it sturdy, and trust him. And his Usopp spinners were nearly complete. Gazing at the towering red earth continent ahead, Chen Yu immediately ordered to halt and rest for the night, setting sail again in the morning. It was now approaching evening, the sun gradually setting, and the distant sunset painted half the sky crimson. At that moment, a sharp roar erupted from the side of the ship. They They had been at sea for a while now, and everyone recognized this was the sound of cannon fire. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Chun Yu, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy instantly had a fierce gleam in their eyes. Especially Chun Yu, whose gaze radiated ferocity. He couldn't sleep in Nami's bed tonight. He was already quite displeased, and now there were those who dared to disturb him, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. Usopp and Nami, who had just stepped outside, were a moment too late to react. Johnny and Joseph were slow to realize the situation. There was nothing they could do. With their half-baked observation Haki, they could only occasionally warn against nearby dangers. This was the result of Chun Yu personally training them. Otherwise, with their talents, they probably wouldn't even grasp the semblance of observation Haki. Yet they had never been disheartened. They always remembered Chun Yu's words. "We will not give up on you. Once you are on the ship, you are all comrades unless you give up on yourselves." Later, they did not disappoint Chun Yu, training day and night, pushing each other to improve. Although their progress in Haki was still somewhat slow, their physical skills, sword techniques, and overall physique had seen significant improvement, which was a tangible direction for them. "Sanji, there's no problem wasting this cannonball, right?" Chen Yu lit a cigar, without lifting his head, speaking in a calm tone. "No problem." Sanji pinched the cigarette between his index and thumb, exhaling a puff of smoke, confidently tapping the deck with the tip of his right foot. Just after he finished speaking, Sanji leapt into the air, cigarette in mouth, spun around, and kicked the incoming cannonball back, hitting the enemy ship's bow directly. Boom. The cannonball, enhanced by Sanji's Haki, exploded instantaneously. The bow of the enemy ship, adorned with an eagle-like figure, shattered into pieces. Several pirates near the bow were killed on the spot, while others were swept into the sea by the shockwaves of the explosion, their fates unknown. The surviving pirates rushed to the side of the curly-haired youth beneath the main mast, wailing, "Lord Buggy. The Straw Hat crew is not afraid of cannonballs. A kid in a black suit just kicked our cannonball back, but the returned cannonball seemed even more powerful. And our bow has been blown to pieces." "Fool, I can see that. Hurry up and get it fixed." The curly-haired youth, originally with deep brown skin, became even darker. A black suit. That should be Chun Yu, the vice-captain of the Straw Hat crew. It said he likes to wear suits. The returned cannonball's power has increased, and according to the newspaper, he can control flames. It should be a devil fruit we haven't seen before, very likely an ancient type like the captain's. Buggy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. As for why Chun Yu was called Fire Fist, he wasn't sure, but he believed it was just a naval conspiracy. They had heard of Fire Fist Ace's fame when he made a name for himself in the world, so Buggy did not think Chun Yu was a natural-type devil fruit user like Ace. However, he genuinely looked down upon the Straw Hat crew. TCH. To think they needed the highest bounty, supposedly the strongest Chun Yu, to deal with a mere cannonball was simply laughable. When the Straw Hat crew made their name across the seas, it was also when their crew became famous. However, the Straw Hat crew's overwhelming popularity overshadowed theirs. Pirates flocking to them meant that today's conflict was unavoidable. "No need to worry. Our captain will take action. Cease fire," and slowly approach the ship. After Buggy said this, he turned and walked into the room. On the Mary, Chun Yu noticed they had stopped firing and were heading towards the Mary, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Flying Pirate crew, a small pirate group that gained fame around the same time as us, the newspapers reported they had wiped out a naval branch, slaughtering several small towns. A bunch of scum not worth worrying about. However, the captain is suspected to have the Tori no Mi, ancient type, Hawkeye form, which can fly, making it somewhat tricky. Chun Yu explained word by word to everyone on the ship. "Usopp, didn't you say your Usopp bomb has been developed successfully? Bring it out and show it off. Just leave it to the great Usopp." Usopp gave himself a thumbs up and immediately ran to the launch pad to prepare the Usopp bomb. The flying ship was 4 to 5 times the size of the Mary, a gigantic sailing ship. In the captain's cabin, Captain Pamela, Vice Captain Coney, and just now Buggy were seated discussing. "I just fired a shot testing the Straw Hat crew, and the result was that Vice Captain Chun Yu personally took action. It seems to confirm our suspicions. Their bounties are merely inflated." A tall, thin man with glasses took over, saying, "Indeed. They must have offended the Navy somewhere, otherwise their first bounty wouldn't be so terrifying, and everyone would be on the wanted list. The lowest is 17.5 million, which is completely unreasonable. My bounty as Vice Captain is only 25 million, while my brother, as an ancient-type devil fruit user, is only 30 million. You must know how many Navy and civilians we have killed to have these amounts, so what about them? No record of achievements. What does it matter if they are evenly matched with that so-called warlord Mihawk? If my brother took action, he could definitely crush that Mihawk." Vice Captain Coney adjusted his glasses, confidently analyzing. In the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing a captain's hat with a long chin and a high nose like an eagle's beak nodded in agreement, then spoke. "The Straw Hat crew is not to be feared, but we must still be cautious. Leave the strongest Chun Yu to me, and you all handle the rest." Although these three had no blood relation, they were incredibly united. Especially the captain and vice captain, who referred to each other as brothers. Captain Pamela being an ancient type, Hawkeye form Devil Fruit user naturally possessed the strongest power. He loved killing brutal and sadistic, taking pleasure in murder. Vice Captain Coney being a Tori no Mi, Owl form Devil Fruit user ranked second in strength, serving as the ship's strategist and fond of treasure. Paji as a Inu no Mi, Teddy form Devil Fruit user ranked third in strength with bronze skin, curly hair, and a robust physique, had a long waist, and was extremely fond of women. The three had different needs and had never quarreled, being united both internally and externally. The captain and vice captain could fly, which was their confidence. Boom. Usopp, having already taken precise aim, fired without hesitation. A spinning cannonball emblazoned with a comically elongated nose struck the flying ship in an instant. The blast forced twice that of the kick Sanji had earlier sent ricocheting back. And this was only the raw explosive power. A massive gash ripped open across the flying ship's hull, concentrated along its upper deck. Yet the vessel pressed onward utterly unperturbed, bearing down on the Going Merry. Chen Yu watched and smiled faintly, while Sanji turned toward Usopp in stunned disbelief. See that? This is my true strength. And I haven't even imbued it with Haki yet. With that, Usopp reamed, this time wrapping the cannonball in a shimmering aura of armament Haki, and unleashed another merciless shot. Boom. The projectile struck the flying ship's mainmast Hedon. The mainsail collapsed instantly, and the vessel lost all momentum, coming to a dead halt 100 meters short of the Going Merry. Incredible. Luffy's eyes blazed with golden light as he stared at the colossal crater blasted into the flying ship's mast and deck, then immediately clamored to fire the next round himself. This second blast, enhanced by Haki, nearly doubled in destructive force once more. As the ship shuddered violently, Pamela and her two companions rushed onto the deck, only to witness the flying ship shattered beyond recognition. No. Coney, the first mate, froze, his pupils dilating wide, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Without waiting for orders, Coney transformed into a colossal owl with a 6-meter wingspan and nearly 3 meters in height, soaring skyward before diving straight toward the Going Merry. You wretches! You dare destroy my flying ship! Do you have any idea how priceless this vessel is? Roaring, Coney shifted midair, extending razor-sharp talons aimed squarely at the Going Merry's mainmast. King! A deafening clang of steel on claw echoed across the sky. Zoro, gripping Sandai Kitetsu, and Shusue met Coney's descent, Hedon blades locked against talons. Harder than steel. Zoro stared astonished, his swords failing to cut through the owl's claws, then instantly coated his blades in armament Haki and struck again. But Coney, now fully lucid, beat his massive wings and soared back into the heavens. The resulting gale sent the Going Merry lurching wildly, while the sea churned violently around them, waves crashing relentlessly. Nami immediately seized Sanji's arm and dashed toward the helm to stabilize the ship. Gazing up at Coney circling overhead, Chun Yu bristled, tempted fiercely to roast him alive. Yet he preferred the Straw Hat crew learn something meaningful from this battle. For aerial combat, only he and Usopp currently possessed the capability. Usopp, fire immediately at their hull. Lure that bird back down. From Coney's outburst alone, Chun Yu had already deduced his arrogance and issued the order without delay. Luffy, take Zoro and Johnny with you and go meet him, Hedon. Chun Yu turned sharply to Luffy. Leave it to me. Luffy adjusted his straw hat, then stretched his arms wide, launching himself and the two others like a living catapult. Goma no rocket. Chun Yu crouched low, settling onto a throne of roaring flame, prepared to defend the ship single-handedly. Chun Yu, what do you need me to do? Sanji offered him a cigarette, voice calm and measured. Chun Yu accepted it, inhaling deeply, savoring the smoke, but gave no direct answer. Tell me, how would you defeat someone who can fly, If flight alone were the challenge, perhaps it'd be manageable. But what if they fly and strike from afar? How then? Sanji fell silent, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Enough. That one does fly, and does attack from range. Chen Yu spotted a storm of feather arrows descending upon the Going Merry, and moved without hesitation. Having loosed his volley, Coney wheeled away, heading straight back toward the flying ship. Fire Fist. A blazing yellow pillar of flame erupted, intercepting the incoming arrows midair. Crackle pop. Feathers ignited instantly, filling the air with acrid charred stench. Chun Yu deployed his fruit's maximum heat, unenhanced by Haki, incinerating the airborne feathers in a single sweep, deliberately preserving several intact for analysis. His Logia ability alone could reach approximately 250 With armament Haki, it surged past 300. He sought the feather's thermal threshold to gauge the limits of the unseen captain's ancient zone form. Coney's feathers withstood flames up to roughly 800 C. Beyond that, veins began to ignite, and only at around 100 C did the quills themselves combust entirely. An ancient Zoan's plumage then would surely endure far higher temperatures. I've heard that within Marine headquarters, elite martial artists, after intensive leg conditioning, can strike the air so rapidly that their kicks generate cutting gusts akin to Mihawk's flying slash. With sufficient mastery, they can even perform rapid successive aerial steps, treading thin air as though it were solid ground. Perhaps that might spark an idea. Sanji's eyes lit up, sharp, focused, unmistakably inspired. I'll get you there. Zoro alone can't land a blow on that owl, let alone subdue it. Work together first, then assist Luffy. I'll hold the ship. When Sanji nodded, Chun Yu conjured a staircase of floating flame, gesturing for him to ascend. Once Sanji was airborne, Chun Yu resumed observing the battle intently, analyzing each fighter's strengths and gaps. Suddenly, footsteps echoed across the deck. Chun Yu turned and saw her denim overalls, a white t-shirt striped in black, and legs impossibly long and elegant. At the sight, Chun Yu's gaze brightened. I want to fight too, Nami declared, twirling her three-section staff with fierce resolve. There's no opponent suited for you right now. Stay with me and watch. Chun Yu rose and stepped toward her, arms outstretched to embrace her, but Nami slipped aside effortlessly. Oomph. Don't try to get close. I won't let you touch me until you tell me exactly what you're hiding. And tonight, you're not sleeping in my room. She jabbed the staff toward him, cheeks flushed with defiant pride. Her words left Chun Yu momentarily stunned, frustrated, incredulous. How could anyone be like this? He knew full well the consequences. Silence meant barred entry, but confession, that meant both banishment and a beating. Damn it. This woman, you leave me no choice. In a blur of motion, Chun Yu closed the distance, sweeping Nami into his arms and carrying her back to the flaming sofa, holding her fast despite her frantic struggles. Let me go, you bastard. How dare you force me? Nami thrashed wildly, kicking, twisting, flailing like a startled piglet. Chun Yu, let me. Before she could finish, he sealed her lips with his own, firm, unyielding, silencing her completely. MMPH. You jerk. I'll tell Arlong. Tell him you're harassing me. MMPH NNH. Seeing her still manage threats, even with her mouth occupied, Chun Yu deepened the kiss, his tongue slipping past her resistance, halting her defiance at its source. NNH. 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 Her furious scowl melted away. Breathing grew hot and ragged, her face flushed with delicate pink, soft moans escaping her, sweet, breathless, utterly enchanting. Moments later, Chun Yu gently released her. Their lips parted slowly, a slender thread of saliva stretching, thinning, snapping. Nami's gaze was dazed, her chest heaving, warm, fragrant breath fluttering against his cheek. Chun Yu himself trembled, heart-pounding breath, uneven, mind suspended in the lingering, intoxicating sensation. Unable to meet her eyes, he forced his attention back to the battle unfolding above. Nami too kept her gaze lowered, nestling quietly into his chest, eyes glistening, fixed on the sky, but her presence had drawn more than just Chun Yu's attention. From the shadows of the flying ship, Buggy watched, eyes gleaming like a predator spotting prey, ravenous and unblinking. Yet the Straw Hats remained disciplined, each focused on their role, conserving energy until observation Haki warned of imminent danger. No one noticed Buggy's predatory stare. Indeed, it was a wise habit. With such a small crew, they were destined for high-stakes confrontations. Protracted, grueling battles where stamina and Haki management had long since become core tenets of the Straw Hat Pirates doctrine. Madare Sanji swiftly ascended the flying ship via the flame steps crafted by Chen Yu. Watching Zoro struggle against the enemy without landing a blow on Coney, Sanji couldn't resist taunting Zoro. After all those swings, not a single hit. And you mastered Haki before me, Sanji added. Bastard, what did you say? Think your flimsy kicks are impressive. Zoro leaped back, strode over to Sanji and growled. You idiot, moss head. Who are you calling flimsy? Sanji's expression hardened, flames blazing in his eyes as he raised his right foot poised to cripple Zoro. Curly-browed bastard. Who are you calling a bastard? Green algae head. You can't even take down a mangy bird, and Chun Yu had to call me over. Who else but you? You weakling want to fight? Come on, I'll slice you to pieces. Bring it on. Who's afraid of a green-haired idiot? With that, they both cloaked themselves in Haki and clashed without a second thought. On the merry, Chun Yu covered his eyes in utter exasperation. What was this? Weren't they united against him earlier? Now, when unity was needed, they turned on each other. In the sky, Coney watched the green and yellow-haired pair brawl and sneered. Low-tier pirates indeed. Weak as they are, I was wary of the new yellow hair. And this is what I get. With enemies closing in, he starts infighting. But this infighting benefits me. Their bounties total 75 million berries plus the rest of the Straw Hats. If I take them out, I can not only recoup the flying ship's losses, but make a fortune. With that, Coney launched himself into the sky. Silently soaring to a satisfying height, Coney dove straight down, targeting Sanji and Zoro. As the distance shrank, Coney extended his claws toward their heads. But from a certain altitude, his every move fell within their perception. As Coney struck, Sanji and Zoro exchanged a glance, paused their fight, and ducked low, easily evading his dive. Coney, his attack foiled, he retreated to the sky. Watching the pair resume their brawl, he scoffed. For a second, I thought you had skill. Just lucky. Sensing Koni's approach again, Zoro and Sanji frowned in unison. This bird brain is too noisy. They both stepped back, dodging his dive once more, then continued their fight, ignoring him entirely. Strangely, the more they fought, the more energized they felt, as if this clash was destined. In the sky, Koni was baffled. I refuse to believe you'll be this lucky every time. He dove again, lower this time to prevent any accidental dodges. As Koni closed in, Zoro and Sanji roared together. Can't you let us fight in peace? Startled by their outburst, Koni's focus wavered. In that instant, a black blade gleaming with silver light, and a long leg appeared before him, growing larger. Realization struck trouble. Bam! Zoro's blade cleaved Koni's beak, shearing off half. Sanji's kick swept past his head, slamming into his chest. The blow sent Koni crashing into the flying ship's superstructure, his fate unknown. I cut him. I kicked him. They declared in unison, still in their striking poses. What a X2. Glaring at each other, irritation flared. You bastard. You bastard, X2. With that, they clashed again, ignoring the downed foe as if he were the greater enemy. Johnny and Yasaku efficiently mopped up the flying pirates' small fry, dispatching each with a few moves, their teamwork flawless. Luffy wore a troubled expression as the giant eagle head been fighting flew off. Captain Pamela, seeing her vice-captain knocked away, rushed anxiously toward Koni. Pai, who had been covertly watching Nami, noticed Pamela's approach. His eyes lit up as a scheme took shape. Having witnessed Chun Yu's power, Pai realized they had underestimated him. He alone couldn't handle Chun Yu. Yet Nami's beauty was too perfect to abandon. Unwilling to give up, Pai began plotting against his captain and vice-captain. After Koni's fall, Pai checked his injuries. Severe but still fightable. One thing stood out: Koni's fully beast-form beak. Koni had often boasted of his steel claws and iron beak. Though inferior to Pamela's, they could pierce iron plates, rivaling fine blades. Yet a swordsman had shattered it in one stroke. Unease gnawed at Pai. Something was off. The straw hats were more dangerous than they seemed. Had observed Sanji and Zoro's fight. Their casual strikes matched his full beast form power. What did that mean? As the flying pirates' third strongest, his full force barely equaled one of their normal attacks. Moreover, the captain and vice-captain's strength lay in flight, not combat. Koni's one hit had cost him his beak and left him gravely wounded. It seemed Pamela and Koni survived only by staying airborne, their attacks never truly harming the straw hats. That fool Koni, calling himself a strategist, spouting nothing but misinformation. Pai felt immense relief he hadn't acted rashly, instead watching Nami. Indeed, women are my true pursuit. He didn't know about Pamela, but Koni, a common Zoan, couldn't last a single exchange. How long could he without flight endure against the straw hat's vice-captain? Flight. The thought sent a chill down Pai's spine. He wasn't stupid, just lustful. If the straw hats were as formidable as he feared, Pamela and Koni could flee any time. But what about him? Retreat crossed his mind, but abandoning Nami's unparalleled beauty was unbearable. Had spent his life chasing such a lure. An orphan raised by the village, he was especially cared for by his childhood friend and the neighbor's older sister. At 10, his feelings for his childhood friend shifted. He yearned to be near her, not just spy on her bath. That year he first learned what woman meant, through her. From then on he knew women were wonderful. It spiraled: first his friend, then the neighbor's seductive sister, then the village chief's concubine. At 12 he targeted the chief's concubine, using threats and force to ensure her silence, as he had with the others. But it was exposed. The furious chief tried to kill him, but in his old age Pai turned the tables and killed him instead. Forced to flee, he visited the concubine one last time. This time she wasn't tearful or defiled, as she eagerly complied. Her fearful obedience sparked an idea. Power. Before the chief's death, had lived in constant fear of discovery with women who were miserable. Now with the chief dead, he was freer, and the woman beneath him was utterly submissive. From that moment Pai changed. He believed that with enough power no woman was beyond his reach. He left the village seeking more better women. After a final tryst with the concubine, he left without hesitation, leaving her dead on the bed. In hindsight, he didn't blame her. Without her betrayal, he might have lived and died obscurely in that village. He killed her because her compliance robbed him of pleasure. After that, in every village or town, he hunted periodically, relishing the thrill. Especially the ecstasy of tasting women's tears of fear and shame. The more beautiful, the more exciting, the fiercer the resistance, the greater his satisfaction. His body seemed special. Though he couldn't take a new bride nightly, he indulged every night without fatigue. On his comingafage day, he preyed on a marine's wife. Caught off guard, he was discovered, but killed the marine in a sneak attack. Even then, he knew killing a marine meant unprecedented trouble. In his haste to flee, he forgot to silence the wife. Hunted by marines into a barren mountain, he hid in a cave, trembling. Inside, he spotted a strange fruit growing. Starving and desperate, he devoured it. Afterward, his body uncontrollably sprouted dense curls. His straight black hair turned brown and wavy. He transformed into a curly-haired creature resembling a wolf or dog, instinctively known as a teddy. Panic gave way to discovery. He could shift between human and teddy forms. His height shot from 1.7 to 1.9 meters. His waist became leaner and more powerful, and every aspect of him was enhanced. He felt blessed by the gods. With this power, he broke through the marine encirclement and fled the town that night. He believed himself a child of destiny. Why else would he gain such power on his birthday? He decided he would become king of this world with all women prostrate beneath him. Soon he found once a night insufficient. Even 7 wasn't his limit. He later mastered multi-round sessions, occasionally switching to single for variety. This change solidified his kingly ambition. But soon after escaping the Marines, he found himself on a wanted poster, 1 million berries. Forced into piracy, he jumped from ship to ship, never leaving the East Blue. As a pirate, he learned he wasn't a chosen one, just a devil fruit user. Yet piracy offered more freedom. He could take any woman he wanted. No one would object. That led him to join the Flying Pirates last year. Had only been aboard a year, feeling no attachment. With no conflict of interest with the captain and vice-captain, had planned to stay heading to the Grand Line for new thrills. Now he no longer intended to follow them. Nami, so close, was irresistible. Had never seen anyone so exhilarating. Her gentle wildness, captivating figure, and enchanting face drove him mad. Seeing Pamela return, he devised a plan to lure her toward the Straw Hats vice-captain. While they were locked in combat, had knock out Nami and sneak away. The captain and vice-captain likely wouldn't notice, even if discovered. The Flying Pirates couldn't pursue. With Nami hidden, the Straw Hats would be too busy to bother. Then he could savor this exquisite delicacy. The more he thought, the more feasible it seemed. Pai made his decision and strode toward Pamela and Coney. As Pamela helped Cornifu to his feet, Coney spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood, splattering all over Pamela. Big brother. That yellow-haired and green-haired. They played me. Coney lay in Pamela's arms, clutching him tightly, with both hands, speaking in anguish. Hearing this, Pamela frowned deeply. You mean the Straw Hat crew is that powerful? Paji, approaching from the side, sensed trouble and quickly strode forward. Vice-Captain, don't mind me speaking too much. I witnessed your entire battle. Dare I ask you a few questions? After speaking, Paji glanced at Pamela, who nodded, then turned his gaze back to Coney. Ask. Coney was initially displeased. How could this curly-haired dog comment on his battle? But since his big brother had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Coney could fly, a source of his pride, and he only respected Pamela, who was faster in the air. As for Paji, who only thought with his lower half, Coney looked down on him from the bottom of his heart, though he never showed it for the sake of crew harmony. Paji didn't mind Coney's tone at all. He knew well the pride of this vice-captain, but he simply didn't care. As always, as long as there's no conflict of interest, we can speak cordially, and he'll quietly listen to you boast. Just don't compete with me for women. He'll ask 3 questions, 3 issues I noticed as a bystander. First, I want to ask if the vice-captain fought with full strength. Or was it just toying around? Second, why did the vice-captain only use dive attacks? Third, why did every dive come from the same direction? Coney's expression froze instantly. Pamela realized the man had been too playful and messed up. Helplessly, he reached out and patted Coney's head. As the old saying goes, even a lion uses full force against a rabbit. We must show the world our immense power. And as you said, it's possible they played you, but the chance is too slim, almost negligible. The captain of the Straw Hat crew was driven to impotent rage by my teasing. Even though that Straw Hat guy is a devil fruit user, he couldn't land a hit on me. Even if they're hiding their strength, I don't think they're that strong. Though Pamela felt the Straw Hat guy was somewhat eerie, as if he could predict his movements. He was incredibly fast in the air and dodged each time with ease. Moreover, he refused to believe that the feeble Straw Hat crew could have such predictive abilities. Hearing Pamela's words, Paji's eyes lit up. What a find. I didn't even need to steer him. Indeed, all who fly are arrogant. No, it's outright conceit. Exactly. The captain is right. We're the Flying Pirates. How could we lose to an undeserving crew? Vice-Captain, you haven't forgotten the 10 proofs we listed about the Straw Hat crew being undeserving, have you? Paji felt he needed to rub it in further, so he added. Hearing Paji's taunt, Coney's face flushed with embarrassment, but more so with resentment toward Paji. What standing did you, Paji, have? Cough. Of course I know. I don't need your reminder. As Vice-Captain, I'm well aware. I just wanted to caution Big Brother. After all, he still has to deal with that mysterious Straw Hat Vice-Captain. Long-standing pride made Coney refuse to believe the Straw Hat crew could truly defeat him, especially since Paji was right. He hadn't even used his real strength. As for his beak being cut off, he had been terrified at first, but now that had come to his senses, he realized that green-haired guy just had a good sword. The beak broke not because the green-haired guy cut it, but because he crashed into it during a high-speed dive. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. He understood that. As for being kicked into severe injury by that yellow-haired guy, that was nonsense. He had clearly run into the yellow-haired guy's foot himself. This time he had defeated himself. The more Coney thought about it, the more sense it made. He pushed himself up with both hands and rallied again. This time he was determined to go all out. Take down the Straw Hat crew quickly. Watching Coney brim with confidence again, Buggy was overjoyed. But he also felt immense relief that he had conceived the idea of betrayal early on. Otherwise he'd be killed by these two fools. After his relief, Buggy's eyes darted around, and he sincerely suggested to Pamela, "Captain, I have a suggestion. That Straw Hat captain is nothing to fear. The real priority is their vice captain Chun Yu, who hasn't truly fought yet. Besides, our ship is wrecked. We need to seize their ship, or we won't make it to the Grand Line. And Captain, you know me." Buggy gave Pamela a knowing look, then added, "I can take the Straw Hat crew's woman hostage, that'll make them hesitate." Seeing Buggy's lust-driven demeanor, Pamela and Coney's expressions remained unchanged, but inwardly, they sneered, their estimation of Buggy dropping further. Unworthy of the stage. Unfit for responsibility. Pamela felt disgust, but spoke plainly. "If you're itching for a do-it-yourself, don't drag me into it. Who do you think I am? A mere brat doesn't warrant such underhanded tactics from me. As for Chun Yu, I said I'd handle him, and I will. Don't you worry." At this point, even if you beat Pamela and Coney to death, they wouldn't believe Buggy would betray them. Why betray in a sure-win situation? Seeing his goal perfectly achieved, Buggy couldn't contain his excitement. He craved it too much. That woman was like a drug, and he couldn't help himself. Watching Coney and Pamela take to the air, the smile on Buggy's lips was unstoppable. Fools. After his mockery, Buggy pushed the small boat he had prepared into the sea and continued to wait patiently in the shadows. When the battle between Pamela and Chun Yu erupts, that's when hell make his move. "Straw Hat Luffy. We're taking that 60 million berry." 6 mocking voices came from behind Luffy. Through his observation, Haki Luffy sensed 6 swordsmen nearly identical in appearance and aura charging at him. "Whoa, that's awesome. A clone jutsu." Luffy was utterly amazed. He had never even seen twins, let alone sextuplets. His limited brain had already mistaken the 6 swordsman brothers for ninja clone techniques. Overcome with curiosity, Luffy reluctantly engaged in a tough scuffle with the 6 swordsmen, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Meanwhile, Luffy thought to himself, Chen Yu probably won't notice. Luffy. At the same time, Pamela flew above the Mary. The battle between Pamela and Chun Yu was about to erupt.